a significant military order within the Catholic Church during the Middle Ages. Founded around 1119, the Templars were instrumental in the Crusades, operating from their base on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Initially, they received extensive support and amassed considerable wealth and influence through donations, bequests, and land acquisitions across Europe. However, as the Crusades lost momentum and the Templars struggled to maintain their territories in the Holy Land, their popularity declined. Rumours and accusations began to surface, particularly regarding their secret initiation ceremonies and the inconsistencies surrounding their increasing wealth. As an elite fighting force, the Knights Templar were known for their rigorous training, superior equipment, and unwavering dedication to their mission. Their religious convictions deeply influenced their military ethos, emphasizing bravery, discipline, and self-sacrifice. The Templar ranks consisted of 3 distinct classes, each with specific roles in the Order's mission. At the highest level were the Knights, warrior monks who formed the core combat force. Sworn to poverty and obedience, they wore white robes symbolizing purity and led the charge in battle. They adhered to strict rules, including celibacy, financial austerity, and absolute loyalty to the Order. Templar priests, dressed in green robes, handled essential religious duties, such as conducting ceremonies, leading prayers, and maintaining records. They also provided spiritual guidance to the Order's members, and often served as moral beacons during frequent conflicts. The mounted men-at-arms, known as brothers, made up the largest segment of the Templar Order. These individuals, wearing black or brown robes, performed various roles from guarding and stewardship to squire duties. They were responsible for logistical support, ensuring the knights were well equipped and supported on the battlefield. The Templars' military effectiveness was further enhanced by their well-trained war horses, which were outfitted with armour and trained specifically for combat. This combination of skilled warriors, disciplined monks, and formidable steeds made the Knights Templar a formidable force wherever they went. Additionally, their belief in martyrdom as a noble death instilled them with unparalleled courage and determination in the face of adversity. The Battle of Montgisard in 1177 is a testament to the tactical skill and bravery of the knights, who, despite being vastly outnumbered, achieved a remarkable victory against Saladin's formidable forces. Saladin, the renowned Muslim military leader, aimed to advance towards Jerusalem with an army of 26,000 soldiers. King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem, along with about 500 knights and their supporters, found themselves cornered near the coastal town of Ascalon, facing overwhelming odds. Amidst this dire situation, a small contingent of 80 Templar knights, accompanied by their entourage, attempted to reinforce the besieged forces. As Saladin's army approached, the Templars, aware of their numerical disadvantage, chose a strategic approach. They met Saladin's troops at Gaza, but were considered too insignificant to engage, prompting Saladin to disregard them and his march toward Jerusalem, taking advantage of Saladin's decision to disperse his forces for pillaging. The Templars acted swiftly. They joined King Baldwin's army and embarked on a daring march northward along the coast. Meanwhile, Saladin's scattered and unprepared troops fell victim to a surprise ambush orchestrated by the Templars near Montgisard, close to Ramla. The Templars' bold assault caught Saladin's forces off guard, disrupting their cohesion and making them vulnerable to attack. Despite their numerical superiority, Saladin and his troops were overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the Templars and their allies. The Battle of Montgisard marked a pivotal moment, as Saladin's army suffered significant losses and was forced to retreat in disarray. Although this was not the final confrontation with Saladin, the victory provided the Kingdom of Jerusalem with a crucial year of respite. The Templars' valiant stand at Montgisard became legendary, celebrated for their heroism and military prowess. Despite their limited numbers, the Templars often played crucial roles in major battles, either leading the charge or providing critical support from the rear. Their participation extended beyond the Holy Land, fighting alongside renowned leaders such as King Louis VII of France and King Richard I of England, famously known as Richard the Lionheart. Beyond their endeavours in Palestine, the Knights Templar were actively involved in the Spanish and Portuguese Reconquista campaigns. One significant event was the Siege of Tomar in 1190, where Templar knights displayed their exceptional combat skills, aiding the Christian efforts to reclaim Iberian territories from Islamic rule. After receiving official papal endorsement, the Templars evolved from a humble monastic order into a respected charity throughout Europe. This elevated status garnered them substantial resources and financial support from various European sources. A significant revenue stream came from new members who, upon taking vows of poverty, often donated large sums of money or property, further enhancing the order's wealth. The Templars also engaged in profitable business ventures that contributed to their financial success. Their trusted international network made them the preferred custodians of wealth for nobles embarking on journeys, such as joining the Crusades. This arrangement ensured financial security for the nobles, allowing them to safeguard their assets until their return. Initially, the Knights Templars' mission was to protect pilgrims travelling to the Holy Land from attacks. By 1150, the Templars had expanded their role to include pioneering a system of issuing letters of credit. Pilgrims would deposit their valuables at a Templar house in their home country and receive a letter detailing their holdings. This encrypted letter served as a form of security for the pilgrims. The Templars' innovative system allowed pilgrims to withdraw funds from their accounts at various Templar establishments along their journey, sparing them the risk of carrying valuable possessions. This system not only ensured the safety of pilgrims, but also increased the Templars' influence and economic power. As their banking activities grew, the Templars became key players in finance, laying the groundwork for modern banking practices. less directly, they devised agreements to retain rights to the production of mortgage property, effectively charging rent instead of interest. This approach is akin to Sharia-compliant banks in the Islamic world, which charge fees to service loans rather than calling it interest. The Templars' vast land holdings were crucial for sustaining their military campaigns, as the cost of maintaining a knight increased significantly over time, requiring extensive land and resources. The order amassed considerable estates to support their operations. For example, by 1180, a Burgundian noble needed 3 square kilometres of land to sustain himself as a knight, a figure that rose to 15.6 square kilometres by 1260. Additionally, the Templars supported thousands of horses and pack animals, with maintenance costs exacerbated by the harsh conditions of the Crusade estates in the eastern Mediterranean. Despite these challenges, the Templars' shrewd political connections and understanding of commercial dynamics propelled them to immense power. Remarkably adept at accumulating wealth despite their vows of poverty, they acquired large tracts of land across Europe and the Middle East, constructed churches and castles, purchased agricultural properties, engaged in manufacturing, and controlled significant import and export operations. Their influence extended to the maritime domain, as they maintained their own fleet of ships. At one point, they even governed the entire island of Cyprus, showcasing their authority and wealth, which inevitably attracted both admiration and unwanted scrutiny. The Knights Templar's extraordinary success and growing influence inevitably aroused concerns among rival orders and various nobles across Europe and the Middle East. Among their most formidable competitors were the Knights Hospitaller and the Teutonic Knights, both vying for prestige, resources, and territory. The Knights Hospitaller, also known as the Order of Hospitaller, shared a similar mission with the Templars in providing medical care and protection to pilgrims in the Holy Land. Initially cooperating with the Templars, the competition for resources and influence eventually led to tensions between the two orders. Likewise, the Teutonic Knights, initially established to provide medical assistance during the Crusades, evolved into a formidable military order focused on expanding Christian territory in the Baltic region. Their ambitions often clashed with those of the Templars, especially in areas where their spheres of influence overlapped. In addition to rivalry from other orders, the Templars faced scrutiny and apprehension from various nobles and monarchs. Some nobles expressed concern over the Templars' considerable wealth and financial power, fearing that their economic influence could undermine traditional power structures. Further decisions such as venturing into the arid hill country without adequate supplies led to the Templars being overcome by the heat and eventually surrounded and massacred by Saladin's army. This defeat paved the way for Saladin's capture of Jerusalem, dealing a severe blow to the Crusaders' cause. Despite this setback, the Templars rebounded. In the early 1190s, Richard the Lionheart, King of England and leader of the Third Crusade, embarked on a remarkable campaign alongside his Templar allies. Through a series of decisive military actions, Richard and the Templars managed to recapture significant portions of Christian territory from Saladin, despite the diminished size and influence of the Crusader states, particularly with the relocation of the Kingdom of Jerusalem's capital to Acre. The Third Crusade succeeded in preserving Christian control in the region. The military orders, including the Templars, played a crucial role in the defence of Crusader states during this period. Their formidable castles served as strongholds against Muslim advances, while their expertise in warfare bolstered the Frankish forces on the battlefield. As a result, the power and influence of the Templars reached new heights in the aftermath of the Third Crusade, solidifying their position as key players in the defence of Christian interests in the Holy Land. Following the siege of Acre in 1291, the Templars faced the necessity of relocating their headquarters from the Holy Land to the island of Cyprus. Jacques de Molay, who assumed the role of the Order's Grand Master around 1292, undertook significant efforts to rally support for the Templars and organise another crusade. He embarked on a tour across Europe to garner backing for his order. During his travels, he met with Pope Boniface VIII, who agreed to grant the Templars similar privileges in Cyprus as they had enjoyed in the Holy Land. Additionally, Charles II of Naples and Edward the Fan offered various forms of support to the Templars, ranging from exemptions from taxes to pledges for future assistance in building a new army. These pledges of support were crucial for the Templars as they sought to regroup and maintain their influence despite their loss of territory in the Holy Land. However, their efforts to organise another crusade faced significant challenges amidst the changing dynamics of European politics and the waning enthusiasm for further military expeditions to the east. In 1298, the military orders, including the Knights Templar, Knights Hospitaller, and forces from Cyprus, launched a campaign in Armenia to repel a Mamluk invasion. Despite their efforts, they failed to achieve success, and the fortress of Rochefort in the Belen Pass, the last Templar stronghold in Antioch, fell to the Muslims. Following this setback, the Templars, Hospitallers, and Cypriot forces attempted to recapture the coastal city of Tortosa in 1300. Although they managed to seize the island of Arwad near Tortosa, their control was short-lived. The loss of Arwad marked the end of the Crusaders' presence in the Holy Land, as it was their last foothold in the region. Despite retaining a base of operations in Cyprus and possessing significant financial resources, the Templars found themselves without a clear purpose and lacking precarious situation ultimately contributed to their downfall, making them increasingly vulnerable to external pressure and internal strife. King Philip IV of France harboured deep suspicions towards the Templars, fearing they might be plotting to establish a sovereign monastic state similar to the Teutonic Knights in Prussia. His concerns were compounded by the Templars' support for a coup on the island of Cyprus in 1306, which resulted in the abdication of King Henry II in favour of his brother Amalric. Additionally, Philip inherited land in Champagne, France, where the Templars had their headquarters. The order was perceived as a state within a state, enjoying considerable wealth, exemption from taxes, and maintaining a large standing army capable of freely traversing European borders, despite having lost much of their presence in the Holy Land. This situation threatened many monarchies, as the Templars' power resembled that of an independent entity, much like the East India Company in later centuries. The Templars, a highly trained group of warriors with no one left to fight, now posed a potential threat to established power structures. On the ominous date of Friday, October the 13th, 1307, scores of French Templars were simultaneously arrested by King Philip's agents. They were subsequently subjected to torture, particularly at locations like the Tower at Chinon, to coerce confessions of heresy and sacrilege within the order. These confessions, obtained under duress, led to their execution. In our modern day, we know that confessions extracted through torture are unreliable, but this was not the modern day, and King Philip was just looking for an excuse. The charges against the Templars escalated on August 12th, 1308, with increasingly outrageous allegations. At this point, the charges were fabricated, aiming to turn public opinion against the Templars. Among the accusations were worshipping idols, including a cat and a head with 3 faces, a very avant-garde concept. The list of charges against the Knights Templar continued to expand, encompassing accusations of denying Christ, desecrating the cross, and engaging in devil worship. These allegations shocked many Templars who had dedicated their lives to the opposite. During the trials in Paris, numerous Templars confessed to these allegations, including denying Christ and participating in obscene rituals. However, these confessions were extracted through torture, and there was no physical evidence or independent witnesses to substantiate the claims. Despite the Templars reaching out to Pope Clement for assistance, the Pope's response was limited, as he was largely under King Philip's influence. Their pleas for help from the papacy ultimately proved futile in the face of the political and religious motivations driving the French monarchy's actions. The forced confessions ignited a scandal in Paris, leading to public outrage and demands for action against the alleged blasphemous conduct of the order. historians argue that Philip orchestrated these charges to seize the Templars' financial resources for his own benefit. Notably, Philip had even invited Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master of the Templars, to serve as a pallbearer at a funeral just before the arrests, suggesting a premeditated betrayal. The arrests of the Templars had far-reaching effects on the European economy, prompting a shift away from the Templars' monastic banking system and a return to more traditional monetary practices. The fate of the Templars also influenced the Hospitallers of St. John of Jerusalem and Rhodes, leading them to relinquish their banking activities. In 1312, under intense pressure from King Philip IV, the Council of Vienne led Pope Clement V to issue an edict officially dissolving the Order of the Knights Templar. Monarchs and nobles who had previously supported the Templars complied with the papal command, dissolving their orders within their territories, while some rulers, such as those in England, arrested and tried Templars only to find them not guilty. Most Templar properties outside France were transferred to the Hospitallers. Surviving Templars were often absorbed into the ranks of the Hospitallers in regions where rulers resisted transferring Templar assets to the Hospitallers. In Aragon, for instance, the assets were given to the Order of Montesa. In Portugal, the Templar Order continued under a new name, the Order of Christ. This group played a significant role in the early maritime explorations of Portugal, with Prince Henry the Navigator leading the order for 2 decades until his death. Despite the absorption of many Templars into other orders, questions remained about the fate of the tens of thousands of Templars across Europe. The hundreds of Templars arrested in France represented only a small fraction of the estimated 3,000 Templars in the country. Furthermore, the extensive archive of the Templars, containing detailed records of their business holdings and financial transactions, was never recovered. According to papal decree, these records were supposed to be transferred to the Knights Hospitaller, but their whereabouts remain unknown. A theory suggests that the Knights Templar used a fleet of 18 ships at La Rochelle to escape arrest in France, based primarily on the testimony of a serving brother named Jean de Chalon. According to his testimony, Jean de Chalon heard rumours that Gérard de Villiers had set sail with 18 galleys, along with the treasury of another Templar named Hugues de Payan, just before the arrest warrant was issued for the order in October 1307. However, this testimony is considered hearsay and is the sole source for this claim. Moreover, Jean de Chalon has been noted for making sensational and potentially unreliable statements about the order, casting doubt on his credibility. The charges against the Knights Templar included a broad range of accusations, typical of those made during the medieval Inquisition. These accusations included acts such as trampling on, spitting on, and urinating on the cross, engaging in obscene rituals while naked, worshipping idols and practicing sodomy. Some Templars admitted to these acts under torture, including the worship of an idol known as Baphomet. However, we know that these confessions are not reliable. The specific accusation of head worship unique to the has garnered particular attention. The descriptions of the head allegedly venerated varied significantly, leading some scholars to speculate that it might have been linked to medieval folklore about magical heads or rituals involving relics. Most of the accusations centered around a three-faced head. The charges against the Templars remain a subject of debate, with few scholars giving them much credence. In recent years, there has been a new twist to the Templar saga. In September 2001, Barbara Frail discovered the Chignon parchment in the Vatican's secret archives. Dated August 17, 1308, this document revealed that Pope Clement V had absolved the leaders of the order in 1308. Fraile's findings, published in the Journal of Medieval History in 2004, drew significant attention from historians and scholars. In 2007, the Vatican published the Chignon parchment as part of a limited edition of 799 copies of Processus Contra Templarios. This publication provided broader access to the document, allowing researchers to analyse its contents and implications further. Another Chignon parchment, dated August 20th, 1308, and addressed to Philip the Vos of France, confirmed the absolution granted to all Templars who had confessed heresy. This document stated that they were restored to the sacraments and the unity of the Church. These discoveries have prompted reassessments of the Templar trials and raised questions about the validity of the accusations, providing evidence of the papal absolution of the Templar leaders and suggesting that the trials were politically motivated. Of course, you don't need a Chignon parchment to tell you that. The story of the Templars is far from over. The 2001 discovery shows that the narrative can always take unexpected turns, even 7 centuries later. Perhaps hidden within the Vatican's secret archives lies another document, artifact, or relic that could alter the story once again. The history of the Knights Hospitallers traces back to the early years of the Order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem, later known as the Knights Hospitaller. Formed in the 11th century, the Hospitallers played a significant role in the Kingdom of Jerusalem during the Crusades, alongside other military orders such as the Knights Templar and the Teutonic Knights. Initially focused on providing care for pilgrims, the Hospitallers evolved into a formidable military force dedicated to safeguarding pilgrim routes. Under the leadership of figures like Gerard and Raymond Dupuy, they earned papal recognition in 1113 and became known for their distinctive white cross. Raymond Dupuy, 1083-1160, was a French knight who succeeded Gerard as the second Grand Master of the Order, serving from around 1122 or 1123 until 1160. Little is known about Raymond's role in the Order before assuming the magisterium. His first official act was recorded on December 9th, 1124. During his early years as Grand Master, the Order focused primarily on its social mission. Raymond divided the members of the Order into clerical, military, and serving brothers, and established the first significant hospitaller infirmary near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. He also engaged in the Order's business affairs, mainly conducted in Spain at the time. Raymond is religious authorities. Additionally, Raymond introduced the Order's Great Seal, used from the 12th century until 1798. This seal depicted the Grand Master kneeling in prayer before the patriarchal cross on the obverse, accompanied by the sacred letters Alpha and Omega, symbolising the second coming of Christ. Raymond du Puy is depicted in several paintings housed in the Salle des Croisades, the Hall of Crusades, in the Chateau de Versailles in France. Alexandre Lehemlein's full-length portrait of Raymond du Puy is displayed in the third room of the hall, and is quite a sight to see. Additionally, two battle scenes featuring Raymond du Puy in military action in Syria around 1130 are depicted in the following room. These paintings highlight Raymond's significant role as Grand Master of the Hospitallers during the Crusades. The First Crusade ended with the capture of Jerusalem in 1099, but it took until 1104 to fully secure Acre. During the early Crusader years in Acre, the Hospitallers received several donated properties. In 1110, Baldwin IV of Jerusalem granted them permission to construct a commandery north of the Sancho Church. However, in 1130, due to damage sustained during work at the church, the Hospitallers relocated near the city's north wall, establishing the commandery of Sancho d'Acre. In 1127, the Hospitallers received their first castle, Caft, from the Count of Tripoli, which they held until the Ayyubids seized it in 1207. By 1149, the Hospitaller commandery in Acre was described by many pilgrims as a highly impressive fortified building. In 1143, Pope Celestine II granted the Hospitallers authority over St. Maria Alemana, a hospital founded in 1128 for German pilgrims and crusaders. While formerly under Hospitaller jurisdiction, the Pope decreed that the prior and brothers of the Domus Teutonicorum, House of the Germans, should always be Germans. This tradition eventually led to the formation of the Teutonic Order in 1190. Raymond du Puy also managed the leprosarium outside Jerusalem, later known as the Order of St. Lazarus, serving as its seventh Grand Master shortly before his death. Around 1156, a conflict arose between Raymond and Fulk of Angers, the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. Fulk accused the Hospitallers of various religious infractions and personal affronts, including outshining the Holy Sepulchre with the grandeur of their buildings. The conflict escalated when the Hospitallers, responding to Fulk's complaints, invaded the Holy Sepulchre with an armed force. Seeking redress, Fulk appealed to Pope Adrian IV, requesting the revocation of a papal bull that confirmed the order's prerogatives. Fulk travelled to Rome in 1155, but the case resulted in endless debates, offering no resolution upon his return to Jerusalem later that year. Under Raymond du Puy's leadership, the Knights Hospitallers shifted toward a more military role. An act dated January 17th, 1126, marks the first mention of a constable of the Hospitallers named Durand, who held military responsibilities. It is unclear if Durand was a member of the order or simply hired by the Hospitallers, but this development occurred 2 years before the formation of the Templars. The rising influence of the Templars also contributed to the Hospitallers' increase is exemplified by their involvement in constructing and operating the Crusader castle at Beth Gibbelin, built by Fulk of Jerusalem in 1135 to fortify the kingdom. The castle was donated to the Hospitallers in 1136. Following the Templars' example, Raymond instituted protections for pilgrims by providing security for their travels to holy sites. He also hired knights and men-at-arms as mercenaries and participated through intermediaries in the kingdom's defence. By 1154, Pope Anastasius IV granted the order a category of brother priests. Although physicians didn't appear among the order's medical personnel until the statutes of 1184, the military aspect was formalised earlier with the recognition of brothers in arms since 1160, making the order a legally recognised religious military order. Starting in 1137, the Hospitallers became active participants in the Kingdom of Jerusalem's military campaigns against its adversaries. Ascalon, strategically located on the coast en route to Egypt, posed a constant threat to the Christians, prompting continuous raids into the southern part of the kingdom. Acting on Fulk's advice, the Franks decided to fortify Hai bin Akkar, a Hospitaller held site east of Ascalon. The urgent task of fortification was overseen by Latin Patriarch William of Milan, who entrusted it to the Hospitallers, positioning them at the forefront of the defence against the Egyptians. By the time of the Second Crusade in 1147, the Hospitallers had become a formidable force in the kingdom, and the Grand Master's political clout had significantly increased. At the Council of Acre in June 1148, Raymond du Puy was among the leaders who decided to lay siege to Damascus. Despite the siege ending in disaster, the Templars bore most of the blame rather than the Hospitallers. The influence of the Hospitallers in the Holy Land continued to expand, with Raymond's leadership being pivotal in numerous military operations. After the failure of the Second Crusade, attention returned to the fortress at Ascalon, held by the Fatimids. During the siege of Ascalon in 1153, a truce was called to allow both sides to bury their dead. Despite numerous setbacks, including a severe defeat suffered by the Templars, Baldwin III of Jerusalem was persuaded by Raymond and the Latin Patriarch Fulk to persist with the siege. Renewed efforts led to the Muslims' capitulation on August 19, 1153, with the city evacuated the following day. In 1156, Nur ad-Din and his brother Adin decisively defeated a Hospitaller force near their stronghold at Ket el Marab, close to Banias. After Baldwin III broke the peace in February 1157, Humphrey II of Tehran, the master of Banias, surge in donations to the order, particularly from the county of Tripoli, strengthening their financial position. His leadership also marked the acquisition of the Hospitallers' first Crusader castles, solidifying their military presence in the region. Alongside material support, the Hospitallers secured numerous privileges and exemptions from the papacy, granting the order independence and freedom from diocesan authority. These privileges provided the Hospitallers with the financial resources and autonomy necessary to effectively carry out their mission. Notable strongholds established during Raymond's leadership included the Crac des Chevaliers, a formidable fortress in Latakia, occupied by the Hospitallers from 1142 to 1271, and Marga on the Syrian coast, held from 1186 to 1285. These fortifications played a crucial role in the Hospitallers' defence of the Holy Land and symbolised their military strength and dedication to their mission. Raymond du Puy's death around 1160 marked the end of an era for the Knights Hospitaller. He was succeeded by Olga de Baldwin, who served briefly as Grand Master until his disappearance in 1162. Following Olga's disappearance, Gilbert of Italy, a French knight, assumed the position of Grand Master in 1162. Under his leadership, the Knights Hospitaller underwent significant militarisation, acquiring territories in the county of Tripoli and the Principality of Antioch. Gilbert played a crucial role in securing regal rights for the order, granting them military privileges above common law and effectively establishing a form of quasi-sovereignty. One of Gilbert of Italy's notable actions was his involvement in the Crusader invasion of Egypt, where he persuaded Amalric of Jerusalem to declare war on Egypt to expand the kingdom's territories. However, this campaign suffered a significant defeat at the Battle of Harim in 1164, resulting in the capture of Raymond III of Tripoli and the loss of Banias to Nur ad-Din. In 1167, Gilbert joined another campaign against Egypt, but the Crusaders faced another defeat at the Battle of Al-Babain. Despite these setbacks, Gilbert's leadership marked a period of military expansion and strategic engagement for the Knights Hospitaller, cementing their role in defending the Holy Land and pursuing territorial gains. Gilbert's strong belief in the conquest of Egypt led to his active participation in several military campaigns aimed at securing territory in the region. In October 1168, he provided substantial military support to Amalric's campaign, offering 1,000 knights and 2,000 Turcopoles in exchange for Bilbais and its surrounding territories. Although they initially succeeded in capturing Bilbais, the campaign ultimately failed due to Egyptian resistance and the formation of a new alliance against the Crusaders. Following this failure, Amalric sought assistance from other Western powers, sending an embassy that included the Grand Commander of the Hospitallers, Gilbert of Italy, to plead for support. Despite their efforts, the embassy returned empty-handed after 2 years of fruitless negotiations. In the fall of 1169, Amalric launched yet another campaign against Egypt, supported by This expedition also ended in failure, leading to widespread criticism of Gilbert for the order's misfortunes. Accusations against him included neglecting the hospital's charitable mission and effectively ruining the order. Consequently, Gilbert resigned from his position as Grand Master, but later reconsidered his decision. His resignation ushered in a period of instability within the order's leadership, with Gaston de Murros serving a brief and unremarkable term as his successor. Internal conflicts persisted, highlighting the challenges faced by the Hospitallers during this turbulent period. In 1171, Gilbert of Syria succeeded Gilbert as Grand Master and played a crucial role in securing the release of Raymond III of Tripoli, who had been captured by Nur ad-Din in 1164. Gilbert's tenure also involved further military engagements, including campaigns against Saladin, the Sultan of Egypt, and his forces in Homs. Overall, Gilbert's ambitious military endeavours and subsequent resignation underscored the complexities of the Hospitallers' role in the Crusades and the challenges they faced in balancing their military duties with their charitable mission. Roger de Moulin assumed the position of Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller following Gilbert's death in 1177. Under Roger's leadership, the Hospitallers emerged as one of the most formidable military organisations in the Kingdom of Jerusalem, marking an even deeper departure from their original mission of providing medical care. One of Roger's early actions was to encourage Baldwin IV of Jerusalem to vigorously prosecute the war against Saladin. In November 1177, Roger himself participated in the pivotal Battle of Montgisart, where the forces of the Kingdom of Jerusalem achieved a significant victory against the Ayyubids. However, the Hospitallers' military focus under Roger prompted Pope Alexander III to remind them of their original charitable mission. Between 1178 and 1180, the Pope issued a bull calling the Hospitallers back to the observance of the rule established by Raymond du Puy. The bull forbade the Hospitallers from taking up arms unless attacked and emphasised their duty to care for the sick and impoverished. In 1184, Roger de Moulin embarked on a European tour alongside Arnold of Teroya, the successor to the Templar Grand Master Odo de Saint Amand, and the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, Heraclius. Their mission was to appeal to Pope Lucius III for support for a new crusade. However, the death of Baldwin IV of Jerusalem in August 1186 triggered a succession crisis. Roger opposed the ascension of Sibylla of Jerusalem and King of Lusignan to the throne. Initially, Roger refused to hand over his key to the royal treasury upon their coronation in 1186, placing him at odds with influential figures like Reynald de Chatillon and Grand Templar Master Gerard de Riedefort. At the end of 1186, Reynald de Chatillon violated the truce with Saladin by capturing a caravan travelling from Cairo to Damascus, which included the sister of an emir. In response to this provocation, the barons convened in Jerusalem under Guy de Lusignan on March 27, 1187, demanding reconciliation between Lusignan and Raymond III of Tripoli. Roger de Moulin, Gerard de Riedefort, Godefroy, Archbishop Josias, Baldwin of Impaler, and Reynald de Grenier were tasked with negotiating with Raymond III in Tiberias. However, their diplomatic efforts were derailed when they unexpectedly encountered Muslim troops, leading to the ill-fated Battle of Cresson on May 1st, 1187. Roger de Mola was killed during the battle. Following Roger's death, William Borel assumed the role of Grand Master ad interim. Borel, who had briefly served as Grand Commander in 1187, then appointed Armengol de Asper as his successor as Grand Commander. On July 12th, 1187, Saladin laid siege to Tiberias and successfully captured the city. Despite the advice of Hospitalier commanders, Guy de Lusignan, influenced by the Templars led by Gerard de Riedefort, decided to attempt to rescue the city. This led to the Battle of Hattin on July 4th, 1187, where an army led by Raymond III of Tripoli was ambushed by Saladin's forces. The Templars and Hospitallers could not withstand the assault, resulting in a devastating defeat for the Crusaders. Many captured Hospitallers and Templars, including William Borel, were executed by Saladin, with only Gerard de Riedefort spared. Among the notable casualties was Hospitalier Knight Nicosuisse of Sicily, later venerated as a martyr. The captured nobles, including the king, were taken to Damascus and held for ransom. Reynald de Chatillon, however, was personally beheaded by Saladin in retribution for his numerous offences. Following William Borel's death, Armengol de Asper became the Grand Master. Saladin's victory at Hattin allowed him to advance on Jerusalem, reaching the city on September the 17th, 1187, and beginning the siege 3 days later. Defending the city were a handful of knights and a small garrison of Hospitallers and Templars under the command of Baldwin of Impaler, the highest-ranking lord in Jerusalem at the time. On October 2nd, 1187, Jerusalem surrendered, and the Christians were allowed to evacuate in exchange for a ransom. The evacuation occurred in 3 groups, with the Templars leading the first, followed by the Hospitallers, and finally the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, Heraclius, and Baldwin of Impaler. They were escorted to the borders of the county of Tripoli, while 10 friars remained in Jerusalem to care for the wounded and sick. Despite the fall of Jerusalem, the Franks continued to face attacks at the siege of Tyre. Saladin personally reinforced his troops during the siege, which began on November 11th, 1187. Armengol de Asper led the Hospitallers in the defence of Tyre alongside the Templars. By early 1188, the Franks had lost control of Judea, Samaria, and Galilee, but managed to hold Tyre. The imposing fortress at Markab, deemed too formidable to attack, was left untouched by Saladin. Meanwhile, the Hospitallers had been holding Belvoir Castle against Muslim forces since August 1187. On January 2nd, 1188, they launched a successful attack on the besieging forces, resulting in the death of Saladin's general, Saif al-Din Mahmud, and capturing a substantial cache of arms. However, to the east, beyond the Jordan River, Al-Adil Mas, Saladin's brother, attacked Crac des Chevaliers and Montreal castles, both of which surrendered by the end of September 1188 due to lack of supplies. Additionally, siege of Saft ended with the capitulation of the Templar castle on November 30th. The Hospitallers continued their defence at Belvoir Castle until January 3rd, 1189, when they were forced to surrender due to famine. In late 1199, Armengol de Asper resigned as Grand Master, creating a temporary leadership void until Garnier of Nablus was elected as his successor in 1190. Garnier, who had been severely wounded at the Battle of Hattin in 1187, went to Ascalon to recover from his injuries while awaiting Richard the Lionheart's departure for the Third Crusade. Garnier arrived in Messina on September 23rd, where he met with prominent figures such as Philip Augustus and Robert de Sablé, who would soon become the Grand Master of the Templars. Among the Hospitallers accompanying Garnier was the Italian Ugo of Cremona. Departing Messina on April 10th, 1191, Garnier sailed with Richard's fleet, anchoring at the port of Limassol on May 1st. Despite Garnier's mediation efforts, Richard subdued the island on May 11th. The fleet set sail again on June 5th, arriving at Acre, which had been under Ayyubid control since 1187. In Acre, they found Philip Augustus leading a prolonged siege to dislodge the Ayyubids. The Crusaders eventually triumphed, and on July 12th, 1191, the Muslim defenders surrendered. On August 22nd, 1191, Richard marched south to Jaffa, with the Templars forming the vanguard and the Hospitaller physicians at the rear guard, accompanied by an elite force ready to intervene as needed. At the beginning of the Battle of Arsuf on September 7th, Richard faced intense pressure from Muslim forces. Garnier's knights, positioned at the rear of the military column, endured severe attacks. Garnier rode forward to persuade Richard to launch an attack, but Richard initially refused. Eventually, Garnier and another knight charged forward, prompting the rest of the Hospitaller force to follow. Despite disobeying Richard's orders, Garnier's actions significantly contributed to the victory, and Richard ultimately signalled for a full charge, breaking the enemy's ranks. Thus concluded the Battle of Arsuf, marking a pivotal moment in the militarisation of the Knights Hospitaller. The events following the Battle of Arsuf highlight a transformative period for the Knights Hospitaller as their evolution from a charitable organisation into a formidable military force reached its zenith. Garnier of Nablus's decisive actions at Arsuf exemplify the bravery and strategic acumen that became the hallmark of the Order's members. The Hospitallers' unwavering commitment to their mission, even in the face of overwhelming adversity, underscores their pivotal role in the Crusades and the defence of the Holy Land. As the dust settled on the battlefield, the legacy of the Knights Hospitaller was solidified not just in their military prowess, but in their enduring dedication to their foundational principles of care and protection. The confluence of their martial and charitable endeavours created an enduring legacy that would influence the structure and operations of military orders for centuries to come. The story of the Knights Hospitaller is a testament to the resilience and adaptability of an order that navigated the complexities of medieval geopolitics with a steadfast commitment to their cause. religious zeal, political ambition, and the hope of eternal salvation. Yet, the Crusades were far more than mere military endeavours. They were deeply rooted in the complex interplay of devotion, strategy, and survival. The fervour that inspired thousands to take up the cross was matched by the intricate alliances and rivalries that defined this era. The story of the Crusades is one of passion, sacrifice, and unyielding belief, where the fate of kingdoms and the souls of men hung in the balance. Amidst this turbulent backdrop, the story of King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem unfolds, a tale that is as remarkable as it is tragic. Baldwin IV, known to history as the Leper King, ascended to the throne of Jerusalem at a time when the survival of the Crusader states was precariously uncertain. His reign, marked by both triumph and profound suffering, stands as a testament to the resilience and determination of a young king who defied the odds. Despite the debilitating effects of leprosy, Baldwin IV emerged as a formidable leader, navigating the treacherous waters of medieval politics with a wisdom beyond his years. Welcome to ASMR History, where I explore the stories of the past with a unique blend of relaxation and historical insight. In today's episode, we delve into the life and legacy of King Baldwin IV, a monarch whose brief yet impactful reign left an indelible mark on the history of Jerusalem and the Crusader states. Through the gentle whispers of ASMR, I invite you to journey back to a time of chivalry, conflict, and courage as we uncover the extraordinary life of the Leper King. Baldwin IV was born in 1161 into the royal family of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. As the son of King Embark, a powerful and strategic ruler, and Agnes of Courtenay, a noble woman of considerable influence, Baldwin was destined from birth to play a significant role in the turbulent politics of the Crusader states. His lineage placed him at the heart of the Christian efforts to maintain control over the Holy Land. Despite the privileges of his royal birth, Baldwin's early years would soon be overshadowed by a disease that would come to define both his life and his legacy. Baldwin's childhood was marked by a rigorous education, befitting a prince who was expected to one day rule. He was tutored by William of Tyre, one of the most learned men of his time, who would later become the Archbishop of Tyre and chronicler of the Crusades. Under William's guidance, Baldwin received a thorough education in the liberal arts, theology, and the martial skills necessary for leadership. His early upbringing within the royal court was one of privilege, surrounded by the splendour and the intense political intrigue of a kingdom constantly under threat. However, it was during these formative years that the first signs of Baldwin's affliction began to emerge. At the age of 9, Baldwin's tutor, William of Tyre, noticed something unusual during a play fight with other boys. Baldwin did not seem to feel pain when struck, a disturbing sign that hinted at something far more serious than mere toughness. It soon became clear that the young prince was showing symptoms of leprosy, a devastating and stigmatizing disease in the medieval world. The diagnosis of leprosy in Baldwin of Jerusalem. Leprosy, a chronic disease that caused disfigurement and physical disability, was widely feared and misunderstood in the medieval period. The disease was often seen as a divine punishment, and those afflicted were typically shunned by society. The medical understanding of leprosy during the 12th century was limited and fraught with superstition. Medieval physicians had little knowledge of the disease's cause or treatment, and lepers were frequently isolated in colonies, away from the rest of society. For a prince of Baldwin's standing, the implications of such a diagnosis were dire. Despite this, the young prince was not immediately cast aside. Baldwin's father, King Amalric IV, took measures to protect his son's future, ensuring that Baldwin remained integrated within the court and continued his education. Amalric understood that, despite his illness, Baldwin's royal blood and his potential to succeed to the throne were of paramount importance to the stability of the kingdom. The reaction of Baldwin's family to his diagnosis was a mixture of concern and resilience. While they were undoubtedly aware of the grim prognosis that leprosy entailed, Baldwin's parents and the court took steps to ensure that his condition would not prematurely end his ability to contribute to the kingdom. They shielded him from the full societal rejection typically faced by lepers, maintaining his dignity and position within the royal hierarchy. This response set the stage for Baldwin's eventual ascension to the throne, where he would defy expectations and lead his kingdom with remarkable courage and skill, despite the relentless progression of his disease. Baldwin's path to kingship was fraught with challenges, both personal and political. When his father, King Amalric IV, died in 1174, Baldwin, still in his early teens and already battling the debilitating effects of leprosy, was named heir apparent to the throne of Jerusalem. As the only male heir, Baldwin's position as the future king was clear, but his ascension was not without difficulties. His illness cast doubt on his ability to rule, and there were whispers within the court and beyond about his capacity to lead a kingdom under constant threat from external forces. Moreover, Baldwin's youth made him vulnerable to the ambitions of older, more experienced nobles who might seek to manipulate or undermine his authority. These familial and political challenges set the stage for a tense and uncertain transition of power. In the summer of 1174, Baldwin IV was formally crowned King of Jerusalem, an event that was both momentous and poignant. The coronation took place in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, a site of profound significance for Christendom, symbolising the sacred responsibility that Baldwin now bore as the protector of the Holy Land. Despite the grandeur of the ceremony, the reality of the situation was stark. Baldwin was only 13 years old at the time, a boy stepping into a role that demanded not only wisdom and strength, but also the ability to inspire and lead men in battle. His illness added a tragic dimension to the event, as it was clear to all present that the young king was suffering from a disease that would only worsen with time. Nevertheless, Baldwin's coronation ascension, the political situation in Jerusalem was precarious. The kingdom was surrounded by hostile forces, including the powerful Muslim leader Saladin, who was rapidly consolidating power in Egypt and Syria. Internally, Jerusalem was plagued by factionalism among its nobility, with competing interests and loyalties threatening the unity that was crucial for the kingdom's survival. Baldwin's young age and his illness were seen by some as weaknesses that could be exploited, both by external enemies and by those within his court who sought to advance their own power. Despite these daunting circumstances, Baldwin's coronation marked the beginning of a reign that would defy expectations and leave a lasting impact on the history of the Crusader states. As king, Baldwin IV faced his first challenges with a determination that belied his years and his physical condition. One of his earliest decisions was to assert his authority by taking an active role in the governance of the kingdom, refusing to be a mere figurehead controlled by regents or powerful nobles. Baldwin's illness, however, did affect his ability to lead, particularly in the physical demands of kingship. Despite this, he showed remarkable resilience, participating in councils, making strategic decisions, and even leading his armies in battle when necessary. His condition required him to balance his duties with the limitations imposed by his health, a challenge that would continue to shape his reign. Externally, Baldwin's reign was immediately tested by the looming threat of Saladin, who posed a constant danger to the Crusader states. Saladin's forces were formidable, and his ambition to unite the Muslim world against the Crusaders was clear. Baldwin understood that the survival of his kingdom depended on both military strength and diplomatic finesse. Internally, he had to navigate the complex web of alliances and rivalries that characterized the court of Jerusalem. Nobles who might have seen his illness as an opportunity to seize power had to be managed carefully, and Baldwin's ability to maintain the loyalty of his vassals was crucial to the stability of his reign. Despite these challenges, Baldwin IV demonstrated a remarkable ability to lead, driven by a sense of duty and an unwavering commitment to his kingdom. His early reign was marked by significant decisions that would influence the course of the Crusader states for years to come, including strategic alliances and military campaigns designed to counter the threat posed by Saladin. Baldwin's reign, though overshadowed by the spectre of his illness, began with a promise of resilience and strength, setting the tone for the years of conflict and courage that would follow. The Battle of Montgisart in 1177 was a pivotal moment in the history of the Crusader states, largely set against the backdrop of Saladin's meteoric rise to power. Saladin, born Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, emerged as a formidable force in the Muslim world, uniting Egypt and Syria under his rule and posing a significant threat to the Christian kingdoms in the Levant. His ascent was marked by a series of military successes and strategic alliances that solidified his control over vast territories, making him the most powerful leader 16 years old, demonstrated remarkable resolve and leadership. Saladin, confident in his superiority, led a large army toward Jerusalem, expecting little resistance due to the perceived weakness of the Crusader forces. However, Baldwin, informed of Saladin's approach, mustered a smaller but determined force, comprising knights from the Templar order and local levies. Despite his illness, Baldwin took an active role in the battle, personally leading his troops into combat. The Crusaders caught Saladin's forces off guard in a bold and unexpected assault. Baldwin, wielding his sword with a mixture of determination and desperation, inspired his troops to fight with unparalleled fervour. The Crusader forces, driven by the young king's bravery, managed to rout Saladin's army, forcing the Muslim leader to retreat in what became one of the most humiliating defeats of his career. The victory at Montgisard was more than just a military success. It was a symbolic triumph that showcased Baldwin's leadership and the resilience of the Crusader states in the face of overwhelming odds. The victory at Montgisard had profound implications for Baldwin IV and the Crusader states. For Baldwin, it solidified his reputation as a capable and courageous leader, even in the face of severe physical limitations. His personal involvement in the battle, despite his worsening leprosy, inspired not only his troops, but also the broader Christian population in the Levant, who saw him as a divinely favoured ruler. The battle also had a significant impact on the morale of the Crusader states, which had been increasingly demoralised by the relentless advances of Muslim forces under Saladin. Montgisard proved that Saladin was not invincible, and that the Crusader states could still mount effective resistance. This victory temporarily halted Saladin's momentum, buying the Crusader states crucial time to regroup and strengthen their defences against future attacks. King Baldwin IV's reign was marked by his complex relationships with the nobility of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, particularly with powerful figures such as Raymond III of Tripoli and Reynaud of Châtillon. Raymond III, the Count of Tripoli, was a seasoned statesman and military leader who held considerable influence in the kingdom. Recognising Raymond's experience, Baldwin appointed him as regent during periods when his illness left him incapacitated. However, their relationship was not without tension, as Raymond often had his own ambitions and sought to steer the kingdom in directions that sometimes conflicted with Baldwin's vision. On the other hand, Reynaud of Châtillon, a fiercely independent and aggressive nobleman, was known for his audacious raids against Muslim territories, which often provoked retaliations from Saladin. Baldwin's dealings with Reynaud were cautious. While he appreciated Reynaud's military prowess, he had to balance this with the broader diplomatic considerations of the kingdom, particularly the fragile truce with Saladin. The internal dynamics of the Kingdom of Jerusalem during Baldwin IV's reign were fraught with power struggles, as various factions vied for influence over the young and increasingly incapacitated king. The nobility, divided between those who favoured a more conciliatory approach towards Saladin and those advocating aggressive stance often clashed over the direction of the kingdom's policies. Baldwin, despite his youth and illness, demonstrated astute political acumen in managing these competing interests. He carefully navigated these tensions by appointing trusted regents like Raymond III during his period of incapacitation, ensuring continuity in governance. Baldwin also leveraged the rivalries among the nobles to maintain his authority, playing one faction against the other when necessary to prevent any single group from becoming too powerful. His ability to manage these internal conflicts helped maintain a delicate balance of power within the kingdom, allowing it to survive despite the external threats it faced. Amidst these internal challenges, Baldwin IV also focused relentlessly on fortifying the Kingdom of Jerusalem against the ever-present threat posed by Saladin and other Muslim forces. Recognizing the strategic vulnerability of his kingdom, Baldwin prioritized the construction and reinforcement of key fortifications throughout the realm. These efforts were critical in ensuring the kingdom's survival, as the fortified castles and strongholds not only served as defensive bulwarks, but also provided bases from which his forces could launch counterattacks. Notable among these fortifications was the castle of Kerak, a formidable fortress in the Transjordan region, which became a critical outpost in the kingdom's defence. By securing these strongholds and maintaining the existing fortifications in Jerusalem, Baldwin created a network of fortified positions that allowed him to effectively project power and respond to threats, further stabilising the kingdom both internally and externally. Throughout his reign, Baldwin IV was involved in several key military engagements that were crucial in defending the Kingdom of Jerusalem from Saladin's forces. One of the most significant of these was the defence of Jerusalem itself. In 1183, Saladin launched a large-scale invasion aimed at capturing the Holy City, a prize that would have been a devastating blow to the Crusader states. Despite his deteriorating health, Baldwin took personal command of the defence. His strategy involved a combination of delaying tactics, such as harassing Saladin's supply lines and forcing his army to march through difficult terrain, which sapped the strength and morale of the Muslim forces. Baldwin also concentrated his forces at strategically important locations, anticipating where Saladin would strike and positioning his troops to counter these moves effectively. In one notable encounter near the Springs of Goliath, Baldwin's forces managed to hold off a much larger Muslim army, preventing them from advancing on Jerusalem. This engagement demonstrated Baldwin's tactical acumen and his ability to inspire his troops even in the most dire circumstances. Although Saladin eventually withdrew, it was clear that the threat to Jerusalem remained ever present, and Baldwin's leadership was critical in ensuring the city's survival during these tumultuous times. Despite the debilitating effects of leprosy, Baldwin IV remained deeply involved in the military defence of his kingdom, demonstrating remarkable resilience and dedication. His illness, which progressively worsened throughout his reign, resistance for the Crusader states. Baldwin's ability to command respect and loyalty from his soldiers was rooted in their admiration for his unwavering commitment to the defence of the kingdom. His leadership not only galvanised his forces during critical battles, but also left a lasting legacy of bravery and resolve that continued to inspire the Crusaders even after his death. King Baldwin IV's reign was tragically overshadowed by his battle with leprosy, a debilitating disease that progressively sapped his physical strength and ability to govern. Diagnosed at a young age, Baldwin's condition worsened as he aged, leading to increasing physical deformities and severe pain. By the time he reached his early 20s, the disease had significantly impaired his ability to perform even the most basic duties of kingship. Baldwin's hands and feet were affected to the point where he could no longer wield a sword or walk unaided, and his vision deteriorated rapidly. Despite these challenges, Baldwin remained mentally sharp and continued to make critical decisions for the kingdom. However, his deteriorating health inevitably limited his capacity to lead on the battlefield and to manage the day-to-day affairs of state, forcing him to rely more heavily on his advisors and to confront the necessity of appointing a regent. As Baldwin IV's health declined, the need for a regent became increasingly urgent. In 1183, recognising that his ability to rule was severely compromised, Baldwin made the difficult decision to appoint a regent to manage the kingdom's affairs on his behalf. He chose his cousin Raymond III of Tripoli, a seasoned statesman and military leader, to act as regent during his periods of incapacitation. This decision, however, was not without controversy and sparked internal struggles within the kingdom. The appointment of a regent highlighted the growing power vacuum and intensified existing rivalries among the nobility, who were divided over the kingdom's future leadership. Raymond's regency was met with resistance from factions who feared his growing influence and had their own ambitions for power. The internal discord was further exacerbated by Baldwin's deteriorating condition, which left the kingdom increasingly vulnerable to both internal strife and external threats, setting the stage for a protracted succession crisis. In an effort to secure the future of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, Baldwin IV took the unprecedented step of crowning his young nephew, Baldwin IV, as co-king in 1183. Baldwin VIII was the son of Baldwin IV's sister, Sibylla, and her first husband, William of Montferrat. The decision to crown the boy as co-king was driven by Baldwin IV's recognition that his own death was imminent, and the kingdom needed a clear line of succession to prevent a power struggle. The coronation of Baldwin V, who was just a child, was a strategic move to solidify the legitimacy of his lineage and to placate the various factions within the nobility. However, this decision also triggered a wave of political manoeuvring, as different factions within the kingdom sought to position themselves around the young king. Raymond III of Tripoli, as regent, and other influential nobles tried to control the regency and the decisions made on leading to a complex web of alliances and rivalries. The political landscape became increasingly volatile as everyone prepared for the inevitable moment when Baldwin IV would no longer be able to rule, and Baldwin V's frailty as a child king would become a focal point for contention. Sibylla, Baldwin IV's sister, played a crucial role in the unfolding succession crisis. As the mother of Baldwin V, she was positioned at the centre of the kingdom's power dynamics. Her marriage to Guy of Lusignan in 1180, orchestrated by Baldwin IV, was intended to strengthen the kingdom's defences by aligning it with a powerful French noble. However, Guy's perceived incompetence and ambition alienated many of the kingdom's nobility, who viewed him as a liability. Sibylla's loyalty to her husband, combined with her position as the mother of the heir, made her a pivotal figure in the kingdom's political intrigues. The decisions surrounding the crowning of Baldwin V and Sibylla's marriage to Guy of Lusignan had profound implications for the future of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Baldwin V's efforts to secure the succession by crowning Baldwin V ultimately failed to prevent the power struggles that erupted upon his death. Sibylla's unwavering support for Guy of Lusignan, despite his unpopularity, led to significant divisions within the kingdom. These divisions weakened the kingdom's unity at a critical moment, leaving it vulnerable to external threats. The succession crisis that followed Baldwin IV's death marked the beginning of a period of instability that would culminate in the fall of Jerusalem to Saladin in 1187. The final years of Baldwin IV's reign and the subsequent succession crisis were marked by intense infighting among the kingdom of Jerusalem's nobility. As Baldwin's health continued to decline, various factions within the kingdom sought to assert their influence over the regency and the future king, Baldwin V. This infighting was fueled by personal ambitions, long-standing rivalries, and differing visions for the kingdom's future. The power struggles were not confined to internal players. Foreign powers, particularly from Europe, also sought to influence the outcome of the succession. The arrival of Guy of Lusignan, a French nobleman, and his marriage to Sibylla introduced a new dynamic, as Guy's ties to powerful European families complicated the political landscape. The involvement of external forces further destabilized the already fragile political environment, as competing interests clashed over the control of the kingdom. These struggles weakened the kingdom's ability to present a united front against external threats, leaving it vulnerable to Saladin's growing power. The political turmoil in the Kingdom of Jerusalem was exacerbated by the tensions between the royal family, the nobility, and the powerful military orders such as the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller. These military orders, while sworn to protect the kingdom, often acted independently and held significant political and military power, sometimes conflicting with the interests of the crown and the nobility. Baldwin IV's declining health and the subsequent succession crisis heightened these tensions, as the military orders became key players in the power struggle. succession and the continuity of leadership. One of his last significant acts was the formal crowning of his nephew, Baldwin IV, as co-king in 1183, hoping to provide a clear line of succession. Additionally, Baldwin worked tirelessly to maintain the kingdom's defences, delegating authority to trusted nobles and regents who could manage the kingdom's affairs in his absence. His final years were marked by a deep sense of urgency as he sought to leave behind a kingdom capable of withstanding the immense pressures it faced. As his health continued to deteriorate, Baldwin IV made one last effort to preserve peace and maintain the kingdom of Jerusalem's defences against the growing threat of Saladin. Despite the deep animosity between them, Baldwin understood the necessity of diplomacy and sought to negotiate truces with Saladin, aiming to buy time for his weakened kingdom. These negotiations were crucial in delaying Saladin's full-scale assault on the kingdom. At the same time, Baldwin focused on reinforcing key fortifications and preparing the kingdom's defences for the inevitable conflict that would follow his death. His ability to maintain a fragile peace, even as his own condition worsened, underscored his determination to protect Jerusalem until his last breath. King Baldwin IV passed away in the spring of 1185, after years of battling the debilitating effects of leprosy. His death marked the end of an era for the Kingdom of Jerusalem, as the young king had been a central figure in the defence of the Crusader states against Saladin. Baldwin's death sent shockwaves through Jerusalem, as it left the kingdom without its most capable leader at a time of great peril. The immediate impact was a palpable sense of uncertainty and fear among the kingdom's inhabitants and leaders, who now faced the prospect of defending the realm under the regency of a child king, Baldwin V. The loss of Baldwin IV, a symbol of resilience and determination, was deeply felt across the kingdom. The transition of power following Baldwin IV's death was fraught with challenges, marking the beginning of the Kingdom of Jerusalem's decline. Baldwin V, the young co-king, was left to inherit a kingdom under siege, but his regency was short-lived, as he himself died in 1186, only a year after Baldwin IV. This sudden vacuum of leadership plunged the kingdom into a succession crisis, with competing factions vying for control. Sibylla, Baldwin IV's sister, crowned herself queen and elevated her husband, Guy of Lusignan, to the throne, a decision that further divided the nobility and weakened the kingdom's unity. The internal strife, combined with withstand several of Saladin's aggressive campaigns. Baldwin's reign saw the reinforcement of key fortresses and the strategic deployment of military forces, which played a vital role in securing the borders of the Crusader states. His foresight in military planning and his ability to adapt to the shifting political landscape were instrumental in prolonging the survival of the Christian states in the Levant, even as the Muslim forces grew stronger under Saladin's leadership. One of Baldwin IV's most significant contributions was his role in delaying Saladin's conquest of Jerusalem. Despite suffering from leprosy, Baldwin demonstrated remarkable tactical acumen on the battlefield. His leadership during the Battle of Montgisar in 1177, where he led a vastly outnumbered Christian army to a stunning victory against Saladin, is often highlighted as a turning point in the defence of the Crusader states. This victory not only bolstered the morale of the Crusaders, but also temporarily halted Saladin's advance, buying the Crusader states precious time. Baldwin's ability to mobilise his forces and repel invasions, even in the face of overwhelming odds, showcased his determination to preserve the kingdom of Jerusalem. His efforts to delay Saladin's conquest were not just a matter of military prowess, but also involved shrewd diplomacy as he navigated the complex alliances and rivalries among the Christian lords and the surrounding Muslim states. Baldwin IV's legacy has been shaped by his portrayal in medieval chronicles and later historical accounts. Chroniclers of the time, such as William of Tyre, depicted Baldwin as a tragic yet heroic figure, emphasising both his physical suffering and his resolute spirit. These accounts highlight the king's extraordinary courage and leadership despite his debilitating illness. In later historical narratives, Baldwin IV's reign has often been seen as a symbol of the struggle and resilience of the Crusader states during a period of relentless external pressure. Historians have praised his ability to govern effectively and lead his armies despite the limitations imposed by his illness, which has earned him a place among the most respected figures of the Crusades. The mythos surrounding the Leper King has also found a place in literature and popular culture. Baldwin IV's story has been romanticised and dramatised in various forms, from novels to films, where his character is often portrayed as a noble and tragic hero, battling both physical and political adversities. The image of the Leper King has transcended historical analysis, becoming a symbol of the broader themes of courage, sacrifice, and the tragic hero archetype. This enduring fascination with Baldwin IV in popular culture reflects the deep emotional and symbolic resonance of his story, which continues to captivate audiences and inspire interpretations that blend historical facts with elements of legend. In modern times, historians and media have offered various interpretations of Baldwin IV's reign, often focusing on the complexities of his leadership and the impact of his illness on his rule. Contemporary historians tend to view Baldwin IV as a leader who, despite his severe illness, managed to exert importance of Baldwin IV's story in understanding the complexities of medieval leadership and illness cannot be overstated. His reign offers valuable insights into the ways in which personal adversity and public duty intersected in the medieval world. Baldwin's ability to lead effectively, despite his condition, challenges modern perceptions of disability and leadership, illustrating how medieval society responded to and accommodated physical illness in its leaders. His story also provides a poignant example of the human capacity to endure and lead in the face of overwhelming challenges, making Baldwin IV not just a figure of historical interest, but also a source of inspiration for understanding the broader human experience. Baldwin IV, the leper king of Jerusalem, lived a life full of extraordinary challenges and remarkable achievements. Despite being afflicted with leprosy from a young age, he showed exceptional leadership and military skill, successfully defending the Crusader states against the powerful forces of Saladin. His reign was marked by strategic brilliance, the ability to inspire loyalty, and an unwavering commitment to protecting his kingdom. Baldwin's victories, particularly at Montgisart, and his efforts to maintain stability in the face of overwhelming odds, are a testament to his resilience and dedication. As I reflect on Baldwin IV's enduring legacy, I'm reminded of just how compelling his story is in the history of the Crusades. His life challenges our perceptions of medieval leadership and shows us that greatness can arise even in the face of severe physical adversity. Baldwin's influence reached far beyond his reign, leaving a lasting impact on the medieval world and continuing to inspire both historical inquiry and popular culture today. His legacy is a powerful reminder of the complexities and human elements that have shaped history. Thank you for watching ASMR History. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the life of Baldwin IV, please consider subscribing to the channel for more content on fascinating historical figures. And don't forget to comment down below with your thoughts and to suggest any topics you'd like me to cover in future videos. Wherever you are in the world, I hope you have a wonderful day and or night, and as always, sleep well. In ancient times, the Italian peninsula stood as a beacon of civilization, serving had struck terror in the kingdom of West Francia. In an effort to bring stability to his realm and stem the tide of Viking incursions, the Frankish king, Charles the Simple, made a bold move by offering Rollo a deal. The king proposed granting land to Rollo and his followers in exchange for their protection against other raiders. Rollo, recognizing the opportunity for power and influence, accepted the king's offer, leading to the establishment of the Duchy of Normandy. The Normans quickly integrated into the fabric of medieval Europe, adopting the French language and embracing Latin Christianity. They also implemented a feudal governance system, drawing inspiration from the Franks, but infusing it with their own distinct Norman characteristics. This blending of cultures and institutions allowed the Normans to carve out a unique identity and establish themselves as a formidable force in the region. Now, before we continue on our journey, I want to take a moment to welcome you, dear viewers, to the ASMR History Hub, where we explore the fascinating stories of the past in a calming and soothing way. For those of you returning, it's great to have you back with us. And if you're new here, welcome to the channel. I hope you stay a while and find something you like. I make videos on a huge range of historical topics, so please feel free to comment down below to suggest a topic you want me to cover. Now, in today's video, we'll be diving into the intriguing history of the Norman Kingdom in Italy, a remarkable chapter filled with adventure, conquest, and cultural fusion. So, find a nice spot, sit back, relax, and let the whispers of history guide you through this captivating tale. The Norman conquest of southern Italy and the subsequent creation of the Kingdom of Sicily exemplify the strategic prowess and adaptability of the Normans as they expanded their influence across Europe. Through a combination of military strength, political acumen, and cultural assimilation, the Normans transformed themselves from Viking raiders into sophisticated rulers of one of the most prosperous and culturally diverse kingdoms of the medieval era. In the region of Normandy, during the medieval era, the ownership of fiefs was predominantly in the hands of armed knights who maintained control over their territories through military strength and skill. This system was deeply ingrained in the Norman culture, with a small duchy witnessing a rise in population, which consequently led to conflicts among lesser lords competing for more land and power. These constant power struggles among the knightly warlords perpetuated the martial traditions inherited from their ancestors. However, the intense competition for limited land within Normandy eventually reached a point of oversaturation, prompting many young Norman knights to seek opportunities elsewhere. Driven by a desire for land, wealth, and the thrill of battle, these adventurous knights embarked on journeys abroad, ultimately finding themselves drawn southward into the heart of the Latin world. By the early 11th century, the Italian peninsula was a region sharply divided. Northern Italy was under the dominion of the Holy Roman Emperors of Germany, while southern Italy was characterised by a patchwork of states ruled by Lombard princes. The Norman knights, known for their formidable martial skills and adaptability, quickly assimilated into the local customs of their new surroundings, embracing the Latin language and Christian faith with ease. The Byzantine Empire held sway over certain territories in southern Italy, while Sicily flourished under Arab rule. The Normans saw immense potential in the decentralised yet prosperous lands that stretched from Syracuse to Capua, envisioning opportunities for expansion and conquest. In the year 1017, a group of Norman pilgrims travelling through Carcano encountered Melus of Bari, a Lombard noble from Byzantine Apulia. Melus, discontent with Byzantine rule, sought to overthrow his rulers and establish an independent realm. Recognising the military prowess and adventurous spirit of the Normans, Melus enlisted their support in his cause, offering them the opportunity to carve out their own destinies in the rich and diverse lands of southern Italy. Motivated by the allure of battle and the promise of riches, the Normans eagerly accepted an invitation to join forces with Melus, setting the stage for a tumultuous series of events. The partnership took a dark turn during the fierce clash at Cannae, where the Romans emerged victorious over the Lombard rebels and Norman mercenaries, signalling a significant setback for the Norman contingent. This defeat, however, proved to be a catalyst for change, as the Normans swiftly turned the tide by decisively quelling the rebellion, marking a pivotal moment in their history. Following their defeat at Cannae, the enterprising Byzantine leader Basil Boioannes recognised the untapped potential of the Frankish Norse warriors and astutely extended an offer to a group of knights within their ranks, promising them governance over the strategically vital fortress town of Troia. Basil successfully enticed the Normans to join his cause. This strategic move bore fruit when the Normans, under their new Byzantine patronage, effectively fended off an invading army led by the formidable Holy Roman Emperor in 1022. This triumph not only bolstered the Normans' reputation as elite mercenaries, but also solidified their standing as sought-after allies in the fiercely competitive landscape of southern Italy. Admired for their adeptness in navigating complex political landscapes, the Normans often leveraged their victories to secure the freedom and loyalty of their fellow warriors who found themselves on the losing side of conflicts. One such influential figure, Reinulf Drengot, emerged as a central figure in shaping Italy's intricate political tapestry. Initially aligned with the Byzantine-backed Prince of Capua, Reinulf and his Norman forces intervened decisively when the Lombard ruler faced overthrow by the Holy Roman Emperor, showcasing their loyalty and strategic acumen. In a deft manoeuvre that underscored their diplomatic finesse, Reinulf and the Normans sided with the Byzantines to aid the prince in reclaiming his throne, thereby reinforcing their reputation as dependable allies. Recognising the dynamic nature of power alliances in Italy, Reinulf made a calculated shift in political landscape of the region. In a gesture of gratitude, Sergius extended a valuable reward to the Normans by bestowing upon them a county, entrusting them with governance over the strategic town of Aversa. This gesture marked a pivotal moment for the Normans, as it provided them with a crucial opportunity to establish a firm territorial presence in Italy. By granting them autonomy and control over Aversa, Sergius inadvertently allowed the Normans to leverage the intricate political rivalries of the region to their advantage. This newfound power enabled the Normans to assert themselves and advance their own interests in the complex landscape of medieval Italy. During the early 11th century, the Hauteville family emerged as key figures among the Normans in Italy. Led by the influential patriarch Tancred and his 8 sons, the Hautevilles quickly rose to prominence through their military prowess and strategic acumen. Notable victories against Byzantine forces at pivotal battles in Olivento and Montemaggiore solidified the Hautevilles' position and allowed them to expand their territorial holdings into Apulia and Calabria. This expansion culminated in the establishment of the formidable Norman county of Melfi, further consolidating Norman power in the region. However, the Norman rule in their Italian domains was characterized by harsh governance and oppressive tactics, leading to discontent and rebellions among the native Lombard population. The Normans' aggressive plundering and reliance on mercenary activities fueled resentment and animosity towards their presence in Italy, particularly among the common people who bore the brunt of their actions. This discontent simmered and eventually boiled over into open rebellions, as the Lombards sought to resist Norman oppression and assert their own autonomy in the face of foreign rule. Recognizing the growing discontent and unrest in Italy, Pope Leo IX took decisive action in 1053 by spearheading a coalition against the Normans. This coalition, comprised of German Swabian troops, Lombard princes and Byzantine soldiers, posed a significant threat to Norman dominance in the region. With a formidable army of 6,000 soldiers assembled under the Pope's leadership, the alliance aimed to challenge the Norman hold on Italy and restore a sense of balance and order to the troubled lands. The Byzantines, under the command of Catapan Argyrus, stood ready to strike from the south, presenting a united front against Norman aggression and tyranny. Overall, the coalition led by Pope Leo IX represented a diverse array of factions that had all suffered under Norman rule, uniting against a common oppressor. This collective effort to challenge Norman dominance in Italy showcased the resilience and determination of those who sought to resist foreign influence and assert their own autonomy in the face of adversity. The confrontation between the Normans and their various foes, which included not only the Pope, but also the Lombard princes and the Byzantines, marked a pivotal moment in the power struggle in southern Italy. This clash would have a profound impact on the future of Norman influence in the region and would shape the trajectory of Italian politics for years to come. The Normans, who had established themselves through conquest In response to this threat, Count Humphrey de Hauteville, a key Norman leader, quickly mobilised his loyal troops in the Apulian region. Joining forces with him were Robert Guiscard, who brought additional troops from Calabria, and Richard Drenger, the nephew of Rainulf, who contributed soldiers from Aversa. Together they formed a formidable army consisting of 3,000 cavalry and 500 infantry. Recognising that their best chance of success lay in preventing the Pope from joining forces with the Byzantine army, the Normans took the bold step of marching north to intercept the papal troops. The decisive encounter took place on June 17th, 1053, near Civitate, where the Norman army met their adversaries in battle. The Franco-Norsemen strategically organised their forces into 3 divisions, with Richard Drenger leading the heavy cavalry on the right flank, Robert Guiscard commanding a mixed force of cavalry and infantry on the left, and Humphrey de Hauteville overseeing archers and dismounted knights in the centre. On the opposing side, the papal army stood ready with over 6,000 soldiers. Their formation included a solid line of Swabian infantry extending from the centre to the right, while the left flank consisted of a less organised mix of Italian and Lombardic levies. Despite the tense standoff between the two armies, the battle did not immediately erupt into full-scale conflict. Both sides carefully assessed the situation, knowing that the outcome of this confrontation would have far-reaching consequences for the power dynamics in southern Italy. Despite having double the number of troops compared to the Normans, the Pope faced a strategic dilemma and decided to wait for the arrival of his Byzantine allies, a move that stirred unease within the Norman ranks. The devoutly Catholic Norman knights hesitated to raise arms against the Church's supreme pontiff, highlighting the complexity of the situation. In an effort to ease tensions and avoid conflict, the Normans sent a delegation to the Pope, expressing their willingness to pledge allegiance. Unfortunately, their conciliatory gestures were met with disdain by Leo's German soldiers, who adamantly demanded their retreat to their homeland, further complicating the diplomatic landscape. As the night wore on, negotiations lingered, but the Normans found themselves in a precarious position. The imminent arrival of Byzantine reinforcements coupled with dwindling supplies posed a grave threat of starvation for the Normans, leaving them with no choice but to take action. Richard Drengot, a prominent Norman leader, seized the moment and initiated an attack, leading a charge that swiftly overwhelmed the papal left flank with his formidable heavy cavalry. The disarrayed militias and rebels on the opposing side proved no match for the disciplined and organised Norman cavalry, crumbling under the pressure. Simultaneously, a fierce battle unfolded as the Swabians engaged in a heated exchange of arrow fire with Humphrey's troops. The clash escalated into a brutal melee as the German infantry locked horns with the Norman knights on the central hill of the battlefield. Despite the Swabians' valiant resistance, the superior tactics and skill of the Normans against formidable odds. In the face of a formidable opponent, the Normans found themselves in a fierce battle against the Swabians. However, with the timely arrival of reinforcements on their right flank, the Normans were able to gain the upper hand and eventually overpower the valiant Swabians, who fought bravely until the very end. The Normans, emboldened by their victory, decided to advance towards the well-fortified walls of Civitate, where the Pope had taken refuge. Conflicting accounts emerged regarding the Pope's fate, with some suggesting that he surrendered to prevent bloodshed, while others claimed that he was forced out by the townspeople. Following the seizure of the Pope by the Normans, he was taken captive and held in Benevento, leading to the retreat of the Byzantine army in disappointment. Despite this, the Normans demonstrated a degree of respect towards the Pope by providing him with special treatment and engaging in negotiations that resulted in the signing of the Treaty of Melfi in 1059. This treaty officially recognized Norman territorial claims in Italy and solidified the establishment of the Duchy of Apulia and Calabria, with Robert Guiscard de Hauteville being appointed as its duke. The Normans wasted no time in consolidating their power in southern Italy, rapidly transitioning from humble pilgrims to ambitious conquerors within a mere 40 years. By the year 1060, they had successfully asserted their dominance over Apulia, conquered Calabria, and expanded their influence into Campania. Duke Robert and his brother Roger emerged as key figures in Norman Italy, continuously seeking out new territories to conquer, with their sights now set on Sicily, an island that had been under Muslim rule for over 150 years. The Normans were drawn to its fertile lands and strategic location across the Messina Strait. Sicily was renowned as the wealthiest island in the Mediterranean, making it an enticing target for the ambitious Norman conquerors. The Norman incursion into Sicily marked a pivotal turning point in their expansion efforts, as they directly challenged the established Muslim authority that had long held sway over the island. Despite Sicily being home to a diverse population of around 350,000 individuals in Europe, the region found itself in a state of turmoil by 1060. This unrest was sparked by the assassination of the last Kalbid emir in 1052, which led to the fragmentation of the political landscape into three rivaling principalities, each vying for control. Amidst this chaos, a significant number of indigenous Greek Christians residing on the island began to yearn for greater autonomy and sought a fellow Christian protector from beyond the seas. The Pope, envisioning Robert Guiscard as the instrument of Christian conquest in Sicily, despite lacking direct jurisdiction over the territory, saw an opportunity for the Norman leader to assert dominance over the region. Robert, driven by ambition and the prospect of seizing a prosperous land, eagerly embraced the chance to expand his influence. The path to invading Sicily became clear when the ruler of Syracuse sought Roger de Hauteville's assistance in Calabria against the ruler of Agrigento. Roger, eager to prove his mettle, swiftly organised a Norman force and launched an of Sicily, the Normans strategized a return to the island. In the following spring, they assembled a larger army led by the Hauteville siblings to mount a more formidable campaign. To outmaneuver the Muslim naval forces, a clever plan was devised. Robert would create a diversion to draw attention away, while Roger executed a covert crossing to Sicily. Moving stealthily through the countryside, the Normans positioned themselves unseen and prepared for the decisive actions that lay ahead. Poised to further their conquest of the rich Sicilian territory, Roger was truly astonished by the incredible success of Robert's strategic manoeuvres. The city's defences had been left surprisingly weak, allowing the Normans to swiftly and effortlessly seize control with minimal opposition. The Muslim army, caught off guard and encircled, had no choice but to retreat to the west, creating an opportunity for the Normans to assert their dominance. The reception of the Normans by the Greek Christian population in Messina further solidified their triumph. The locals viewed the Normans as saviours and greeted them warmly, even going as far as organising a Thanksgiving ceremony to honour the conquering knights. This positive reception boosted the morale of the Normans as they continued their military campaign across Sicily. Joined by their Muslim ally Ibn Timna, the Hautevilles strategically advanced deeper into the heart of the island. The support from the majority of the eastern Sicilian population, who favoured Ibn Timna, facilitated the Norman conquest as they encountered little resistance along their path, overcoming various challenges, including the swift capture of Paterno and the subsequent siege of the formidable fortress of Enna, displayed the Normans' tactical cunning and military prowess. The clever ploy of raiding the surrounding countryside to goad Ibn Hawaz into a decisive battle proved successful, as the heavily armoured Norman knights emerged victorious against Hawaz's outnumbered Arabic infantry forces. Recognising the limitations of his stretched forces, Robert made the strategic decision to consolidate his gains in the northeast of Sicily, leaving the resilient fortress of Enna untaken. Meanwhile, Roger's triumphant entry into the Greek Christian town of Troina was met with adoration and celebration, establishing him as a local hero. Despite enjoying the winter in Troina, news of Judith of Evreux arrival in Calabria prompted Roger to hasten his return home for their impending marriage, marking a significant personal milestone amidst the backdrop of the Norman conquest of Sicily. The happiness of their marriage was short-lived due to emerging domestic conflicts. Roger became increasingly angered by his brother's tendency to claim the majority of land and spoils from their conquests. He felt it was unfair and demanded a more equal distribution of titles and privileges, threatening to take what he believed was rightfully his by force. Roger's frustration escalated. Robert, fueled by anger at his brother's defiance, decided to lay siege to Roger's capital at Mileto. In a daring move, Roger managed to escape in disguise to Duras, with Robert hot on his heels. The townspeople of Duras, loyal to Roger, captured Robert and pursuit. Realising the gravity of the situation and the potential consequences for his political ambitions without Robert, Roger agreed to a tearful reconciliation. He was promised a fair division of land and spoils in exchange for averting a potentially devastating civil war. This reconciliation not only salvaged their fraternal bond, but also ensured the stability of the Haute-Ville's conquest of Sicily. The situation on the southern island significantly improved. Despite the setback of losing their local supporter, Ibn Timna, in the north, while battling against Ibn Hawas. Undeterred by this loss, the Haute-Villes continued their campaign. Roger made his return to Sicily in the summer of 1062, while Robert remained in Apulia to suppress rebellions supported by the Byzantines. However, upon their return to Troina, the Norman forces were met with unexpected resistance. Initially welcomed as liberators by the Greek Christians, the Normans soon revealed a ruthless side, showing little regard for justice as they seized what they desired. Unaware of the growing discontent within the city, Roger departed with most of his troops to lay siege to Nicosia, leaving Judith behind. This decision to split their forces would have unforeseen consequences as tensions simmered in Troina, setting the stage for further challenges for the Norman rulers in their quest for dominance in Sicily. The events that unfolded in Troina were nothing short of dramatic and intense. The initial rebellion by the locals, incited by their desire to use Judith as leverage against Roger, quickly spiralled into chaos as a frenzied mob formed. The Norman garrison in Troina, sensing the imminent threat to Judith's safety, bravely rallied to protect her, resulting in a fierce and bloody confrontation that played out in the narrow, winding streets of the town. As tensions mounted, Roger, the Norman leader, rushed back to Troina to bolster the garrison's defence, only to be met with a surprising turn of events. A significant number of Muslims from the surrounding areas, along with Christian Greeks, joined forces against the Normans, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. In a strategic move to regroup and consolidate their forces, Roger made the difficult decision to retreat to the safety of the citadel, where they braced themselves for what seemed like an inevitable siege. The Normans' resolve was tested as they endured a harsh winter for 4 long months within the confines of the citadel, facing dwindling supplies and mounting pressure from the besieging forces. However, fate smiled upon them when a critical opportunity presented itself. The Saracen guards, seeking solace from the biting cold, succumbed to the temptation of forbidden red wine, rendering them vulnerable and complacent. Seizing upon this unexpected opening, Roger orchestrated a daring and clandestine expedition under the cover of a frigid January night. With stealth and precision, the Normans managed to subdue the inebriated Muslim outposts, swiftly turning the tide of the conflict in their favour. A fierce battle ensued as the Normans launched a counter-offensive to reclaim control of the city from the besieging forces. The escalating threat posed by the Normans did not go unnoticed by the Muslim rulers of Sicily, sons of Zirid Sultan Tamim. This formidable alliance underscored the gravity of the situation and the collective resolve to repel the Norman invasion at all costs. Meanwhile, as Roger was compelled to temporarily withdraw to Calabria to replenish his knights' exhausted horses, he was heartened to find his wife Judith effectively assuming a leadership role in the defence of Troina. Her unwavering courage and strategic acumen played a pivotal role in bolstering the morale and resilience of the Norman forces during this critical juncture, underscoring the significance of her contribution to the unfolding saga of Troina. During the Norman band's pillaging of the Sicilian countryside for supplies, a formidable Muslim army began to amass in Palermo and set its sights on advancing towards Roger's position on the island. Roger, faced with an alarming situation, found himself with a mere 130 knights and 500 infantrymen at his command. To complicate matters further, his brother Robert was preoccupied battling the Byzantines in Apulia, leaving Roger without any hope of immediate reinforcements. The Benedictine monk Malaterra, known for his tendency towards exaggeration, claimed that the Saracen army could have numbered as high as 50,000 soldiers. Though this number was likely inflated, it was undeniable that the Muslims held a substantial numerical advantage over Roger's forces. In an effort to avoid being besieged, Roger made the strategic decision to dispatch his cousin Serlo with a small contingent of 30 knights to secure the town of Cerami, situated 8 miles to the west of Troina. The confrontation between Serlo's knights and the Muslim vanguard in June of 1063 proved to be a pivotal moment. Despite the relentless assaults by the Muslims to breach the town's defences, the Norman defenders exhibited unwavering resolve and successfully held their ground. Roger's timely arrival with the bulk of his forces led to a full-scale engagement with the Saracen army. The Norman knights, though vastly outnumbered, showcased their exceptional resilience and adept tactical manoeuvres, effectively withstanding the fierce Muslim assaults. Meanwhile, Serlo orchestrated a daring attack on the Muslim left flank, swiftly cutting through the lightly armoured Saracen ranks to join forces with the main Norman army. As darkness descended upon the battlefield, the morale of the Muslim forces began to falter, ultimately resulting in their retreat. While Malaterra's assertion of over 20,000 Muslim casualties at Cerami is likely an embellishment, the victory achieved by the Normans was indisputable. Much like the Battle of Civitate solidified their authority in southern Italy, the Battle of Cerami served to underscore the Normans' supremacy in Sicily. The successful defence and triumph at Cerami further cemented the Normans' reputation as formidable warriors and strategic masterminds in the region, solidifying their hold on the island against formidable adversaries. Following their successful control over the northeastern region of Sicily, the Normans encountered several challenges in their quest to conquer the entire island. In 1064, brothers Roger and Robert launched a joint consolidation of power. However, during the siege, an unexpected obstacle arose as their camp became overrun by a venomous species of tarantula. Faced with this unforeseen threat, the Normans made a strategic decision to halt the campaign temporarily. The subsequent years proved to be tumultuous for the Normans in Sicily, with conflicts arising on multiple fronts. Robert had to return to Apulia to suppress rebellions within his own territories, leaving Roger to manage the Sicilian domains independently. Despite his efforts to maintain control over the conquered territories, Roger faced difficulties in advancing further into regions still under the rule of Muslim emirs. After a period of relative calm, hostilities resumed in 1068, when Roger achieved a significant victory over the Muslims in a decisive battle near Mysilmeri. This triumph not only bolstered Norman confidence, but also sowed discord among the Muslim factions in Sicily. The Calpedes of Palermo, under the leadership of Ibn Hawas, blamed their defeat on the intervention of North African Zirids, and subsequently rebelled against their authority. The turmoil in Palermo culminated in the demise of Ibn Hawas, prompting the Zirid princes to retreat to North Africa, acknowledging their losses in Sicily. With the Muslim rule in Sicily weakened and the capital city vulnerable to potential invasion, the Normans saw an opportunity to further expand their control over the island. The events following the battle near Mysilmeri set the stage for the Normans to capitalise on the internal strife among the Muslim factions and potentially make significant territorial gains in Sicily. In 1071, the formidable Robert Guiscard successfully completed a demanding military campaign in Apulia, culminating in the capture of Bari and effectively eradicating the Byzantine presence in Italy. This significant victory solidified the control of the Franco-Norseman forces over the southern mainland, enabling them to direct their attention towards the strategic city of Palermo, a coveted gem in the Mediterranean region. The united forces of the Hauteville brothers swiftly besieged Palermo, and by 1072 the city fell under Norman rule, marking a pivotal moment in the Norman conquest of Sicily. The triumph in Palermo granted the Hautevillers a momentary respite in their conflict with the Islamic presence in Sicily. However, instead of resting on their laurels, the Hauteville brothers, particularly Roger, the first appointed Count of Sicily, shifted their focus towards further expansions. Their sights turned towards key territories such as Naples, Amalfi, Salerno, and Abruzzo, highlighting their ambition and strategic prowess in extending Norman influence across the region. The relentless advance of the de Hauteville forces continued unabated, with the fall of Syracuse in 1085, marking the end of significant Muslim resistance in Sicily. This relentless push culminated in the conquest of Noto in 1091, solidifying Norman dominance and effectively ending nearly 2 centuries of Muslim rule on the island. Over the ensuing century, the borders of the Norman realm remained relatively stable, fostering a diverse and culturally vibrant society. The Normans, in conjunction with their Orthodox Greek and Muslim Arab subjects, created a unique and dynamic kingdom in medieval Europe, characterized by a rich tapestry of traditions and influences. As the Norman Conquest continued, setting the stage for further developments, tensions arose within the Muslim community, particularly concerning conflicts involving the Pope and interactions with the Greeks of Eastern Rome, facing their own challenges of conquest attempts. These complex dynamics added layers of intrigue and complexity to the evolving narrative of the Norman conquests and their impact on the wider Mediterranean region. In the pivotal year of 1071, the strategic and resourceful Guiscard skillfully orchestrated the capture of Bari, effectively bringing an end to the Byzantine rule in Apulia and thereby signalling the conclusion of 500 years of Eastern Roman influence in Italy. This triumph not only solidified Norman dominance in the region, but also set the stage for a new chapter of expansion and conquest for the Norman Knights. With their victory over the Byzantines secured, the Normans turned their attention northward, driven by a thirst for new challenges, military glory, and material wealth. They embarked on a campaign of raiding and plundering through the tumultuous lands of Benevento and the Abruzzi, territories that nominally fell under the jurisdiction of the Papal States. Despite maintaining a somewhat stable yet uneasy relationship with the Normans following an earlier clash at Civitate in 1053, the papacy found itself increasingly at odds with the Franco-Norsemen as they began to directly deplete the church's resources. This strained dynamic escalated when Gregory VII assumed the papal throne in 1073 and sought to confront Guiscard. When the cunning Guiscard rebuffed the Pope's request for a meeting, Gregory VII took the drastic step of excommunicating him and attempted to rally support for a holy war against the Norman Knights by enlisting the aid of southern French and northern Italian nobles. However, the Pope's efforts to muster a significant coalition proved challenging, leaving him with no choice but to reluctantly tolerate the continued presence of the aggressive Norman Knights in the vicinity of the Papal States. Simultaneously, the papacy found itself embroiled in a separate conflict with the German king over the investiture dispute, a power struggle that revolved around the question of who held supremacy in appointing church officials. The intensifying rivalry between the Pope and the ambitious King Henry IV raised concerns of potential military coercion from the north, prompting the Pope to seek military support from the southern regions. The complex web of political manoeuvring and power struggles unfolding in Italy during this period underscored the intricate interplay of religious, territorial, and dynastic ambitions that shaped the medieval landscape. In the historical records of June 1080, a significant pact was struck between Gregory VII and Robert Guiscard, the elder Duke of Apulia and Calabria. This accord marked a pivotal moment as Guiscard swore fealty was multifaceted, with Guiscard seeking absolution from excommunication for his past transgressions against the Papal States. In return for this forgiveness, Guiscard was allowed to retain control over the territories he had captured, albeit with the expectation that he would show contrition and vaguely promise to make reparations in the future. This diplomatic reconciliation between Guiscard and the papacy not only resolved their immediate conflict, but also set the stage for a broader political realignment. It foreshadowed the growing involvement of the Normans in the escalating tensions between the Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor, a conflict that loomed ominously in the near future. With his differences with the Pope now settled, Guiscard shifted his attention towards the east, eyeing the weakening Eastern Roman Empire as a potential target. During this period, in the late 11th century, the Byzantine Empire was in a state of rapid decline, exacerbated by a series of setbacks, including the Norman expulsion from Italy and a crushing defeat at the hands of the Seljuk Turks at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071. These events had inflicted severe losses on the Byzantines, particularly in Anatolia. Recognizing the vulnerabilities of the Byzantine Empire, the Emperor of Constantinople, Michael VII, sought to placate Guiscard by offering concessions. The alliance between the Normans and the Byzantines was further solidified through a strategic marriage, as Guiscard's daughter wed the son of the Byzantine Emperor. This union ushered in a period of relative peace, marked by the payment of an annual tribute from the Byzantines to the Franco-Norman rulers. However, this period of stability was short-lived, as internal strife within the Byzantine Empire erupted in 1078 when Nicephorus Botaniates seized power from Michael VII in a civil war. This power struggle severed Guiscard's ties to the imperial family and disrupted the fragile peace that had been established between the Normans and the Byzantines. In 1080, Guiscard received surprising news from a man claiming to be Michael VII, requesting his support to reclaim the Byzantine throne. However, the real Michael VII had already withdrawn from political life and become a monk. This intriguing turn of events presented Guiscard with a tempting opportunity to expand his influence into the Byzantine Balkans. Seizing upon the false Michael VII's plea for assistance, Guiscard saw a chance to invade the region in 1081. By pretending to aid the impostor emperor, Guiscard assembled a formidable fleet of ships and a diverse array of troops. Meanwhile, in Constantinople, a new emperor, Alexios Komnenos, had recently ascended to power, adding another layer of complexity to the unfolding events. The stage was set for a momentous clash in medieval history as the Norman invasion force, consisting of around 700 heavy knights and 15,000 light cavalry, infantry and crossbowmen, set sail across the Adriatic Sea on Byzantine-style ships. Guiscard's son took charge of the initial assault, swiftly capturing towns along the Balkan shoreline before the main fleet arrived. As the Normans regrouped at Aulon, they carefully planned their next strategic moves, aiming to advance north towards the strategically crucial crucial fortress of Dyrrhachium. Despite facing obstacles such as the formidable citadel on Corfu, the Normans persevered and succeeded in establishing their presence along the Balkan coast. Their next target was Dyrrhachium, a fortress steeped in historical significance due to its association with the ancient confrontation between Caesar and Pompey. Dyrrhachium stood as a vital stronghold of Eastern Roman authority in the Western Balkans, making it a highly coveted prize for both the Normans and the Byzantines. The stage was now set for a momentous showdown between these two powerful forces, with the Normans poised to challenge the long-standing Byzantine control over the region. The impending clash at Dyrrhachium promised to be a significant event that would shape the course of history in the Balkans. Situated on a lengthy and slender peninsula, which was cut off from the mainland by dense swampy marshes, the area presented a formidable challenge for any invading force. However, the strategic importance of capturing this territory could not be overstated, as it held the potential to weaken the Byzantine defences significantly. A successful conquest could open up a pathway for the Normans to make substantial incursions into Greece, and even pose a threat to Constantinople by advancing across the Aegean Sea. The Norman expedition encountered its first major obstacle when Guiscard's fleet suffered severe losses to a fierce storm while navigating along the treacherous coastline. Despite this setback, the majority of the Norman army had wisely chosen a land route and managed to press forward. By June 17th, the Normans had established their encampment just outside the walls of Dyrrhachium, setting up their base amidst the ruins of an ancient Roman settlement nearby. Meanwhile, Emperor Alexios of the Byzantine Empire demonstrated his strategic acumen by recognizing the limitations of his own naval forces in countering the Norman threat at sea. To bolster his maritime capabilities, he turned to his ally, the powerful maritime Republic of Venice. Although Venice was nominally under Byzantine suzerainty, it operated as an autonomous commercial empire driven by its economic interests. The Normans' ambitions directly threatened Venetian trade dominance in the Adriatic, prompting Doge Domenico Selvo to throw his support behind Byzantium. Consequently, a Venetian fleet was swiftly dispatched southward to challenge the Norman blockade at Dyrrhachium. On the battlefield, as the conflict unfolded, Guiscard's troops made use of Byzantine-style siege towers known as helepolis in their relentless attempts to breach the citadel's formidable northern and eastern defences. Despite their determined efforts, the defenders of Dyrrhachium managed to repel the Norman assaults and effectively neutralise the siege machinery through well-coordinated counterattacks. Their resolute defence stood as a testament to the strength and resilience unleashed the fearsome Greek fire upon the Norman vessels. The ensuing battle was described as a chaotic and fiery rout, ultimately resulting in a resounding victory for the Venetians. The defeat suffered by the Normans dealt a severe blow to their leader, Guiscard, as it handed control of the Adriatic Sea to the Byzantines and Venetians, effectively cutting off Guiscard's crucial supply lines from Italy. Isolated from essential provisions and struggling against the unforgiving climate of southern Illyria, the Norman camp was soon beset by famine and disease, further weakening their already precarious position. By August, Emperor Alexios had rallied a diverse coalition of forces, uniting former adversaries such as Armenians, Turks, Frankish mercenaries, the elite tagmators of Thrace and Macedon, and a contingent of Serbian troops led by King Constantine Boda. This formidable force, numbering approximately 18,000 to 20,000 soldiers, included a mix of Norse and Anglo-Saxon fighters alongside the renowned Varangian Guard, considered the cream of the Eastern Roman army. Marching along the ancient Roman road known as Via Ignatia, the coalition reached Dyrrhachium on October 15th, establishing their camp on the northern shore of a vast lagoon near the citadel. As Emperor Alexios convened his military council, diverse perspectives were presented, with some advocating for a cautious approach, while others pressed for an immediate confrontation. Ultimately, the faction favouring swift action prevailed, setting the stage for the impending clash with the Normans. On the morning of October the 17th, the Byzantine forces made a strategic move by crossing the lagoon to launch a surprise attack on the Norman encampment from the east. This marked the beginning of the highly anticipated and decisive battle that would unfold between the two formidable armies. In a bold display of determination, Guiscard, the Norman leader, ordered his remaining ships to be set ablaze, symbolising his unwavering commitment to fight until the very end. As darkness shrouded the battlefield, Guiscard meticulously organised his army into 3 distinct sections, each with its own designated leader. Bohemond was tasked with leading the left wing, Amycetas commanded the right wing, while Guiscard himself took charge of the central division. The core of the Norman cavalry was strategically positioned in the centre, poised and ready for the imminent clash that would ensue the following day, October 18th. In response to Guiscard's tactical preparations, Alexios, the Byzantine emperor, swiftly organised his troops into 3 divisions as well. To counter the threat of the Norman cavalry charges, the Varangians, renowned for their elite prowess in battle, were placed at the forefront of the Byzantine formation. Notably, among the Varangians were Anglo-Saxon warriors who had previously fought at Hastings in 1066, driven by a deep desire for vengeance against their Norman foes. A pivotal moment arose when Guiscard dispatched his light cavalry to provoke and harass the Varangian vanguard. Despite the relentless attacks, the English fighters Saxons effectively repelled the Norman light cavalry and conscripts, forcing them into a hasty retreat. In this climactic clash of military might, the intricate manoeuvres, strategic positioning, and fierce determination of both the Norman and Byzantine forces set the stage for a gripping and monumental battle that would ultimately shape the course of history. In the midst of the chaotic battlefield, a fierce and intense clash erupted between the agile Norman light infantry and the steadfast Byzantine centre and right flank. The combatants engaged in a relentless struggle for dominance, each side refusing to give an inch of ground. The clash of swords, the thunder of hooves, and the cries of warriors filled the air, creating a scene of chaos and bloodshed. As the battle reached a critical juncture, the Varangian warriors, buoyed by their success in repelling the initial Norman assault, made the fateful decision to pursue the retreating enemy forces. This ill-advised move proved to be a fatal misstep, as it left the Varangians isolated and exposed to a cunning flanking manoeuvre by Guiscard's troops. Seizing the opportunity with ruthless efficiency, Guiscard swiftly dispatched a contingent to strike at the unsuspecting Varangians' left flank, catching them off guard and inflicting devastating losses. The surviving Varangian warriors, realizing their perilous situation, sought refuge within the walls of the Church of St. Michael. Tragically, their sanctuary turned into a fiery tomb as the Normans, determined to crush their foes, set the church ablaze, ensuring the annihilation of all trapped within. The horrific fate of the Varangians sent shockwaves through the Byzantine ranks, shattering their morale and sowing seeds of doubt and fear. The grim turn of events further exacerbated the already precarious situation for Emperor Alexios and his forces. The withdrawal of the Turkish and Serbian allies, disheartened by the Varangians' demise, dealt a severe blow to the Byzantine army's strength and resolve. Despite the valiant efforts of Alexios to rally his troops, the relentless Norman onslaught proved too much to withstand. Guiscard, recognizing the vulnerability of the demoralized Byzantine forces, ordered a decisive cavalry charge that shattered the remnants of Roman morale and inflicted heavy casualties. The defeat was a bitter pill for Alexios to swallow, prompting him to make a difficult decision to retreat to the fortress of Ohrid in order to regroup and strategize for a new defensive plan. The aftermath of the Battle of Dyrrhachium was marked by a heavy toll on both sides, with the Byzantines bearing the brunt of the losses. The fortress remained under siege for an additional 4 grueling months, a testament to the tenacity and determination of both the attackers and defenders. Ultimately, a betrayal by an Italian citizen provided Guiscard with the opportunity to seize the citadel in February of 1082, marking the conclusion of a brutal and costly chapter in the ongoing conflict. In a critical juncture marked by dire circumstances, Emperor Alexios I Komnenos of the Byzantine Empire made a fateful decision to deplete the imperial treasury and offer a substantial sum to the King of the Germans in a last-ditch effort to divert the advancing Norman forces from Italy. The consequences of the ensuing battle left the Byzantine Empire teetering on the edge, prompting Alexios to take urgent measures to bolster his defences against any further Norman incursions. Amidst the backdrop of the Byzantine conflict and the investiture controversy with the Pope, King Henry IV of Germany seized the opportunity presented by Alexios's generous tribute and turned his attention towards striking a blow against his primary adversary. Leading his formidable forces through the rugged terrain of the Italian peninsula, the German monarch launched a relentless assault on Rome, making a bold and decisive move that shook the foundations of the region. Meanwhile, in the southern Italian region of Apulia, Robert Guiscard, the Norman leader, found himself grappling with a revolt instigated by his vassals, a rebellion that bore the hallmarks of possible Byzantine involvement and influence. Following the swift conquest of Castoria, Guiscard and his battle-hardened troops set their sights on Thessaloniki, the temporary headquarters of Emperor Alexios. As the situation escalated, news of the uprisings in Apulia reached Duke Robert, prompting him to hasten back to quell the rebellion and leaving the stage set for a pivotal confrontation between his untested son, Bohemond, and the resilient Byzantine Emperor Alexios Vaskomnenos. In an unexpected twist of events, Bohemond diverged from his father's original strategy and led his forces southwest towards Ioannina, the capital of Epirus. On the march, Bohemond forged crucial alliances with the local Vlachs in Thessaly, who harboured deep-seated grievances against Byzantine rule and oppression. By the close of April, Bohemond's troops arrived at the gates of Ioannina, compelling the city to surrender to the Normans to avert the brutal pillaging and plundering that often accompanied such conquests. This bold manoeuvre not only showcased Bohemond's strategic acumen, but also underscored the complexities and shifting alliances that defined the tumultuous political landscape of the era. Following the initial engagement with Bohemond's expeditionary force, Bohemond took the strategic initiative by fortifying the city's defences to prepare for any potential counterattacks. Simultaneously, Alexios regrouped in Constantinople, facing the challenge of assembling a new army with limited resources at his disposal. Despite the exact size of Alexios' army remaining unknown, historical accounts suggest that it likely outnumbered Bohemond's forces at this stage. As the summer progressed, Alexios strategically positioned his army near Ioannina, a key strategic location. Recognizing the threat posed by the Norman cavalry charge, which had proven devastating in previous encounters, Alexios devised a clever plan to counter this formidable foe. By concealing a squadron of light chariots behind infantry and riders beneath resulting in chaos and confusion within Alexios's ranks. The subsequent battle was fierce and brutal, with many of Alexios's troops fleeing the battlefield in disarray. Facing a humiliating defeat, Alexios decided to retreat to Thessaloniki to regroup his remaining forces. To strengthen his army, Alexios resorted to seizing treasures from the Orthodox Church to hire mercenaries, a controversial decision that drew disapproval from the clergy. Meanwhile, emboldened by his victory at Ioannina, Bohemond led his troops southward to besiege the city of Arta. In response, Alexios swiftly marched to relieve the city from Norman control, employing strategic tactics to counter the impending threat. Anticipating a frontal cavalry assault from the Normans, Alexios strategically placed caltrops hidden in the grass ahead of his forces. This tactical move aimed to disrupt the Norman horses and facilitate a flank attack with his light cavalry, showcasing Alexios's adaptability and resourcefulness in the face of a formidable adversary. Bohemond, known for his strategic acumen, made a decisive move by organising his knights into distinct left and right wings, a tactical formation often associated with pincer attacks in medieval warfare. By executing this manoeuvre, Bohemond aimed to encircle and overwhelm the Byzantine forces, skillfully navigating past the caltrops set up as defensive obstacles. This bold strategy paid off as the Byzantine army, already demoralised and intimidated by the reputation of the formidable Normans, succumbed to the pressure of the dual assault, resulting in their decisive defeat. The defeated Byzantine forces under Alexios' command had no choice but to retreat hastily to the safety of Constantinople, leaving Bohemond in control of the battlefield. With the Byzantine army in retreat and Alexios regrouping in Constantinople, Bohemond saw an opening to expand his territorial conquests. He capitalised on the opportunity by leading his forces northeast, swiftly subduing strategic locations such as Skopje and nearby towns, before redirecting his campaign southwards to Castoria by the onset of mid-autumn. However, the harsh weather conditions in western Macedonia presented a logistical challenge for Bohemond's army, prompting him to shift his focus towards the more hospitable plains of Thessaly. Setting his sights on the prosperous capital city of Larissa, Bohemond initiated a siege on November 3rd, encircling the city and subjecting it to the relentless pressure of his Norman knights. Inside Larissa, the Byzantine governor Leocephalas valiantly led the defence efforts against the Norman invaders, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to Constantinople. However, as the siege prolonged and supplies dwindled, the morale within the city began to falter, creating internal discord and weakening the resolve of its defenders. Sensing an opportunity to break the deadlock, Emperor Alexios, determined to save his embattled empire, employed a multifaceted strategy to counter Bohemond's advances. Initially resorting to diplomatic manoeuvres to sow dissent among the Norman ranks, Alexios eventually sought military assistance from Sultan Suleiman. prowess of the Norman knights, Alexios devised a series of ambush tactics and guerrilla warfare strategies to counter their superior combat skills. Despite facing successive defeats at the hands of the Normans, Alexios remained resolute in his determination to break the siege and repel the invaders from Byzantine territory. The stage was set for a final showdown between the battle-hardened Normans and the resilient forces under Alexios's command, with the fate of the empire hanging in the balance. In July of 1083, a cunning strategy unfolded on the plains of Larissa as Byzantine soldiers executed a meticulously planned trap against the Normans. Initially, the Byzantine forces deliberately misled the Normans, lulling them into a false sense of security with a tactical retreat to the strategic location of Lycostomia. This strategic manoeuvre was made possible by the invaluable knowledge of the terrain provided by a local farmer, highlighting the importance of local intelligence in military operations. The deceptive ploy orchestrated by the Byzantines had a profound impact on the morale of the Norman army, setting the stage for a pivotal moment in the battle. The turning point came when Count Brienne, showcasing his military prowess, executed a flanking manoeuvre against the Norman knights. By skillfully diverting the attention of the Normans, Brienne's squadron managed to retaliate against their assailants. However, the agility and tactics of the Turkic mounted archers proved to be a formidable challenge for the heavy Norman cavalry. The Turkic mounted archers, renowned for their speed and precision, outmaneuvered the Norman knights with ease, encircling them swiftly and targeting their vulnerable horses. In the midst of the ensuing chaos, Brienne attempted to signal for reinforcements, but was thwarted by severed communication lines, leading to his isolation from Bohemond's squadron. Meanwhile, Bohemond, having halted his pursuit of the Byzantine decoy army, established a temporary camp on Calabria, a river island characterized by marshy terrain near Larissa. Reports from Byzantine sources painted a picture of Bohemond's complacency as he lounged and indulged in grapes, oblivious to the imminent danger lurking in the shadows. The gravity of the situation dawned on Bohemond when Brienne's squadron finally regrouped with him, revealing the dire circumstances they were facing. increase the survivability of his forces against Alexios' advancing army. As the battle progressed, Alexios started to gain a steady advantage over the Normans, gradually turning the tide decisively in his favour. The pivotal moment arrived when a stray arrow found its mark on Bohemond's standard bearer, triggering a wave of panic among the Norman ranks. The sudden chaos caused the Normans to scatter in disarray, with many fleeing towards the safety of Tricala in a desperate attempt to regroup and reassess their situation. Sensing the vulnerability of the Norman forces, Alexios astutely exploited the weakened morale by employing a shrewd tactic of offering alluring rewards and prestigious titles to any noble who would defect from Bohemond's camp and join the Byzantine cause. This strategic manoeuvre further fractured the already shaky unity within the Norman ranks, as the promise of grand incentives enticed individuals to reconsider their allegiance. Despite Bohemond's valiant efforts, he found himself unable to match the enticing incentives and rewards offered by Alexios, especially after years of campaigning in the rugged Balkan terrain had strained his resources and depleted his coffers. Faced with a looming threat of mutiny brewing among his disillusioned troops, Bohemond had no choice but to make a strategic retreat across the Adriatic, relinquishing his hard-won conquests in Macedonia and Thessaly to the Eastern Roman Empire. While the Battle of Larissa stood as a significant triumph for Alexios, the ambitious emperor's aspirations extended beyond mere victory on the battlefield. Recognizing the importance of securing alliances and bolstering his naval strength, Alexios deftly rallied the Venetians back into his fold by offering them lucrative trade privileges and the establishment of a colony in Constantinople. In return for their support, the Venetian naval commanders swiftly mobilized their warships, expelling the Normans from strategic outposts like Dyrrhachium and Corfu, thereby restoring these vital territories to Byzantine control. With the successful conclusion of the Balkan military campaign, the cunning strategies of the Komnenian emperor emerged victorious over the formidable Norman knights, effectively safeguarding the Eastern Roman Empire from the brink of complete annihilation. Alexios' diplomatic acumen and military prowess not only secured his realm's territorial integrity, but also solidified his reputation as a skilled strategist and a masterful statesman in the complex geopolitical landscape of medieval Europe. In Italy, Robert Guiscard faced the challenging task of suppressing uprisings in Apulia for a lengthy period of 15 months. prestigious title of Charlemagne, Holy Roman Emperor. Upon receiving news of Robert Guiscard's advancing army, King Henry opted to evade direct conflict, having achieved his immediate goals and quite possibly harbouring apprehensions about the formidable military capabilities of the Normans. Consequently, he withdrew his forces and retreated to Germany. Upon his arrival in Rome in 1084, Guiscard had expected a triumphant reception, but instead encountered strong opposition from a resentful Roman populace who threw their support behind Emperor Henry rather than the hidden Pope. Undeterred by this unexpected resistance, the seasoned military leader devised a shrewd strategy to breach the city's formidable defences. While a significant portion of his army engaged in intermittent skirmishes outside the city's eastern walls to divert attention, a select group of 1,400 men undertook a covert operation under the cover of darkness to infiltrate the lightly guarded Porta Latina. Through a combination of stealth and skill, they managed to scale the protective ramparts and surreptitiously open the gate, creating a vital entry point for the main Norman forces to swiftly enter the city and catch the unsuspecting Romans off guard. The subsequent unfolding events within the city of Rome during this critical period have been recounted in various conflicting historical narratives, highlighting the dramatic and tumultuous nature of this pivotal moment in medieval history. Roman chroniclers present a vivid portrayal of Guiscard's troops as brutal marauders, engaging in acts of violence and pillaging as they made their way through the city. According to these accounts, the Normans unleashed a wave of atrocities, setting fire to churches and causing widespread destruction as they advanced through the capital and Palatine Hills. Despite the chaos and devastation wrought by the Norman forces, historical records indicate that the scale of the plundering and violence was not as severe as that experienced during previous sacks of Rome by the Gauls and the Goths. Following the Norman sacking of Rome, Pope Gregory found himself exiled to Norman Benevento, facing not only the loss of his temporal power, but also the disdain of the Roman populace. Struggling to regain his authority, the beleaguered pontiff succumbed to the pressures and passed away within a year of the invasion. Meanwhile, the German imperial anti-pope Clement continued to assert his claim as the legitimate leader of the Christian world, further complicating the already tumultuous political landscape. Despite his ambition withstood the concerted efforts of the Greeks, Germans, and successive popes to dislodge them. The fall of Guiscard marked the close of a significant chapter in Norman history in the southern regions, as the Komnenoi dynasty of the Byzantine Empire rose to prominence, reclaiming lost territories and revitalising the once ailing imperium. The legacy of Guiscard's conquests and the subsequent events reshaped the political landscape of the Mediterranean world, leaving a lasting impact on the course of medieval history. In Sicily, a Norman noblewoman's sepulchre was discovered to have inscriptions in Arabic, Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, showcasing the rich tapestry of cultures and languages that characterized the region at the crossroads of the medieval world. This remarkable find symbolized the remarkable multiculturalism prevalent during that era. The documentary provided a deep dive into the Norman conquests in southern Italy, shedding light on how these conquests laid the foundation for one of the most prosperous, politically savvy, and culturally vibrant kingdoms in medieval Europe. The narrative explored the strategic manoeuvres of Robert and Bohemond, two prominent figures in Norman history, as they navigated through the complex political landscape of the time. Despite facing setbacks in their attempts to conquer the Byzantine Empire, their pivot towards participating in the First Crusade was a pivotal moment. Bohemond's unexpected offer of assistance to the Byzantine Emperor Alexios at the gates of Constantinople in 1095 AD demonstrated a shrewd understanding of diplomacy and geopolitics. The Normans' involvement in the First Crusade against the Seljuk Turks proved to be a resounding success, catapulting Duke Bohemond to the prestigious title of Prince of the Principality of Antioch. This military triumph further solidified the Norman presence in the region and showcased their prowess on the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the western domains, the passing of Count Roger Thomas of Sicily in 1101 marked a transition of power to his son, the young Roger II. This generational shift in Norman leadership heralded a departure from the traditional warrior ethos that had defined his predecessors. Unlike his father and uncle, who were renowned warrior adventurers from Normandy, Roger II was raised in the cosmopolitan milieu of Sicilian cities. Roger II's upbringing, which included education by tutors from Greek and Muslim backgrounds, instilled in him a deep appreciation for scholarship and cultural diversity. He eschewed the brute force approach, favoured by his forebears in favour of diplomatic finesse and intrigue. Despite his scholarly leanings, Roger II inherited the ambitious spirit that was a hallmark of his family's lineage, driving him to expand his realm and leave a lasting legacy in Norman history. During the 11th and 12th centuries, Norman Italy was a complex patchwork of territories, with the Duchy of Apulia and Calabria and the County of Sicily standing as prominent powers. Further complicating the political landscape were the independent barons who held sway over various regions, often challenging the authority of central rulers. When Roger II inherited Roger II's ambitions did not stop at ducal status. He harboured dreams of attaining a higher title, that of a king. Yet, the path to kingship was fraught with obstacles, chief among them being the need for papal approval, which the Normans lacked at that time. The death of Pope Honorius II in 1130 presented a pivotal opportunity for Roger VI to make his move. The ensuing power struggle between papal contenders, with innocent Bessus emerging as the legitimate pope and anti-pope Anacletus II contesting his claim, created a tumultuous environment ripe for political manoeuvring. Seizing the momentous occasion, Roger VI orchestrated his coronation as King Rogerus II of the Kingdom of Sicily on Christmas Day of 1130, marking a significant turning point in his reign. This bold move not only elevated his status, but also solidified his authority over the region, establishing him as a formidable ruler in the eyes of his subjects and rivals alike. However, Roger II's alignment with an anti-pope in his quest for kingship had far-reaching consequences. His controversial support of the rival claimant to the papacy alienated him from the Catholic community, sparking discontent and resistance among his vassals in Apulia. The resulting rebellion posed a significant challenge to Roger II's rule, testing his political acumen and military prowess in maintaining control over his fractious realm. In conclusion, the reign of Roger II in Norman Sicily was characterised by intricate political manoeuvring, ambitious power consolidation, and strategic alliances that shaped the destiny of the region. His journey from duke to king was marked by triumphs and challenges, illustrating the complex interplay of feudal dynamics, papal authority, and regional rivalries in medieval Italy. The papacy, the German emperor, and the Byzantine Empire were key supporters of the uprising, aligning themselves with the rebels in opposition to Roger II's authority. Despite this formidable alliance, Roger VI showcased remarkable leadership skills during the conflict, successfully quelling the rebellion and solidifying his power by capturing the legitimate pope. His strategic acumen and political finesse not only secured his position, but also set the stage for a period of enlightenment in Norman Sicily. Under Roger II's enlightened governance, Norman Sicily experienced a cultural renaissance, marking a golden era characterised by the harmonious coexistence of diverse influences. The region had long been a melting pot of Byzantine, Latin and Islamic cultures, and it was under Norman rule that these different elements converged and thrived together. Despite the Norman ruling elite being a minority, the population was predominantly made up of Lombards, Byzantine Greeks, and various Muslim communities, resulting in a rich and varied societal tapestry. The multicultural ethos of Norman Sicily was reflected in its administrative structures, which drew inspiration from a blend of Arabic, Greek, and Latin models. While Greek was the language of the royal court in Palermo, the administrative framework of the kingdom was heavily influenced by Arabic systems, showcasing the sophisticated governance titles such as Emir of Emirs. The interplay of Latin, Greek and Muslim traditions in Norman Sicily gave rise to a vibrant and dynamic community where a mosaic of customs and influences coexisted and intermingled. Roger VI's adept navigation of the intricate political landscape and his promotion of a multicultural environment were instrumental in establishing a peaceful and cohesive Norman domain in Italy. The legacy of Norman Sicily's cultural fusion left a lasting imprint on the medieval cultural landscape, shaping the region's identity and contributing to the broader tapestry of European history. King Roger of Sicily was not only a devoted supporter of the arts, but also a visionary leader who fostered a thriving creative community in Palermo. This vibrant hub attracted a diverse array of talented individuals, including painters, mosaic artists, architects, and writers, who found inspiration and patronage under his rule. The king's admiration for Arabic traditions led him to embrace Islamic talents such as poets, scholars, builders, and scientists, who brought their unique perspectives and skills to Sicily, enriching the cultural landscape of the region. One of the most significant outcomes of this cultural exchange was the creation of the Tabula Rogeriana, a masterpiece world map crafted by the renowned cartographer Muhammad al-Idrisi. This map, with its detailed and accurate depiction of the known world, not only showcased the collaborative spirit of Norman Sicily, but also played a crucial role in advancing maritime exploration and trade during that era. In addition to the Islamic influence, King Roger also attracted skilled artisans and intellectuals from various Christian backgrounds to his court, further diversifying the cultural milieu of Sicily. Situated at the crossroads of the Mediterranean, Norman Sicily thrived as a bustling centre of global trade, facilitated by the establishment of Christian realms along the Levantine coastline during the Crusades. Although King Roger II was initially hesitant to partake in the Crusades directly, he recognised the economic opportunities they presented and entrusted matters of trade to capable members of his court, such as George of Antioch. A seasoned Orthodox Christian with a wealth of experience serving under different rulers, George played a pivotal role in advancing the commercial ventures of the Siculo-Norman kingdom. His diverse background and expertise in trade and diplomacy were instrumental in strengthening Sicily's position as a key player in the Mediterranean trade network. Overall, King Roger's inclusive and forward-thinking approach to governance not only fostered a rich cultural legacy in Sicily, but also positioned the region as a dynamic hub of intellectual exchange and economic prosperity during the medieval era. George's exceptional political acumen and wealth of experience not only made him an invaluable advisor to Roger II, but also played a crucial role in the flourishing of international trade within the kingdom. As he gained control over southern Italy, George skillfully cultivated strong relationships with prominent figures in Cairo, Constantinople, Jerusalem, and other distant regions. These connections Roger's influence and establishing southern Italy as a pivotal player in the global trade network. Within the esteemed court of Roger II, George rose to the esteemed position of Emir of Emirs, overseeing the development of diplomatic and commercial alliances that spanned the Byzantine Empire and Islamic caliphates. Through his efforts, southern Italy experienced an unprecedented period of economic growth, reaching new heights of prosperity. This economic resurgence had a transformative effect on the region, revitalizing key urban centers such as Palermo, Salerno, and Messina. Previously in decline following the Norman invasions, these cities underwent a renaissance, marked by a harmonious coexistence of diverse communities. The bustling ports of Sicily became vibrant hubs of trade activity, attracting merchants from various Mediterranean lands and fostering a dynamic environment of multilingual commerce. Roger II, while embracing the opportunities presented by international trade, also maintained his military ambitions, setting his sights on the conquest of North Africa from Sicily. The region of Ifriqiya, once a part of the Roman Empire, held vast resources and promising commercial prospects that piqued Roger's interest. Despite the challenges posed by the powerful Zirids of Ifriqiya, who had established themselves as formidable maritime players, Roger II recognized the potential for mutually beneficial trade partnerships. Over time, deep economic ties had been forged between the Zirids and Norman Sicily, laying the groundwork for a prosperous trade relationship that would further enrich both regions. Through George's strategic vision and Roger's ambitious pursuits, southern Italy emerged as a thriving economic powerhouse with a far-reaching influence in the international trade landscape. Sicily, once a Zirid protectorate under Islamic rule, had developed strong cultural bonds with the Arabs and Berbers of the Maghreb, which set it apart from the Latin inhabitants of mainland Italy. Despite these shared cultural affinities, tensions arose between the ruling House of Hauteville and the Sanhaja Berbers of the Banu Siri during the early years of Roger II's reign as King of Sicily. The economic partnership that had linked the two regions soon began to show signs of strain, leading to a deterioration in their relations. The situation escalated when Emir Ali ibn Yahya faced a dilemma as his vassal, Rafi, the governor of Garbus, decided to break away from his authority due to disagreements over trade restrictions that Ibn Yahya had imposed on Gabes. Roger II, who was still holding the title of Duke at that time, sided with Gabes against Mahadir and employed the Sicilian navy to assist Gabes in asserting its autonomy in trade dealings. In response to this challenge, Emir ibn Yahya sought support from the neighbouring Almoravid dynasty in a strategic move aimed at reclaiming Sicily for the Muslim world. The ensuing conflict primarily played out at sea, with significant naval engagements marking the struggle for supremacy. In 1122, an Almoravid fleet launched an attack on Nicotera, a town in Calabria, capturing women and children in a show of force. In retaliation, Roger II strong Islamic defence force at the fortress of Aldimas. Roger's forces managed to seize Pantelleria during the campaign. This series of events not only highlighted the complexities of the power dynamics in the Mediterranean region during this period, but also showcased the strategic manoeuvres and military prowess of the various factions involved. The clash between the Sicilian Normans, the Zirids, and the Almoravids underscored the intricate web of alliances and rivalries that characterized the medieval Mediterranean world. In 1127, the Maghreb warriors, known as the Almoravids, retaliated by launching a naval invasion in western Sicily, targeting the city of Syracuse and looting its riches. This marked a significant turning point in the power struggle in the region, as the de Hauteville dynasty, led by King Roger II, began to assert its dominance. Roger II, having consolidated his rule and dealt with various challenges in Europe, such as quelling rebellions in Apulia and fending off threats from powerful entities like the Byzantine Empire, German Empire, and the papacy, could now shift his focus towards confronting his adversaries in Africa. Meanwhile, the Zirid rulers, who had previously aligned themselves with the Almoravids, found themselves increasingly vulnerable as their alliance crumbled. This left them exposed to rival regional powers like the Hammadids, leading to a precarious situation for the Zirids. In a surprising twist of fate, in 1135, Al-Hassan ibn Chi'ala, the Zirid prince who had earlier repelled the Norman invasion, was forced to seek King Roger's protection against an invasion by the Hammadids. In exchange for military aid, Roger secured significant economic benefits in Ifriqiya, effectively making the Zirid city of Mahdia a vassal of the Norman realm, paying tribute to Roger's kingdom. The year 1135 also saw the Normans making their first significant incursion into Africa with the conquest of Jerba. This island had long been a haven for lawless Berber pirates who disrupted Sicilian maritime trade routes. King Roger entrusted George of Antioch, his trusted emir of emirs, with the task of eliminating the pirate stronghold on Jerba. George executed this mission swiftly and efficiently, ridding the region of the pirate threat. Interestingly, the Christian conquest of Jerba did not spark widespread concerns in the Muslim world. In fact, the Islamic rulers of the Maghreb welcomed the Normans' actions, as the pirate presence had long been a source of disruption and lawlessness in the region. The eradication of the pirates was seen as a positive development by many Islamic princes, further solidifying the Normans' position in Africa. King Roger's initial interactions with the Maghreb were met with favour by the local populace. However, this sentiment took a sharp turn as the king's expansionist desires in the region began to unfold. The Norman conquest of Ifriqiya entered a new phase due to a significant environmental disaster, a devastating famine that struck the North African coast in the early 1140s. The famine exacerbated existing socio-economic tensions, leading to widespread hunger and dissatisfaction among the Ifriqiyan population. Struggling to maintain order and facing a shortage of resources, the Zirids found themselves in a precarious position. They had become increasingly reliant on Sicilian grain imports, which made them politically subservient to King Roger of Sicily. For King Roger, the deteriorating situation in Africa presented a golden opportunity for territorial expansion. The weakened Zirid regime now posed a ripe target for Norman ambitions in the Mediterranean. The timing was ideal for launching an offensive, and from 1142 onwards, Sicilian fleets began carrying out regular amphibious attacks on various Ifriqian cities. By 1144, the strategic port of Brest had fallen to the Normans, followed by the capture of Tripoli of the West in 1146, and subsequent conquests of Gabe, Sfax, and Sousse in 1148, all achieved under the command of George of Antioch. When Zirid Emir al-Hassan reached out to King Roger, reminding him of their supposed alliance, the king justified his actions by claiming that he was intervening to restore order in cities that had rebelled against Zirid rule. However, this justification was swiftly discarded the following year when the Norman forces, led by the Amiratus Amiratorum, laid siege to the Zirid capital itself. The events leading up to this siege marked a significant turning point in the Norman conquest of Africa, as King Roger's ambitions clashed directly with the remaining stronghold of Zirid power in the region. Madia succumbed to the Norman army's siege on the 22nd of June, marking a pivotal moment in the history of the region. The fall of the city led to a tumultuous 2-hour period, during which the Norman soldiers looted the city, causing chaos and fear among its Muslim inhabitants. In their desperation, many sought refuge among the dwellings and churches of the local Christian community, highlighting the complex interactions and dynamics at play during this conquest. The defeat of Mahdia also signalled the end of the Zirid dynasty, a ruling power that had held sway for over 2 centuries. With Roger II's annexation of a substantial sections of African territory, stretching from Tripoli to the outskirts of Tunis, and from the western Maghreb to Kairouan, the Norman kingdom significantly expanded its influence in the region. The conquest of Africa not only marked a military victory, but also had profound economic implications. The already strong economic ties between Sicily and Africa were further solidified, with major trading hubs on both sides of the central Mediterranean now falling under Norman control. Despite this territorial expansion, the impact of Norman governance on the political and cultural landscape of the Maghreb was relatively limited. King Roger II chose to govern his African territories indirectly, using Arab and Berber intermediaries to manage affairs on his behalf. The local African aristocracy, predominantly Muslim, remained largely unchanged, retaining their positions of power and influence. One group that experienced a shift in fortunes during this period were the native African Christians. Dating back to the early days of Christianity, a community of Christians along the Maghreb coast had persisted despite the Islamic expansion in the region. These African Christians complexity to the rich tapestry of cultures in the region. The transition of power from the illustrious King Roger II to his son, King William marked a critical turning point in the history of Norman Sicily. As the realm mourned the loss of its revered leader on February 26, 1154, the ascension of King William I, also known as William the Bad, ushered in a period of uncertainty and challenges for the kingdom. While some historians argue that the epithet, the Bad, was a product of biased contemporary accounts, it is undeniable that King William I struggled to fill the formidable shoes of his father. Unlike the visionary and capable governance of King Roger II, King William I appeared disinterested in the meticulous administration of his realm. His tendency to delegate royal responsibilities to his officials created a power vacuum that did not go unnoticed by the kingdom's adversaries. Seizing the opportunity to undermine the Norman rule, traditional foes such as the papacy, the emperors of the Germans and the Greeks, orchestrated rebellions among the Norman barons of Apulia and Calabria. The Byzantines, eager to reclaim lost territories, directly challenged Norman authority by launching an assault on the Apulian coastline. Despite facing formidable odds, King William I displayed unexpected resilience in quelling the uprisings and repelling the invading Greeks. However, the victories came at a cost, as the kingdom lost its African domains to the expanding Almohad Caliphate. Amidst these external conflicts, internal strife brewed as a significant migration from Western Europe altered the demographic composition of Sicily, tilting the balance in favour of the Western Catholic population. This demographic shift had profound implications for the once celebrated multicultural tolerance that characterised Norman Sicily. As the influence of non-Catholic faiths began to wane, social tensions escalated, challenging the kingdom's long-standing tradition of religious diversity and coexistence. In essence, the reign of King William I of Norman Sicily was a period marked by political upheaval, external threats, and internal discord. The legacy of King Roger II's golden era seemed increasingly distant as the kingdom navigated turbulent waters under the leadership of a monarch who struggled to preserve the stability and multicultural harmony that had once defined Norman Sicily. In the 1160s, instances of organised violence against the Muslim community in Sicily escalated, leading to a significant shift in the social landscape. This period marked the emergence of an informal religious divide as Christians consolidated their influence in the northeast, while Muslims began to relocate toward the southwest in response to the growing hostilities. Following the death of William in 1166, his son William II ascended to the throne. William II was regarded as a just ruler who prioritised maintaining internal stability and sought to emulate the conquests of his predecessors. His reign was characterised by efforts to participate in the Third Crusade against Saladin and expand into Byzantine Greece. Although these endeavours achieved only limited limited success. Despite his otherwise commendable rule, William II's legacy was marred by a crucial misstep that would have far-reaching consequences. Early in his reign, he declared that in the absence of a male heir, his Aunt Constance would inherit the kingdom of Sicily. This decision triggered concern among the Norman aristocracy due to Constance's betrothal to Henry VI of the Hohenstaufen dynasty, the son of the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick. The Hohenstaufens harboured long-standing ambitions to displace the Normans from southern Italy, and Constance's impending marriage provided a legal pretext for them to assert their claim to the Sicilian throne, thereby threatening Norman dominance in the region. The succession crisis came to a head when William II died without a male heir in 1189, plunging southern Italy into turmoil. Faced with the prospect of German rule under Henry VI and Constance, the Norman nobility rallied behind Tancred de Hauteville as their chosen monarch in defiance of the Hohenstaufen claim. However, Constance and Henry were resolute in pressing their rights and ultimately emerged victorious in 1194, solidifying their hold over the kingdom of Sicily and marking the end of Norman supremacy in the area. The merger between the Norman House of Hauteville and the Hohenstaufens was a pivotal moment in the history of Sicily and southern Italy, signifying the end of Norman rule in the region. This event marked the integration of the Norman royal lineage into the German ruling family, ushering in a new era defined by the aggressive promotion of Latin culture and traditions. The process of Latinization was systematically pursued, leading to significant changes in the demographic and religious landscape of the area. One of the notable outcomes of this merger was the expulsion of all Muslims from the region by 1282, a move that effectively eliminated Islamic influence and paved the way for the dominance of Latin Christianity. Additionally, the suppression of the Greek Church further reinforced the process of Latinization as the authorities sought to establish a homogeneous cultural and religious identity in the region. Despite these efforts, remnants of the Franco-Norse heritage persisted in Sicily and southern Italy long after the departure of the Norman rulers. The legacy of the Norman kingdom endured through various ruling dynasties that succeeded one another over the centuries, shaping the political and cultural landscape of the region. The direct descendants of the Norman kingdom of Sicily continued to hold power until 1871, when the Italian peninsula was unified under the Kingdom of Italy, marking the end of their direct governance. Today, the magnificent churches of Palermo stand as a testament to a bygone era when Latins, Greeks, and Arabs coexisted under Norman rule, showcasing the rich cultural tapestry that characterized the region during that time. Meanwhile, the scattered remains of fallen warriors from Naples to Syracuse serve as poignant reminders of the era when the descendants of Vikings held sway in the heart of the Latin world, leaving an indelible mark on the history and heritage of Sicily and southern Italy. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the history of the Norman kingdom in Italy. next time. Take care and keep exploring the wonders of history with ASMR History, and as always, sleep well. In the rolling hills of medieval Europe, a young woman's life was destined to change the course of history. Her name was Eleanor of Aquitaine, a force of nature whose influence spanned across two of the most powerful kingdoms of the 12th century. It was a time when land was power and rulers were bound by their territories. But Eleanor was no mere ruler. She became a queen, not once but twice, first of France and then of England. Few women, or men for that matter, ever held sway over so much in a world dominated by kings and feudal lords. Hers was a life of ambition, love, betrayal, and triumph. In the 12th century, Europe was a place of rigid feudalism, where political power lay in vast tracts of land and the armies that guarded them. Aquitaine, a rich and prosperous region in the southwest of France, was one of the jewels of the continent. Known for its flourishing arts and culture, it was a beacon of wealth and sophistication. At the heart of this grand duchy stood Eleanor, poised to become more than just the Duchess of Aquitaine. Her sharp intellect, wit, and unyielding willpower allowed her to step beyond the boundaries imposed on women of her time. Eleanor's legacy cannot be overstated. As one of the most powerful women of the medieval period, she reigned as queen over both France and England. Her sons, Richard the Lionheart and King John, would inherit thrones shaped by her influence, but her power extended far beyond the royal bloodline. A patron of the arts and a champion of the courtly love movement, Eleanor's presence was felt not just in politics, but in the culture of the age. Historian Alison Weir once wrote, "Eleanor's political and cultural influence far surpassed that of most women of her era, shaping the destinies of two nations." Indeed, Eleanor was more than a queen. She was a maker of kings and an architect of the cultural renaissance that swept through her courts. Through the coming moments, we will explore Eleanor's extraordinary roles. From leading the charge during the Crusades, to navigating the perilous waters of royal marriages, her life was a tapestry of power, strategy, and resilience. Eleanor of Aquitaine was a queen who broke the mould, forging a path for herself where few others dared. But before she became this iconic figure, she was just a girl, born into privilege, yet facing challenges that would shape her rise to power. Her journey begins in the noble courts of Aquitaine, where her early life and rise to power laid the foundation for the monumental figure she would become. Eleanor of Aquitaine's story begins in 1122, in a world where noble birth dictated one's destiny and power was passed through bloodlines. She was born into one of the wealthiest, most influential families in Europe, the daughter of William X, Duke of Aquitaine, and Eleanor de Châtellerault. Aquitaine, located located in the southwest of what is now France, was not just expansive in its territory, it was a cultural and intellectual hub, known for its wealth, refinement, and sophisticated court life. In this world, Eleanor was raised not merely to be a wife or a figurehead, but a leader. From the very beginning, she was groomed to hold power in a way few women of her time could. Her upbringing was steeped in the finest traditions of the court, learning to appreciate poetry, music, and art, while also absorbing the intricacies of governance, politics, and diplomacy. Aquitaine itself was a beacon of culture and sophistication, a region where the troubadours sang of courtly love, where poets and scholars thrived, and where art and governance went hand in hand. The court of Aquitaine was a dynamic place, pulsing with creativity and intellectual vigour, and Eleanor grew up at the very heart of this. She was surrounded by the finest minds of the day, and this exposure helped shape her into a woman who could navigate both the beauty of the arts and the complexities of power. In a world dominated by men, Eleanor was uniquely positioned to be more than just an accessory to the throne. She was a woman of action, destined to shape the course of history. From a young age, she demonstrated an astute understanding of her environment, soaking in the lessons of leadership, diplomacy, and the delicate dance of power. Unlike many women of her time, Eleanor's education was remarkable, a testament to the progressive ideals of her father, William X. While noble women of the 12th century were typically trained in domestic duties and marriage preparation, Eleanor's education was far more expansive. Her father believed in the power of knowledge and ensured that she was trained in governance, military strategy, and administration. It was a rare gift for a young woman in a medieval world that largely relegated women to the private sphere. Ralph V. Turner, a historian of Eleanor's life, once noted, "From an early age, Eleanor was schooled in both governance and the arts, a testament to her family's liberal outlook on female education. This education would serve her well as she moved into the world of politics, a world where women were often underestimated and overlooked. But tragedy struck when Eleanor was just 15 years old. In 1137, her father died suddenly, leaving her as the sole heir to the Duchy of Aquitaine, one of the largest and wealthiest territories in Europe. Overnight, Eleanor became the most eligible heiress on the continent. Her inheritance was vast, not only in terms of land, but in wealth and cultural significance. Aquitaine was a jewel of Europe, coveted by kings and lords alike. Eleanor's future now held immense political weight, for whoever married her would control not just her person, but her vast territories. The eyes of Europe were upon her, and her future marriage would tip the balance of power in whichever direction she chose. It wasn't long before suitors from across Europe sought her hand, but the match that would define her early life came swiftly. That same year, Eleanor married Louis VII, the soon-to-be King of France. This union was a political masterstroke, one that not only brought Aquitaine under French control, but also solidified France's power in Europe. However, while the marriage may have been beneficial for the kingdom, it was far from harmonious for Eleanor herself. Eleanor was a free-spirited and independent young woman, raised in the vibrant cosmopolitan court of Aquitaine, where art, culture, and freedom of thought were celebrated. The French court, on the other hand, was cold, formal, and dominated by a strict adherence to religious piety. Louis VII, deeply devout and committed to the ascetic practices of his faith, was, in many ways, the polar opposite of his new wife. Where Eleanor loved art and culture, Louis was focused on religious devotion and the simplicity of life. Their marriage was not a meeting of hearts, but a political alliance, and the differences between them became painfully obvious as time wore on. The French court stifled Eleanor's vibrant personality, and her independent spirit quickly found itself at odds with the rigid and austere nature of Louis's rule. Marion Mead, in her biography of Eleanor, wrote, "The marriage was as much a political alliance as a personal union, yet Eleanor quickly found herself constrained by Louis's piety and the rigid French court. In a setting where she was expected to conform, Eleanor struggled to find her place. Nevertheless, Eleanor played the role of queen with grace and dignity. She joined Louis on royal tours and participated in diplomatic missions, and in 1147 she even accompanied him on the Second Crusade. This journey, intended to reclaim the Holy Land, would put an immense strain on their already fragile relationship. Eleanor's experience on the Crusade highlighted the deep differences between them and ultimately pushed their marriage to the breaking point. The Crusade tested her patience, her resolve, and her marriage. But this was only the beginning of Eleanor's rise. Though her role as Queen of France would come to an end, her story was far from over. She would soon move beyond the constraints of the French throne and step into a new chapter of her life, one that would see her become one of the most powerful and influential women in medieval Europe. As her marriage to Louis VII began to crumble under the strain of their differences, Eleanor's ambitions would lead her toward a new chapter, one that would see her exchange the crown of France for an even greater realm, and a new husband who would change her life forever. As Queen of France, Eleanor of Aquitaine found herself transported into a world vastly different from the vibrant artistic courts of her youth in Aquitaine. The French monarchy, ruled by a deeply religious Louis VII, was an institution defined by its austerity, its rigid protocols, and a strong devotion to the church. Eleanor, who had grown up in a realm where culture, art, and intellectual debates flourished, was now thrust into a life that stifled her spirit. was never one of love, but of political necessity, designed to solidify France's hold over the vast and prosperous lands of Aquitaine. However, while this union might have strengthened France's territorial power, it became increasingly clear that it did little to bridge the personal chasm between Eleanor's free-spirited nature and Louis's devout, restrained outlook. Eleanor's independent and dynamic personality quickly became apparent at the French court. Used to the lively debates, freedom of thought, and decision-making that had characterised her upbringing in Aquitaine, she found herself confined in an environment where her role was limited. Her influence as queen consort was curbed by Louis's devotion to religion and the conservative courtiers who viewed Eleanor's passionate spirit with suspicion. While Eleanor longed to recreate the vibrant atmosphere of Aquitaine, Louis was more concerned with his religious duties and pious lifestyle, leaving little room for the cultural flourish that Eleanor had thrived in. Historian Alison Weir observed, "At court, Eleanor was known for her independent spirit, which often clashed with the restrained expectations of a queen. Eleanor's ambition, sharp intellect, and desire for a larger role in governance clashed with the narrow expectations of the French court, where women were expected to be seen and not heard. Louis, though well-meaning, was ill-equipped to meet her halfway, and as the years passed, the couple grew more and more distant. Despite the confines of her role, Eleanor was never content to be a passive figurehead. She refused to fade into the background, asserting her presence in bold and unexpected ways. In 1147, when Louis embarked on the Second Crusade, Eleanor seized the opportunity to break free from the stifling court life and join him on this daring expedition. But her role was anything but traditional. While queens often accompanied their husbands on such ventures, Eleanor took an active and daring part in the journey, leading a group of women known as the Amazons, an act that defied the traditional gender roles of the time. Her presence on the battlefield shocked many, marking her as a woman unafraid to challenge expectations. In the midst of a world dominated by men, Eleanor made it clear that she was no mere consort, but a participant, determined to leave her mark. Her involvement in the crusade not only reflected her thirst for adventure, but also her desire for political engagement, an ambition that would grow stronger as her life progressed. Yet the crusade, meant to unite Christendom against its enemies, also revealed the deep cracks in Eleanor's marriage. The journey was fraught with challenges, both personal and political. While Louis was focused on his religious mission, Eleanor became closely connected with her uncle, Raymond of Antioch, with whom she shared a deep bond. Their relationship, though likely innocent, stirred rumours that eventually led to whispers of an affair. These accusations, whether true or not, further strained the already fragile relationship exacerbated by their differences in personality and priorities, reached a breaking point during the Crusade as the couple grew increasingly estranged. Eleanor's bold actions during the Crusade, her leadership, her alliance with her uncle, and her willingness to defy traditional roles stood in sharp contrast to Louis's reserved, pious nature. While Eleanor sought excitement, travel, and political engagement, Louis was more concerned with the religious implications of their journey. The differences that had once been subtle now became impossible to ignore. Marian Mead writes, Louis's devout nature could not contain Eleanor's thirst for excitement, travel, and political engagement. What was meant to be a unifying mission revealed just how far apart the royal couple had drifted. By the time they returned to France, it was clear that their marriage was unravelling, their divergent personalities proving too great a rift to bridge. The failure of the Crusade only deepened the chasm between them. While Louis looked to faith as a guiding force, Eleanor, ever practical, began to seek a way out. Their union, never a true love match, had been strained by years of incompatibility. The political alliance that had once held them together was no longer enough. In 1152, their marriage was officially annulled, with the Church citing consanguinity, the fact that they were too closely related by blood, as the reason. But the truth was far more complex. Eleanor's desire for autonomy, her thirst for a life beyond the confines of the French court, and Louis' inability to meet her on equal ground had doomed their marriage. The annulment marked the end of her time as Queen of France, but it also signalled a new beginning for Eleanor, a turning point that would lead her to even greater power and freedom. The end of her marriage to Louis was not the end of Eleanor's story. In fact, it was only the beginning of her next chapter. Freed from the constraints of the French court, she was now one of the wealthiest and most powerful women in Europe, and she was determined to shape her own destiny. Eleanor was no longer content to wield power from the shadows. She wanted more freedom, more control, and more influence. Her path soon led her to Henry Plantagenet, the Duke of Normandy, a young man as ambitious as she was. Their union would not only change the course of Eleanor's life, but also the history of England. Eleanor's marriage to Henry Plantagenet was a whirlwind of passion, politics, and power. After her annulment from Louis, she wasted no time securing her future, marrying Henry just months after parting ways with the French king. Their union was electric. Henry was young, ambitious, and destined for greatness, while Eleanor brought with her the vast and wealthy lands of Aquitaine, along with her formidable political skills. Together they form one of the most powerful couples of their time. But while their marriage began in a blaze of mutual passion and shared ambition, it would soon turn into a battlefield of clashing wills, as both Eleanor and Henry were too strong-willed to easily share power. This second marriage was not just a personal match, it was a political masterstroke. Henry, then a duke, ascended to the throne as Henry VI of England just 2 years after their wedding, making Eleanor queen once more. But this time, her role was different. Eleanor was no longer a consort in name only. She was a partner in power. Henry's vast territories stretched across England, Normandy, and beyond, creating an empire often referred to as the Angevin Empire. Eleanor, ever ambitious, was not content to simply be a queen in name. She ruled Aquitaine with authority, governing her lands while Henry focused on his northern territories. Ralph B. Turner writes, "She was not a mere consort. Eleanor wielded real power, especially in Aquitaine, where she continued to rule in Henry's name." In a world where queens were often expected to fade into the background, Eleanor stood out as a capable and powerful leader. The early years of their marriage were marked by mutual respect and a shared vision of building an empire. However, the qualities that had drawn them together, Eleanor's independence and Henry's ambition, soon became sources of conflict. Both were fiercely independent and strong-willed, and as the years passed, their marriage grew strained. Eleanor, used to power and influence, found herself increasingly at odds with Henry, who sought to control every aspect of his empire. Alison Weir captured the essence of their tumultuous relationship, writing, "Eleanor's second marriage was a union of fiery equals, but it was also fraught with strife and rebellion." As the years passed, the cracks in their marriage deepened, particularly as their family grew. Eleanor bore Henry 8 children, including the future kings, Richard the Lionheart and John. While Eleanor poured her energy into raising and guiding her children, Henry's infidelity and his desire to control all aspects of their empire created further tension. Their once united front began to crumble as power plays and betrayals plagued their relationship. Eleanor's children, particularly Richard, remained fiercely loyal to her, while Henry's attempts to dominate his sons only led to resentment. The real breaking point came in 1173, when Eleanor made a decision that would change the course of her life, and that of the English crown forever. Frustrated by Henry's treatment of their sons, Eleanor threw her support behind a rebellion against her husband. The revolt, led by her sons Richard and Henry the Younger, was a direct challenge to Henry's authority. Eleanor's involvement in the uprising was bold, but it was also deeply personal. She believed her sons deserved to inherit their rightful lands and titles, and she saw the revolt as a way to secure their futures. But the rebellion failed, and the price Eleanor paid was steep. In the aftermath of the rebellion, Henry's wrath was swift and unforgiving. Eleanor, once his queen and partner, was now a prisoner. She was placed under house arrest, confined to various castles across England for over a decade. decisive rebellion against a king. The queen, who had once ruled vast territories, who had led armies and guided nations, now found herself in isolation, her movements restricted and her voice silenced. But Eleanor was not a woman easily broken. Though she spent years in confinement, she never lost her spirit or her influence. Even from within the walls of her prison, she continued to communicate with her sons, offering advice and encouragement. Richard, in particular, remained devoted to his mother, and it was through his eventual rise to the throne that Eleanor's fortunes would change. In 1189, when Henry II died and Richard ascended the throne as Richard V, one of his first acts as king was to release his mother from her long imprisonment. Eleanor, now in her late 60s, returned to power with all the vigour and determination of her youth. She became a key advisor to Richard, guiding him as he prepared for the Third Crusade and managing the kingdom in his absence. Once again, Eleanor proved that she was not a queen content to remain in the background. She travelled across Europe, arranging alliances, negotiating treaties, and even securing Richard's release when he was captured during his return from the Crusade. For Eleanor, her role as queen did not end with her imprisonment. It only evolved. Her resilience in the face of adversity and her ability to navigate the complex politics of the time made her one of the most remarkable queens in English history. Eleanor's legacy as Queen of England is one of strength, resilience, and defiance. She was a woman who refused to be confined by the expectations of her time, whether by her husband, her sons, or her circumstances. Her reign was marked by both triumph and tragedy, but through it all, Eleanor remained a formidable force in the world of medieval politics. While Eleanor's political achievements are well known, her influence extended beyond the throne. As queen, she became a patron of the arts, a supporter of poets, and a central figure in the courtly love movement, a cultural force that would leave an enduring mark on European literature and society. Her role as a queen was only one facet of her incredible life, and her passion for the arts would shape her legacy in profound and lasting ways. Eleanor of Aquitaine was not just a queen who wielded political power. She was also a patron of culture, a woman whose influence reshaped the very ideals of love, chivalry, and courtly behaviour in medieval Europe. In her courts at Aquitaine and Poitiers, Eleanor fostered an environment where the arts flourished and where the ideals of courtly love, a romanticised view of love and chivalry, took root. The 12th century was an age when power was often defined by the sword, but in Eleanor's world, the heart and the mind were equally prized. She became the centrepiece of a cultural revolution that transformed the aristocracy, influencing poets, musicians, and the very notion of knighthood. One of the most famous figures associated with Eleanor's court was Bernard de Ventador, a troubadour grace and wit. His lyrical compositions, filled with adoration and longing, encapsulated the ideals of courtly love, an elaborate code of conduct that elevated romantic devotion to a near sacred level. Eleanor herself became a symbol of this ideal, a queen whose influence went far beyond the battlefield or the throne room. Her courts became gathering places for poets, musicians, and noblemen, all drawn to the sophistication and culture that Eleanor championed. Amy Kelly, in Eleanor of Aquitaine and the Four Kings, notes, Eleanor's court was a cultural beacon in Europe, shaping the ideals of chivalry and courtly love that would define the medieval aristocracy. In this way, Eleanor's influence extended far beyond politics. She helped to define the very soul of the medieval knight. An important aspect of Eleanor's cultural influence is her supposed establishment of the courts of love in Poitiers. These courts, if the stories are to be believed, were presided over by Eleanor and other noble ladies who deliberated on matters of love, chivalry, and knightly behaviour. It is said that these courts debated questions like whether love could truly exist within marriage, or how a knight should best demonstrate his devotion to his lady. These courts may have been more myth than reality, embellished by later chroniclers eager to romanticize Eleanor's legacy. Yet, their very existence in the popular imagination speaks to the enduring impact she had on the culture of her time. Elizabeth A.R. Brown, in The World of Eleanor of Aquitaine, reflects on this fascinating legend. Though likely exaggerated by later chroniclers, Eleanor's association with the courts of love solidified her reputation as a cultural trailblazer. Whether or not the courts existed as described, Eleanor's influence on the ideals of love and chivalry is undeniable. She encouraged the creation of a cultural ethos that placed women at the centre of noble pursuits, elevating them as muses and arbiters of knightly conduct. In her world, love was not just a personal affair, it was a form of art, one that required devotion, loyalty, and poetic expression. Eleanor's legacy in the realm of culture was as powerful as her impact on politics. She did not simply rule, she inspired. Her court became a place where the ideals of knighthood were refined, where poets found their voices, and where the stories of love and valour that we still associate with the medieval period were born. Her patronage of the arts was not an indulgence. It was an assertion of her belief in the power of beauty, intellect, and the human heart. As Eleanor aged, her life would take yet another dramatic turn. The years of rebellion and imprisonment were behind her, but her role as a mother to kings and as a queen in her own right was far from over. Eleanor's later life was defined by her indomitable spirit, a woman who, even in her twilight years, continued to shape the course of history. Eleanor of Aquitaine's later years were no less remarkable than her tumultuous youth. After the death of Henry II in 1189, she was released from captivity, a decade-long confinement that attested her resilience but never broke her spirit. At nearly 70 years old, Eleanor emerged into the political spotlight once again, proving that age was no obstacle to her ambition or influence. She immediately set to work securing the throne for her favourite son, Richard the Lionheart, who would become one of England's most legendary kings. It was Eleanor's wisdom and political acumen that ensured Richard's smooth succession. In a world where power was often precarious, she was the steady hand that guided her son's ascent. Though Richard was the king, it was Eleanor who effectively managed the kingdom in his absence. When Richard left for the Third Crusade, shortly after his coronation, he entrusted the reins of the realm to his mother. Far from retreating into a ceremonial role, Eleanor was deeply involved in the governance of England. Alison Weir captures this vividly. Eleanor, now in her 70s, was far from politically retired. She was the true force behind Richard's government. From her seat of power, Eleanor managed the affairs of the Angevin Empire, navigating the dangerous waters of medieval politics with the same skill and precision that had defined her earlier years. But her most dramatic role during Richard's reign came after he was captured by Duke Leopold of Austria on his return from the Crusade. News of Richard's imprisonment sent shockwaves through Europe, and it was Eleanor who took on the Herculean task of securing his release. At an age when most would have retired from public life, Eleanor embarked on a journey across Europe, negotiating with monarchs, raising the enormous ransom required, and ensuring her son's safe return. It was a testament to her enduring strength and diplomatic prowess. In the face of enormous odds, Eleanor succeeded, proving once again that she was more than just a queen. She was a force of nature. Eleanor's travels during this period were remarkable, not only for their scope, but for the personal risks she took. Crossing Europe at such an advanced age, she met with kings and emperors, brokered deals, and navigated complex political relationships, all to secure her son's freedom. Her relentless determination in the face of adversity exemplified the extraordinary lengths to which she was willing to go to protect her family and safeguard the future of the Plantagenet dynasty. Her actions during this time were nothing short of heroic, solidifying her legacy as a woman of unmatched strength and vision. After Richard's return and his eventual death in 1199, Eleanor's influence continued through her youngest son, John. Though their relationship was complex with moments of tension and conflict, Eleanor remained a guiding force in his life. She recognised John's potential and sought to ensure his success as king, just as she had for Richard. Even in her 80s, Eleanor played a critical role in the politics of the realm, advising John and offering her insights on matters of state. She travelled to France to secure his position, engaging in diplomatic negotiations with the same vigour that had characterised her earlier years. Ralph V. Turner, in Eleanor of Aquitaine, Queen of France, Queen of England, writes, "Even in her final years, Eleanor was a force to be reckoned with, ensuring the Plantagenet dynasty's survival. Her presence was a stabilising force during John's turbulent reign, as she worked tirelessly to protect her family's legacy. Though frail in body, her mind remained sharp, and her influence over English politics was undeniable. Eleanor's later life was a testament to her enduring strength, both as a mother and as a queen. She had survived rebellions, imprisonment, and the deaths of many loved ones, but her indomitable spirit never wavered. In her final years, she retired to the Abbey of Fontevraud, where she sought a measure of peace after decades of political struggle. Yet even in retirement, her legacy was secure. She had shaped the course of two of Europe's greatest kingdoms and left an indelible mark on history. As she approached the end of her life, Eleanor's thoughts must have turned to the future. She had fought so hard to secure the success of her sons and the continuation of the Plantagenet line. In many ways, her entire life had been a testament to the idea that power and influence were not bound by gender or age. She had defied the expectations of her time and crafted a legacy that would endure for centuries. But even as she withdrew from the public stage, Eleanor's legacy was far from complete. For her influence would echo through the ages, shaping the destiny of kings and the fabric of European history. Eleanor of Aquitaine's life was nothing short of extraordinary. Born into one of the wealthiest and most powerful families in France, she became not just a queen, but a force that shaped the destinies of two nations. As the queen of both France and England, Eleanor wielded more power and influence than almost any woman of her time. Her life was marked by moments of intense political strategy, cultural transformation, and personal rebellion. She was a queen who defied the limitations placed on her by a male-dominated world and carved out a legacy that still resonates today. As historian Marion Mead aptly put it, few women in history can claim such an indelible mark on both politics and culture as Eleanor of Aquitaine. Eleanor's impact on medieval Europe stretched far beyond the politics of her time. She championed the arts, fostering the courtly love movement that would define chivalry for centuries. Her courts were filled with poets, musicians, and troubadours, and she inspired the creation of legends that would echo throughout European literature. But it was her political acumen, her unyielding resolve, and her ability to navigate the turbulent waters of medieval kingship that truly set her apart. She was a queen who refused to fade into the background, even when confined or oppressed. Instead, she adapted, grew stronger, and emerged as a defining figure in European Europe's most celebrated rulers, owed much of his success to Eleanor's guidance. Likewise, her youngest son, King John, though remembered for his troubled reign, was a direct product of Eleanor's tenacity and political manoeuvring. Through her sons, Eleanor's bloodline would continue to shape the course of European history. As Alison Weir noted, Eleanor's descendants continued to shape European politics for centuries, cementing her place in history. Her grandchildren would marry into royal families across the continent, spreading her influence far and wide. Eleanor's legacy is not simply one of power, but of resilience. She lived through betrayals, rebellions, imprisonment, and personal loss. Yet, she never allowed herself to be defeated. She was a woman of immense complexity, one who could be both loving and ruthless, both nurturing and politically shrewd. Her ability to adapt to the ever-changing political landscape, to rise above the expectations of her gender, and to continue shaping the world even in her twilight years, is a testament to her extraordinary character. As we reflect on Eleanor's life, it's clear that she was more than just a queen. She was a cultural and political pioneer, a mother of kings, and a woman whose spirit refused to be broken. Her legacy endures, not just in the annals of history, but in the ideals of leadership, resilience, and ambition that she embodied. If you enjoyed this journey into the life of Eleanor of Aquitaine, remember to like, comment, and subscribe to ASMR History. Together we will continue exploring the captivating lives of history's most fascinating figures, journeying through stories that will both relax and inspire. I hope that this video has relaxed you, and until next time, sleep well. Hello, and welcome to ASMR History, where I merge ASMR with the intriguing tales of the past. My name is Sophie, and today we'll journey back to one of the darkest times in human history, the Black Death. This catastrophic pandemic, also known as the bubonic plague, forever altered the course of history. So, find a comfortable spot, close your eyes if you wish, and let the whispers of history guide you through this harrowing yet fascinating chapter of our past. The Black Death, also known as the bubonic plague, is recognised as one of the most devastating pandemics in human history, causing widespread destruction across Europe from 1347 to 1351. It is believed that the origins of this deadly disease can be traced back to Asia. The plague travelled along the Silk Road, a network of trade routes connecting the East and West, eventually making its way to Europe. The primary mode of transmission was through fleas that infested rats, which were common passengers on merchant ships of the time. As the plague swept through towns and cities, it left a trail of death and despair, drastically reducing populations and instilling deep fear and chaos among the survivors. It is estimated that the Black Death claimed the lives of between 30% and 60% of Europe's population. leading to profound and lasting changes in the continent's social and economic fabric. At the time of the 1347 plague outbreak, the term the Black Death was not used specifically to refer to this pandemic in any European language. Historically, the phrase had been employed to describe various deadly diseases. It was not until the 1750s that Black Death became associated with the 1347 plague, a translation from the Danish term den sorte død. This terminology gained popularity through the writings of Swedish and Danish chroniclers during the 15th and early 16th centuries, and eventually spread to other languages, including Icelandic and German. Meanwhile, French artworks from the era vividly depict the horrors of the plague, providing a visual testament to the devastation it caused. Before the widespread adoption of the term Black Death, many European languages use phrases derived from Latin to describe the illness. For example, magna mortalitas, meaning great death, was commonly used. Magna meaning great and mortalitas referring to death. The concept of death being black has ancient roots, with Homer using it in the Odyssey to describe the monstrous Scylla, whose mouths were full of black death. Seneca the Younger might have been one of the earliest to use Black Death, or mors atra in Latin, to describe an epidemic, emphasizing the severe and grim nature of such diseases rather than their colour. In the 12th or 13th centuries, the French physician Gilles de Corbet employed the term atra mors to refer to pestilential fever in his medical writings on disease symptoms. Additionally, Simon de Cavaigno, a Belgian astronomer, used mors atra in his 1350 poem on the judgment of the sun at a feast of Saturn. He attributed the plague to an astronomical conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, although his use of the term does not definitively link to the 1347 plague, but rather to the deadly nature of such diseases. In 1893, the historian Cardinal Francis Aidan Gasquet put forth the idea that the pandemic, commonly referred to as the Black Death, was a type of the Easter or bubonic plague. Expanding on his research, Gasquet noted in 1908 that the term atra mors was used to describe the 14th century epidemic, and first appeared in 1361 in a Danish history book authored by J.I. Pontanus. This book stated, commonly and from its effects, they called it the Black Death, suggesting a widespread recognition of the plague's devastating impact. Delving into the origins of this catastrophic plague, it is widely believed that it was introduced to Europe by Genoese traders returning from the port city of Kaffa in Crimea in 1347. During a prolonged siege of Kaffa by the Mongol Golden Horde, led by Janibek, between 1345 and 1346, the Mongols, themselves afflicted by the plague, engaged in early biological warfare. They catapulted infected corpses over the city walls in an effort to spread the disease among the inhabitants of Kaffa, hoping to break the siege through this gruesome tactic. While the dramatic image of catapulted infected corpses is a well-known aspect of the story, Regardless of the precise method of transmission, the Genoese traders fled cover across the Black Sea to Constantinople as the plague began to take hold. By the summer of 1347, the situation in Constantinople had become dire, with the disease causing widespread mortality. One of its victims was the 13-year-old son of Byzantine Emperor John VI Cantacuzene, who documented the plague's ravages and compared it to Thucydides' account of the plague of Athens in the 5th century BC. Cantacuzene observed that the disease spread via ships among coastal cities, creating a ripple effect of contagion. Another contemporary observer, Nicephorus Gregoras, wrote to Demetrius Sidonis, detailing the staggering death toll and the futility of medical interventions, which only served to heighten the pervasive panic. The initial outbreak in Constantinople lasted for about a year, but the plague re-emerged several times until 1400, causing recurrent waves of fear and death. Each year, the inhabitants of Constantinople awaited the dreaded plague season with trepidation, never knowing how severe the next outbreak would be. By October 1347, the plague had reached Sicily aboard 12 Genoese galleys, rapidly spreading across the island. From there, these galleys continued their voyages, bringing the disease to Genoa and Venice by January 1348. An outbreak in Pisa shortly thereafter marked the plague's entry into northern Italy. By the end of January 1348, a galley expelled from Italy carried the plague to Marseille, from where it continued to spread throughout Europe. The epidemic soon engulfed France, Spain, Portugal, and reached England by June 1348. The disease continued its relentless march through Germany, Scotland, and Scandinavia from 1348 to 1350. It reached Norway in 1349 when a ship docked at Askøy, and from there it spread to Bergen, modern-day Bergen, eventually reaching northwestern Russia by 1351. Some regions with less developed trade networks, such as parts of the Basque country, isolated areas of Belgium and the Netherlands, and secluded alpine villages, experienced the plague to a much lesser extent, illustrating the role of commerce and travel in the dissemination of the disease. Epidemiologists have proposed a compelling theory regarding the factors that may have contributed to the widespread outbreaks of the plague during the 14th century. They suggest that adverse weather conditions played a crucial role in decimating the populations of plague-infected rodents. As a result, the fleas that depended on these rodents for survival were forced to seek alternative hosts, including humans, leading to significant outbreaks of the disease. These outbreaks often reached their peak during the hot summers in the Mediterranean region and the cooler autumn months in the southern Baltic regions. Furthermore, the widespread malnutrition that plagued the European population at the time significantly weakened people's immune systems. This malnutrition, caused by a combination of poor harvests, economic instability, and social upheaval, made individuals more susceptible to the deadly effects effects of the plague, greatly contributing to the dramatic decline in the European population during this period. An interesting contemporary account by Geoffrey the Baker in his work Chronicon Angliae provides a vivid and harrowing description of the plague's impact in England. He writes, "The 7th year after it began, it came to England, and first began in the towns and ports joining on the sea coast in Dorsetshire, whereas in other counties it made the country quite void of inhabitants, so that there were almost none left alive. But at length it came to Gloucester, yea, even to Oxford, and to London, and finally it spread all over England, and so wasted the people that scarce the 10th person of any sort was left alive." This passage clearly illustrates the devastating situation in England, where the plague caused such widespread mortality that entire towns and regions were left virtually depopulated, with only a fraction of the population surviving the onslaught. By the autumn of 1347, the plague had reached Alexandria in Egypt, carried by a merchant ship from Constantinople that was transporting slaves. This event marked the beginning of the pandemic spread throughout the Middle East and North Africa, regions that experience significant depopulation and long-lasting changes in their economic and social structures. By late summer 1348, the plague had reached Cairo, the capital of the Mamluk Sultanate and a major cultural centre of the Islamic world. As the largest city in the Mediterranean basin at that time, Cairo suffered devastating effects, with over a third of its 600,000 inhabitants perishing. The death toll was indiscriminate, affecting men, women, and children alike. The young Sultan al-Nasir Hassan managed to escape the city. Despite Cairo's advanced medical facilities, including the renowned medieval hospital of the Kalawun complex, the scale of the disaster overwhelmed the city's infrastructure. The Nile River became choked with corpses as the city's residents succumbed to the disease in vast numbers. The historian Al-Makrizi recorded the plague's dramatic impact on Cairo, noting an increased demand for grave diggers and individuals to perform funeral rites. He reported that the plague recurred in Cairo more than 50 times over the following 150 years, highlighting the long-lasting and recurrent nature of this devastating pandemic. In 1347, the relentless advance of the plague reached Gaza, located in modern-day Palestine, by April, followed by Damascus in present-day Syria by July, and Aleppo, also in Syria, by October. Over the course of that year, the plague swept through numerous cities in what are now Lebanon, Syria, Israel, and Palestine. These cities included Ascalon, Acre, Jerusalem, Sidon, and Homs. Between 1348 and 1349, Antioch fell victim to the plague, causing a mass exodus to the north. Unfortunately, the majority of those attempting to flee succumbed to the disease during their journey. In just 2 years, the plague had permeated the entire Islamic world, stretching from Arabia to North Africa. survivors inadvertently spread the disease further as they travelled. At the same time, the pandemic moved westward from Alexandria, travelling along the African coast. By April 1348, Tunis, now in modern-day Tunisia, was infected due to a ship arriving from Sicily. At that point, Tunis was under siege by a Moroccan army, which, when it dispersed in 1348, facilitated the spread of the disease into Morocco. The epidemic in Morocco may have also been exacerbated by contact with the Islamic city of Almeria in Al-Andalus. In 1348, an outbreak occurred in Mecca, brought on by the influx of pilgrims performing the Hajj. The Rasulid Sultan of Yemen, Al-Mujahid Ali, was released from Mamluk captivity in Egypt in 1351, and upon his return he carried the plague back to Yemen. Throughout 1349, there are records of a massive epidemic hitting Mosul, as well as a second significant outbreak in Baghdad, both of which were major population centres at the time. When you contract the plague, what happens to your body, and how do you recognise it? The experience is anything but pleasant. The plague is typically characterised by a high fever that ranges from 38 to 41 degrees Celsius, approximately 100 to 106 degrees Fahrenheit, severe headaches, painful joints, nausea, vomiting, and a pervasive feeling of malaise. For about 80% of untreated individuals, these symptoms prove fatal within 8 days of onset. 8 days filled with immense suffering. Symptoms during the pandemic varied widely, but one of the most recognisable signs was the appearance of swollen lymph nodes, known as buboes. These buboes typically appeared in the groin, neck, and armpits, manifesting as large, painful welts that often oozed pus and bled when lanced. At this point, discussing such details might be unappetising. One of the most vivid contemporary descriptions of the plague comes from Boccaccio, who noted that both men and women developed tumours in the groin or armpits. These tumours could be as large as a common apple or as small as an egg. Regardless of their size, they were highly undesirable. From these areas, the deadly infection quickly spread throughout the body. Soon after, patients often exhibited black spots or livid patches on their skin, particularly on their arms, thighs, or other body parts. These spots varied in size and number, but were considered just as ominous as the buboes, signifying a high likelihood of death. The appearance of these black spots contributed to the pandemic's name, the Black Death. Patients typically experienced an acute fever and began to vomit blood, with death following within 2 to 7 days after these symptoms appeared. Another symptom was a rash that resembled flea bites, suggesting an additional method of transmission beyond the common form of plague. Other variants included pneumonic plague, which affected the lungs, and septicemic plague, which spread through the bloodstream. The pneumonic plague primarily targeted the lungs, leading to severe respiratory issues, fever, persistent coughing, and sputum laced with blood. As this form of the plague advanced, the sputum would become bright red and much more copious. The mortality mortality rate for pneumonic plague was astonishingly high, ranging from 90% to 95%. These statistics paint a grim picture of the disease's lethality. Yet, if you think this is alarming, the septicemic plague was even more deadly, although it occurred less frequently. This type of plague was nearly always fatal, boasting a mortality rate of almost 100%. Symptoms included high fevers and distinctive purple skin patches caused by disseminated intravascular coagulation. Unlike the bubonic plague, the septicemic and pneumonic forms progressed so swiftly that the characteristic buboes, or swollen lymph nodes, often didn't have time to develop before death ensued. The plague is estimated to have claimed the lives of up to 75 million people in the 14th century alone, during a time when the global population was less than 500 million. The estimates of the death toll vary significantly as ongoing historical research continues to revise these figures. In Europe, the impact was devastating, with estimates suggesting that between 1/3 and half of the population died between 1347 and 1351. In some regions, mortality rates soared to as high as 80%. Contemporary accounts, like those of Jean Froissart, estimated that 1/3 of the population perished, potentially drawing on biblical references from the Book of Revelation to underscore the catastrophic scale of the plague. The distribution of deaths across Western Europe was uneven. Some areas experienced minimal impact, while others faced near total depopulation. Urban centres were particularly hard hit due to their high population density and poor sanitary conditions, which facilitated the rapid spread of the disease. Major cities like Florence saw their populations plummet from about 120,000 in 1338 to just 50,000 by 1351. Similarly, Hamburg and Bremen lost between 60% and 70% of their populations. In the French regions of Provence, Dauphiné and Normandy, the population decreased by 60%. The town of Givry in Burgundy recorded an extraordinarily high number of deaths in 1348, with half of them occurring in September alone. In some parts of Norway, up to 60% of the population died between 1348 and 1350. London and England as a whole experienced massive population declines, with the English population dropping from 7 million to just 2 million by 1400. However, some regions such as the Kingdom of Poland, parts of Hungary, and specific areas within modern Belgium and Spain initially avoided the plague, although they later face subsequent outbreaks. The reasons behind these areas' initial resistance to the plague are not well understood. While there is no clear explanation, some historians speculate that genetic factors might have played a role. Regardless, when the plague eventually struck these regions, it affected all social classes. The lower classes, living in more crowded and unsanitary conditions, were particularly vulnerable. Notable victims included monarchs like Alfonso X of Castile and Joan of Navarre. The plague also claimed members of royal families across Europe, including the wife and daughter of II succumbed to the disease. The demographic impact of the Black Death in Asia, particularly in China, was devastating, leaving a profound and lasting scar on the region. China experienced a series of epidemics and famines from the 1200s through the 1350s, which collectively resulted in a dramatic population decline. For example, a particularly severe outbreak in Hebei province in 1334 reportedly claimed up to 80% of the population in that area. This catastrophic event was only one among many that contributed to the overall decline in China's population, which plummeted from an estimated 125 million to around 65 million by the late 14th century. The magnitude of this demographic collapse underscores the sheer scale of the devastation wrought by the plague and other concurrent disasters in Asia. Turning our attention back to Europe, an Italian chronicler named Agnolo di Tura provides a harrowing first-hand account of the plague's impact in Siena in 1348. He wrote, "Father abandoned child, wife, husband, one brother another, for this illness seemed to strike through the breath and sight. And so they died, and none could be found to bury the dead for money or friendship. Members of a household brought their dead to a ditch as best they could, without priest, without divine offices. Great pits were dug and piled beneath with the multitude of the dead, and they died by the hundreds, both day and night, and as soon as those ditches were filled, more were dug, and I, Agnolo di Tura, buried my 5 children with my own hands, and there were also those who were sparsely covered with earth, that the dogs dragged them forth, and devoured many bodies throughout the city. There was no one who wept for any death, for all awaited death, and so many died that all believed that it was the end of the world." His account vividly captures the despair and horror experienced by those living through the plague, highlighting the breakdown of social bonds and the overwhelming scale of death. In the Middle East, determining the exact demographic effects of the plague is challenging due to the scarcity and variability of historical records. Nevertheless, it is clear that rural areas were particularly hard hit, with many inhabitants abandoning their homes and livelihoods, leading some regions to become completely depopulated. Urban centres also suffered significant losses. For instance, in Gaza, the 1348 outbreak resulted in approximately 10,000 deaths. Aleppo experienced death rates as high as 500 people per day during the height of the outbreak, and in Damascus, daily deaths peaked at 1 Ausnos during September and October of 1348. By the time the epidemic began to subside in March 1349, Syria had lost an estimated 400,000 people. Despite these grim figures, some scholars suggest that the overall mortality rate in the Middle East might have been lower than in some parts of Asia and Europe, potentially affecting less than 1/3 of the total population. However, this rate varied significantly across different areas, with some locations experiencing much higher mortality rates. During the 14th century, there Theories about the causes of the Black Death range from supernatural to astrological explanations. People of that time were perplexed and unable to rationalize the pandemic through natural means. Many believed that such a devastating event had to be the result of divine anger, or perhaps the influence of the stars. Giovanni Boccaccio, an Italian writer of that era, pondered whether the plague was a divine punishment or the result of some celestial phenomenon. Amidst this confusion and fear, scapegoating became rampant. European Christians devised various conspiracy theories, including baseless accusations that Jews were poisoning wells and plotting to destroy Christian society. These unfounded accusations led to widespread massacres of Jewish communities. Those who weren't killed were often expelled from their cities. One of the most horrific incidents occurred in Strasbourg in February 1349, where about 2,000 Jews were murdered. Later that year, large Jewish communities in Mainz and Cologne were also completely eradicated. These tragic events highlight the dark and violent side of human reaction to the unknown and the fear that gripped societies during the Black Death. Authorities responded to the crisis with a variety of measures, which were often ineffective or even counterproductive. Governments across Europe and Asia attempted to manage the situation by implementing policies such as banning food exports, instituting price controls on grain, and prohibiting large-scale fishing in an effort to stabilize prices and maintain food supplies. However, these regulations were difficult to enforce and were frequently ignored by the populace. The ban on food exports, coupled with widespread crop failures due to a significant labour shortage caused by the plague, meant that countries like England were unable to produce enough grain to meet their needs. Additionally, they were unable to import grain from other countries. As a result, the limited available grain was often seized by pirates or sold on the black market, exacerbating the food crisis. England and France, already weakened by the ongoing 100 Years' War that had begun around 1337, faced additional strain from rampant inflation, malnutrition, and pervasive poverty. These conditions made the continent particularly vulnerable to the devastation wrought by the plague. Some historians argue that the Black Death initially had a levelling effect on society. The drastic reduction in population increased the value of labour and decreased the value of land, creating economic benefits for those who survived the pandemic. This shift temporarily reduced economic inequality and improved conditions for workers, as the scarcity of labour meant that workers could demand higher wages and better working conditions. However, this effect was short-lived. As the population eventually began to recover, old economic disparities re-emerged. Despite initial improvements, labourers, artisans and craftsmen saw their real incomes decline in the quarter century following the Black Death due to rising inflation. By 1357, 1/3 of London's properties were vacant as a direct a result of the severe impact of the plague. The population continued to decline until around 1420, complicating efforts to fully understand the long-term economic impacts of the pandemic. Furthermore, the disruption of trade within the vast Mongol Empire, compounded by the Black Death, is recognised as a significant factor contributing to the empire's eventual downfall. The plague had a profound effect on the social structure of England and Western Europe, leading to more advantageous conditions for the surviving peasants. The significant decline in population facilitated greater social mobility, reduced obligations to remain on ancestral lands, and nearly eradicated the institution of serfdom. With an abundance of available land and rising wages, individuals, particularly younger sons and women, found new opportunities to improve their social standing and pursue more lucrative livelihoods. However, as the population began to recover, these benefits were gradually undermined by renewed scarcity and subsequent famines. In response to these changes, European governments enacted laws to address the shifting social and economic landscape, which we will discuss shortly. In stark contrast, Eastern Europe experienced a significant tightening of laws that further bound peasants to the land through intensified serfdom. The dramatic population decrease also led to lower land prices and increased food availability for the average peasant, resulting in a notable rise in per capita income over the next century. With more farmland available for grazing, the consumption of meat and dairy products increased significantly, and regions such as the Low Countries, Scandinavia, and northern Germany saw a substantial boost in exports of beef and butter. However, the upper classes were not keen on peasants enhancing their wealth and lifestyles. They attempted to counter these social changes by enforcing sumptuary laws to prevent peasants from adopting the lifestyles or appearances of the higher social classes with their newfound wealth. Additionally, efforts were made to fix prices and wages to prevent peasants from leveraging their increased value to demand more. This tightening of control was an effort to maintain the social hierarchy and ensure that the newfound economic benefits did not disrupt the established order. In England, this resistance to social change was institutionalised through the Statute of Labourers in 1351, which capped peasant wages at pre-plague levels. This measure aimed to prevent the lower classes from taking advantage of the labour shortages and increasing their bargaining power. The enforcement of such laws ultimately contributed to significant social unrest, culminating in the Peasants Revolt of 1381. This revolt was a direct response to the oppressive legislation and the broader socio-economic tensions of the time. I've done an extensive video on this topic, and it is incredibly fascinating. I highly recommend you watch that video or any other on the subject to learn more about the Peasants' Revolt. This period of history is crucial for understanding the dynamics between labour and and authority, and the long-term impact of the Black Death on European society. The plague also caused significant shifts in property ownership, as numerous landowning nobles perished, leaving their estates to widows and minor children. This sudden change in property dynamics may have hastened the adoption of new land use practices, as the traditional landowners were replaced by those who might have been more open to innovation. However, it wasn't just the rural areas affected by these changes. Urban workers also experienced a sharp rise in wages due to labour shortages. In response, Western European authorities, including those in England, tried to control this economic shift through the Ordinance of Labourers in 1349 and the Statute of Labourers in 1351. These laws aimed to freeze wages at pre-plague levels and restrict worker mobility, preventing them from seeking better employment opportunities. Despite these efforts, enforcement proved challenging, and farm wages in England eventually doubled between 1350 and 1450, although they remained stable until the 19th century. These regulations were likely driven more by the elite's fear of the lower classes' newfound power and independence than by a desire to maintain wage levels. This anxiety stemmed not only from economic upheavals, but also from social unrest, including the Flagellant movement, where individuals publicly whipped themselves as penance for what they saw as a divine curse. The period was marked by a complex interplay of economic, social, and religious factors that reshaped European society in profound ways. The social unrest extended beyond the Flagellant movement, leading to the persecution of various groups such as Jews, Catalans in Sicily, and beggars, who were viewed as direct results of the societal stresses induced by the Black Death. This period saw a surge in hostility towards these communities, as people desperately sought scapegoats to blame for their suffering and the devastation around them. The catastrophic population loss also spurred significant technological and agricultural changes. Labour-saving innovations emerged, increasing productivity and efficiency in various sectors. There was a notable shift from labour-intensive grain farming to less demanding animal husbandry, which was more feasible given the reduced population. This transition was facilitated by the reduced population's need for less farmland, allowing more land to revert to pasture. The widespread deforestation and cultivation that had characterised Europe up until 1200 began to reverse as abandoned fields returned to their natural states. This rewilding of the landscape marked a significant change in the European environment. The drastic population decline also accelerated the decline of serfdom in Western Europe. The already weakening manorial system effectively ended in many parts of Western and Central Europe by 1500, primarily due to the critical shortage of agricultural labourers caused by the plague. This transformation paved the way for more modern agricultural practices and a shift towards a market-oriented economy. The labour shortage led to entire villages being abandoned, as there simply weren't enough people to maintain them. In England alone, over 1,300 villages were deserted between 1350 and 1500, leaving behind ghost towns that once thrived with life. The lack of workers forced landlords to offer better tenure terms, which significantly reduced rents across Western Europe. By 1500, a new form of tenure known as copyhold emerged, providing peasants with the use of the land in exchange for a fixed annual payment to the landlord, with both parties keeping a copy of the agreement. This new system gave peasants a more secure and stable form of land tenure compared to the previous feudal arrangements. However, serfdom continued in some parts of Western Europe and was introduced to Eastern Europe after the Black Death. This divergence in the development of labour systems created distinct economic and social trajectories within Europe. Inheritance laws also changed post-plague. Before the Black Death, typically only the eldest son inherited property, but the significant loss of life led to changes allowing all children, sons and daughters, alike to inherit. This shift in inheritance practices reflected the broader societal changes brought about by the pandemic and its aftermath. Persecutions increased during and after the plague as communities sought scapegoats for the devastation. Jews were often targeted due to their lower infection rates, which some attributed to them poisoning the wells. This led to widespread massacres and the destruction of numerous Jewish communities across Europe. Other marginalised groups, such as friars, beggars, pilgrims, lepers, foreigners, and the Romani, also faced persecution during this tumultuous period. Women, too, experienced increased persecution during this period. In Cairo, Muslim women were scapegoated for the plague, resulting in restrictive laws that prohibited them from appearing in public to prevent the alleged temptation of men. These laws were only relaxed when the upper classes protested due to the impact on their domestic arrangements. The intense fear and desperation that gripped society during the Black Death led to irrational and harmful actions against various vulnerable groups, highlighting the deep-seated prejudices and social tensions of the time. These persecutions left a lasting impact on European and Middle Eastern societies, altering social dynamics and contributing to a legacy of discrimination and violence against marginalised communities. The Black Death profoundly affected monastic communities, which often had close contact with the sick seeking refuge. The devastating epidemic led to a severe shortage of clergy, as many succumbed to the disease while ministering to the afflicted. In response to this crisis, the training process for new clergy was expedited to quickly fill the numerous vacancies left by the deceased. New colleges were established at universities specifically to meet the heightened demand for clergy. However, this often resulted in hastily trained clergy who lacked the depth of knowledge and experience of their predecessors. This rush to fill the ranks led to a decrease in the overall quality instability of the clergy. The shortage of priests also created new opportunities for laywomen, who began to play more significant roles in church services and community religious life. The period saw the rise of flagellant groups who engaged in self-flogging as penance, believing it could atone for sins and end the plague by demonstrating their remorse to God. This movement gained popularity as people desperately sought ways to appease divine wrath, but later faced criticism for its extreme practices and the hedonism that some members adopted in contradiction to their penitential lifestyle. Despite the turmoil, one group that largely avoided criticism was the church. The clergy and ecclesiastical authorities managed to maintain their position and influence, and their handling of the situation was seldom questioned by the public. Instead, society's attention turned to the arts and literature, which adopted a notably morbid tone after 1350. Artistic works such as the Danse Macabre emerged, depicting skeletons dancing with people from various social classes, symbolising the universality of death. These images conveyed the idea that wealth, status, or power could not prevent the inevitable, a theme that resonated deeply in a society ravaged by the plague. This motif was also reflected in the literature of the time. Writers such as Boccaccio in Italy vividly described the horror and societal collapse caused by the plague, highlighting the massive death toll and the overwhelming nature of the epidemic. His work, along with others, serves as a stark reminder of the human cost of the Black Death and the pervasive sense of doom that enveloped Europe. Amidst this chaos and despair, many people adopted a fatalistic attitude, epitomised by the notion of, we're all going to die, it's the end of the world, let's just get drunk and party. This hedonistic response was a way for individuals to cope with the seemingly inescapable reality of death. On my bookshelf, I have a skull, not a real one, which we call a memento mori, a reminder of death. This object serves as a constant reminder of our own mortality, suggesting that keeping death close in mind might encourage us to live our lives more wisely and with greater purpose. The memento mori embodies the idea that an awareness of our finite existence can lead to a more meaningful life. Regarding medicine, the Black Death exposed the limitations of contemporary medical knowledge, but also spurred advances in medical science. There was an increased emphasis on anatomical investigations, and the role of surgeons became more prominent. These changes marked a shift towards a more direct engagement with the human body in various states of health and disease. Additionally, there was a gradual move away from the miasma theory, which linked disease to bad smells, suggesting that walking into represented an important step toward understanding the true causes of diseases and developing more effective treatments, even if the precise mechanisms of infection were not yet fully understood. Another intriguing aspect of the Black Death impact is its potential influence on genetics. The plague may have played a role in the high frequency of the CCR532 genetic mutation found among people of European descent, a trait that provides resistance to diseases like HIV and smallpox. Initially thought to be associated with plague resistance, this theory has been challenged by findings that the mutation was equally common in Bronze Age populations. Nevertheless, the Black Death's impact on the human gene pool is a fascinating area of study, highlighting how such a catastrophic event can have long-term biological consequences. This genetic mutation serves as a reminder of how human populations adapt to and are shaped by the diseases they encounter throughout history. Thank you for joining me on this somber exploration of the Black Death. Despite its grim nature, understanding this pandemic helps us appreciate the resilience and adaptability of humanity. If you enjoyed this historical journey and found solace in our gentle storytelling, please consider liking this video and subscribing to ASMR History for more serene dives into the past. Until next time, may the lessons of history keep you grounded and the whispers of time bring you peace. And, as always, sleep well. Welcome to ASMR History, where I bring the past to life through soothing sounds and gentle storytelling. Today we will explore the captivating and intricate reasons behind the Viking raids that took them to distant lands. Imagine yourself in the harsh yet beautiful landscapes of Scandinavia, surrounded by fjords, longships, and a society driven by exploration and conquest. Our journey will also delve into the dynamics of Viking settlements, particularly in Ireland and Great Britain, where new archaeological discoveries challenge long-held notions. Close your eyes, relax, and let the gentle sounds of history transport you to a time of fierce warriors, intricate cultural exchanges, and profound transformation. The reasons behind Viking raids into far-off lands have been theorized extensively, with historians and archaeologists examining various socio-economic and environmental factors. Viking settlements, particularly in Ireland and Great Britain, provide a wealth of evidence suggesting that these ventures were initially male-driven, as seen in the nature of the raids and the roles of men in combat and exploration. However, the discovery of graves containing nearly equal numbers of men and women challenges this long-held notion. Traditional methods for determining sex relied heavily on the types of burial artifacts found with the deceased, which could be influenced by cultural practices and gender roles of the time. Modern techniques such as osteology and isotope analysis now provide more precise information about the sex and origin of individuals, though DNA sampling, while highly accurate, is often impractical migration involved whole family units, including women and children. This is likely because the Shetland Islands' proximity to Scandinavia made it easier for entire families to relocate, unlike the more distant and challenging settlements further north and west, which were probably the domain of ambitious single male colonisers looking to establish new territories. Having discussed the motivations and the people involved in Viking expansions, let's turn to the chronology and locations of their activities. Vikings are often associated with their notorious raids on England, Scotland and Wales, regions that were relatively short sea journeys from their Scandinavian homelands. The Vikings first arrived in England in 786 during the reign of King Bertric of Wessex. Mistaken for merchants, 3 Norse ships landed at Portland Bay in Dorset. The local reeve, an official of the king, directed them to a royal estate where the Vikings betrayed his trust and killed him and his men. This marked the beginning of a series of brutal and opportunistic attacks on the English coast. On June 8th, 793, the infamous raid on Lindisfarne took place, where the Vikings looted the church, desecrated religious relics, and murdered the monks. This event sent shockwaves throughout Christian Europe and was recorded by contemporary chroniclers, including Alcuin of York, who lamented the devastation brought upon the holy site. According to the 12th century chronicler Simeon of Durham, some monks were killed or thrown into the sea, while others were taken as slaves, along with church treasures. The repeated Viking assaults led the monks to abandon Lindisfarne in 875, taking St. Cuthbert's relics with them to ensure their safety. In 794, the wealthy monastery at Jarrow was targeted by Viking raiders. Unlike previous encounters, the monks and local population offered unexpected resistance. Although the Vikings initially managed to escape with their plunder, their ships were stranded at Tynemouth, where the crew was killed by locals. This incident served as a temporary deterrent, and there were no further major raids on England for about 40 years as the Vikings turned their attention to easier targets in Ireland and Scotland, exploiting the political fragmentation and wealth of these regions. A major shift in Viking activity occurred in 865, when various Danish Viking groups formed the Great Heathen Army and landed in East Anglia. This coalition of warriors, led by legendary figures such as Ivar the Boneless and Halfdan Ragnarsson, began a sustained campaign of conquest. They captured York in Northumbria in 866, establishing it as a major Viking hub. By 871, the Great Heathen Army had divided, with one faction continuing their campaign in Wessex, while the other settled in Northumbria, leading to the creation of the Danelaw, a region of England under Viking control. The fragmented English kingdoms struggled to resist the Viking onslaught until King Alfred of Wessex secured a decisive victory over Guthrum at the Battle of Edington in 870. Danish king who ruled England from 1016 until his death in 1035. During his reign, Knut successfully maintained control over England, creating a North Sea empire that included Denmark and Norway. However, disputes among Knut's heirs after his death led to a weakening of their control over England, culminating in a succession crisis following the death of Edward the Confessor in 1066. In 1066, Harold Hardrada of Norway, claiming the English throne, attempted an invasion but was defeated by King Harold Godwinson at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. However, Harold Godwinson's victory was short-lived, as he soon faced another threat from William the Conqueror, Duke of Normandy. At the Battle of Hastings, later that year, William defeated Harold Godwinson, leading to Harold's death and the end of Anglo-Saxon rule. William's coronation on Christmas Day, 1066, marked the beginning of Norman rule in England, although it took several years of campaigning and consolidation to fully establish his control over the kingdom. The Danish king Svein Estridsson briefly supported Edgar the Etheling, the last male member of the royal house of Cerdic of Wessex, in 1070. However, Svein eventually accepted payment from William the Conqueror and withdrew his support. Viking raids continued sporadically during the reign of King Stephen in the mid-12th century. King Eystein II of Norway took advantage of the civil war in England to raid the east coast in 1152, targeting towns such as Hartlepool and Whitby. These raids are considered the final significant Viking activities in England, marking the end of the Viking Age in the region. The Iona Monastery, located on Scotland's west coast, first faced Viking raids in 794. These raids were part of a larger pattern of Norse incursions in the British Isles. Despite the monastery's remote location, it suffered multiple devastating attacks over the next 50 years, leading to its eventual abandonment. Detailed records from this period are scarce, but archaeological and historical evidence indicates that Scandinavian influence in Scotland increased significantly during the 830s. Norwegian Vikings established significant colonies in the northern and western Isles, including Shetland, Orkney, and the Hebrides. These territories fluctuated between being fiefs under the King of Norway and operating independently under local rulers, such as the Kings of the Isles and the Jarls of Orkney. Shetland and Orkney remained under Norse control until they were formally integrated into Scotland in 1468 as part of a dowry agreement. Unlike other parts of the British Isles, Viking settlements were scarce in Wales. This scarcity is often attributed to the robust and unified defences led by Welsh kings, particularly Rhodri the Great. His effective military strategies and leadership thwarted Viking attempts to establish permanent bases or gain significant territorial control in Wales. Viking activities in Wales were mostly limited to occasional raids and trade engagements. Notable among these efforts was the raid on Anglesey in 854, which ultimately failed due to the strong resistance mounted by the Welsh defenders. Rhodri the Great earned his moniker for good reason, and his successes against the Vikings are well documented. In 856, 2 years Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records that in 893, a coalition of West Saxons and North Welsh forces pursued Viking armies along the River Severn, culminating in a significant Viking defeat at the Battle of Buttington in Wales. This event further demonstrated Rogery's effective leadership and the strong resistance put up by the Welsh against the Viking incursions. The early Normans, with their rich maritime heritage, often adopted Viking names, significantly influencing place names in the region. This Norse legacy is particularly evident in many coastal names in Wales that diverge from their original Welsh forms. For instance, the English name for Anglesey, derived from Old Norse, contrasts with its Welsh name, Ynys Môn. Similarly, the English names for other islands like Caldy Islands, Ynys Baer, and Flatholm, Ynys Egni, reflect their Viking origins, showcasing the extent of Norse influence in the area. Swansea's English name, originating from the Old Norse Swine's Eye, Swine's Island or Inlet, highlights its roots in Viking history, specifically linked to Sweyn Forkbeard's trading post. Additionally, Worm's Head, derived from the Old Norse word for dragon or snake, or Hamar, alludes to a Viking myth of a sleeping dragon, further emphasising the cultural imprint left by the Norse. In Cornwall, Viking raids are documented as early as 833 in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, with attacks on places like Yarmouth and the devastation of Lidford in 997. These early incursions were part of a broader pattern of Viking activity in the British Isles. By 1001 to 1003, Vikings occupied Exeter, demonstrating their ability to penetrate deep into the English territory. Cornwall eventually fell under English control in 936 during King Athelstan's reign, and was fully integrated into England after the Norman Conquest. Early Viking raids also targeted monastic settlements in Gaelic Ireland around 795, including a significant raid in Howth in 821, where many inhabitants were captured. By the 840s, Vikings began establishing permanent bases in Ireland, such as Dublin, which remains a significant city today. These bases facilitated further raids and the expansion of Viking influence to major inland settlements like Armagh and Kells. Viking dominance in Ireland featured notable figures like Amlaib, Olaf, the Viking king of Dublin in 853, and power struggles involving the Uí-Emer dynasty, which re-established Dublin as a major Viking base around 914. This era saw the emergence of Ireland's first large towns like Waterford and Limerick, which became significant trading hubs, particularly in the slave trade, linking to Moorish Spain. Over time, the integration of Viking and Irish cultures led to the rise of the Norse Gaels, with Viking leaders extending their influence beyond Ireland to territories including the Kingdom of the Isles and York. By 980, Viking influence in Ireland began to wane, highlighted by Miles Segnal Mor's victory over the Dublin Vikings. The decline continued with the rise of Brian Boru, a powerful Irish king who sought to unite the country under his rule. Despite initial resistance from the Vikings, including the battles of Glenmama and Clontarf, the Viking presence in Ireland significantly reduced after their defeat at Clontarf in 1014. This close Viking contingent with the local Frankish and Gallic populations led to the emergence of the Normans, a unique cultural blend that retained significant Norse influences, particularly in maritime vocabulary and place names, while adopting the Gallo-Romance languages and local customs. This blending of cultures laid the foundation for the Normans' future prominence in European history, particularly with their conquest of England in 1066. The legacy of the Normans endured prominently through the lineage of Rollo, a Viking leader who became the first ruler of Normandy. His descendants, particularly William the Conqueror, dramatically extended their influence by seizing England in 1066 at the pivotal Battle of Hastings. This historic victory marked a significant shift in English history as William established a new Anglo-Norman regime. As King of England, William and his successors not only retained their Norman territories in France, but also found themselves embroiled in numerous territorial disputes with the French crown. These conflicts over claims and control of lands eventually culminated in the prolonged and devastating 100 Years' War, sparked by France's confiscation of Gascony in 1337, which was a crucial possession for the English crown. In the 9th century, Viking raids were particularly severe in West Francia and Middle Francia, regions corresponding roughly to modern-day France and parts of Germany, respectively. The Viking incursions were more frequent and destructive in these areas compared to East Francia, which encompasses parts of present-day Germany and Central Europe. During the reign of Charles the Bald, who ruled from 843 to 877, some of the worst invasions took place. To counter these threats, Charles implemented several defensive measures, most notably the Edict of Pistres in 864. This edict was a comprehensive military reform that established a permanent cavalry force and ordered the construction of fortified bridges to protect against inland Viking raids. Despite these efforts, the Vikings formed alliances with local powers such as the Bretons and regional leaders like Robert the Strong of Neustria. These alliances complicated Charles's efforts to defend his realm, leading to significant battles like the Battle of Brissaarth in 865, where both Robert and Ranulf of Aquitaine were killed. During Charles's early reign in the 840s, internal strife within the Frankish territories, particularly in Aquitaine, created opportunities for Viking incursions. The civil discord was so severe that Pepin II, one of Charles's rivals, enlisted Viking support against him. This collaboration led to Viking settlements at strategic river mouths, including the Garonne and the Loire, which facilitated further raids. Defenders of these regions, such as the Gascony Dukes Seguin II and William thus, made valiant but ultimately unsuccessful efforts to protect cities like Bordeaux from Viking attacks. Sancho Mitara, another local leader, eventually negotiated with the Vikings, settling some of them at the mouth of the Ardor near Bayonne. This settlement was a precursor to the Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte in 911, which formalised the creation of the Viking-controlled territory of Normandy, marking a significant turning point in the history of Viking integration into European society. Throughout the 9th 10th centuries, Viking raids continued to plague the towns along the Low Countries coast and rivers. The Vikings established lasting bases and were sometimes recognised as lords in areas like Saint-Florent-le-Vieil and Thionville. Notable Viking settlements included Noirmoutier, Bayonne, and along the Seine in what would become Normandy. Significant raids during this period targeted Antwerp in 836, followed by attacks on other major cities such as Ghent, Courtrai, Tournai, Leuven, and areas along the Meuse and Rhine rivers. These raids led to the establishment of raiding bases in strategic locations such as Asselt, Beringen, and Elburg, allowing the Vikings to launch further incursions into the heart of Europe. In this historical context, Viking leaders like Rorik of Dorestad and his brother Harold played influential roles in the Low Countries. By 850, Lothair Wamnes, the emperor of the Carolingian Empire, recognised Rorik as a ruler over much of Frisia, marking a significant moment in Viking integration into European political structures. Later, in 870, Rorik swore allegiance to Charles the Bald, further solidifying his position. Despite these political manoeuvres, Viking raids continued, as evidenced by the substantial silver treasures buried in places like Beringen, indicating significant settlement and wealth accumulation. By 879, another Viking leader, Godfrid, terrorised the Low Countries, using Ghent as a base to launch devastating raids on several cities. He controlled Frisia until his assassination in 885, after which Viking rule in the region began to decline. The intensity of Viking raids diminished significantly, with notable attacks ceasing by 1007, marked by the final raids in Tiel and Utrecht. Shifting to the west, the Iberian Peninsula experienced relatively less Viking activity compared to other parts of Western Europe. Both the Christian northern regions and the Muslim southern territories were minimally affected by Viking incursions. Most knowledge of Viking presence in Iberia comes from later written sources, which are often ambiguous and sometimes unreliable regarding the exact origins or ethnicity of the raiders. Archaeological evidence supporting Viking activity in Iberia is limited, but continues to grow as ongoing research uncovers more about their presence, which began around the mid-9th century. While there were Viking raids and possible overwintering in the region, substantial evidence of extensive trade or permanent settlement remains lacking. This contrasts with other parts of Europe where Viking influence was more pronounced and long-lasting. Expanded paragraphs. One notable incident occurred in 844 when Viking raiders, renowned for their seafaring prowess and ferocious attacks, sailed up the Guadalquivir River, launching a series of destructive attacks on the regions of Galicia and Asturias in the northwestern part of the Iberian Peninsula. Their approach brought them face to face with the formidable defences of King Ramiro of Asturias, whose forces were well prepared for the Viking onslaught. The Asturian army utilised Galician crossbows, a powerful torsion-powered projectile weapon that proved devastatingly effective against the Viking invaders. In the ensuing battle, the Vikings suffered a severe defeat, with many of their warriors falling to the lethal crossbow bolts. suggests that Vikings reached the island and introduced mice well before its official colonisation by Portugal. In the early 11th century, various sources, including Icelandic sagas and northern Iberian charters, reported ongoing minor Viking raids in the region. As the Viking Age waned, Scandinavians and Normans continued to visit and raid Iberia, often on their way to the Holy Land for pilgrimages, crusades, or as part of the Norman Conquest of the Mediterranean. Notably, figures such as Sigurd Jorsalfar of Norway and Rognvald Kalikolson were among those who continued these activities. Around 860, accounts from Ermentarius of Noirmoutier and the Annals of Saint-Bertin recorded that Vikings based in France ventured to Iberia before proceeding towards Italy, highlighting the extensive reach of their maritime expeditions. In the late 11th century, several Swedish runestones commemorated warriors who perished in Langbardland, the Old Norse name for southern Italy or Langobardia. These inscriptions imply that these individuals were Varangian mercenaries employed by the Byzantine Empire rather than Normans. Historical records suggest that Varangians might have served as mercenaries in Italy against the Arabs as early as 936. Subsequently, many Anglo-Danish and Norwegian nobles participated in the Norman conquest of southern Italy. Harald Hardrada, who later became King of Norway, notably took part in this conquest in Sicily around 1038 to 1040, serving under leaders such as William de Hauteville. Another significant figure, Edgar the Etheling, who left England in 1086, also travelled to the region, as did Erling Skakke, who earned his nickname in battles against Arabs in Sicily. Additionally, numerous Anglo-Danish individuals fleeing William the Conqueror's rule joined the Byzantine forces in their conflicts against Robert Guiscard, Duke of Apulia, in southern Italy. Harald Hardrada also served the Byzantine Emperor in Palestine and conducted raids across North Africa, the Middle East, and as far as Armenia and Sicily, as chronicled in Snorri Sturluson's Heimskringla. Evidence of Norse activity in Arabia and Central Asia appears on runestones in Scandinavia, commemorating Vikings who died in Sörkland, a term possibly referring to areas around the Black Sea or beyond. Meanwhile, the Norse known as Rus in the eastern Mediterranean primarily engaged in trade but occasionally in hostilities, including raids in the Caspian in 910, 912 and 943, along the Baltic Sea and major inland rivers now within Russian territories, such as Staraya, Ladoga and Novgorod. Vikings known as Varangians or Rus established several settlements. These settlements became hubs of trade, colonization, piracy and mercenary activities, utilizing the extensive river systems and portages of Gardariki. Their significant role in regional affairs began when Slavic tribes invited them to establish order amid constant tribal warfare, leading to Rurik's leadership and the subsequent establishment of the Rurikid dynasty, which ruled Kiev and Rus and later Muscovy until 1598. Certainly, here's the expanded version of the provided paragraphs. The Varangians, an elite group of Viking warriors, were known for their extensive travels and Scandinavia through the rivers of Russia, navigating the Dnieper River, and finally crossing the Black Sea. King Bagrat IV of Georgia welcomed these formidable warriors, integrating several hundred of them into his army. Their prowess in battle was demonstrated at the Battle of Sassuretti in 1042, where their contributions were pivotal. Nadod, a pioneering settler from Norway, is credited as the first known person to land on Iceland. His journey began with an intended voyage from Norway to the Faroe Islands. However, he lost his way and found himself on the east coast of Iceland. Impressed by the snowy landscape, he named it Snæland, meaning snowland. Another sailor, Garda Svafarsson from Sweden, also accidentally arrived in Iceland. He discovered that it was indeed an island and named it Gardarsholmi. Gardar spent a winter at Husavik, establishing a temporary settlement. The first intentional voyage to Iceland was made by Flokki Vilgedarson, also known as Raven Flokki. He used ravens to help navigate and spent a winter at Bardastrand. Observing drift ice in the fjords, he aptly named the island or Iceland. These early explorers set the stage for future settlements. The official settlement of Iceland began around 870 AD, with Ingolfur Arnarsson recognised as the first permanent settler. According to Icelandic sagas, Ingolfur threw 2 carved pillars into the sea, vowing to settle wherever they landed. These pillars were eventually found on the southwestern peninsula, now known as Reykjanes. Around 874, Ingolfur established his home in what is now Reykjavik, named for the geothermal steam he observed in the area. This act marked the beginning of a new era for Iceland. However, there are claims that Natfari, a slave abandoned by Garda Svafarsson, might have been the first permanent settler, living there before Ingolfur's arrival. In 985, Eric the Red, a fiery and ambitious explorer, discovered Greenland after being exiled from Iceland for murder, a crime that typically resulted in expulsion. By 986, Eric returned with 14 of the 25 ships he had initially set out with, establishing settlements on Greenland's southwestern coast. These early Norse communities thrived modestly, benefiting from a warm period that allowed for the cultivation of rye and barley and the raising of livestock. Their primary export was walrus ivory, which they traded for essential imports like iron. By 1261, Greenland came under the sovereignty of the Norwegian king. At its peak, the settlements housed around 5,000 people, organised around 250 farms within 14 church-centred communities, including an impressive cathedral at Garda. Despite their early success, the settlements eventually declined due to a worsening climate and increasing isolation. By 1450, they had disappeared, having lost contact with both Norway and Iceland. Around the same period, around 985, Norwegian ship captain Bjarni Herjolfsson accidentally encountered the North American continent while en route from Iceland to Greenland. indigenous Inuit communities on Ellesmere Island, Skraeling Island, and Ruin Island. These interactions highlighted the Norse's ability to adapt and engage with diverse cultures during their explorations. One significant Norse settlement was L'Anse aux Meadows in Newfoundland, Canada. This remarkable archaeological site featured timber-framed buildings that have been meticulously dated to the year 1021. The dating was confirmed through dendrochronological analysis, which examines tree rings. This method linked the construction to a carbon-14 spike caused by a significant solar storm in 993, providing an accurate timeline for the settlement's establishment. The findings indicate that Norse settlers were actively living in the area by that year. Historical records document interactions between the Vikings and the Native Americans, whom the Norse referred to as Skraelings. This term, depending on the context and translation, could imply a view of the indigenous people as either barbarians or weaklings. Despite some instances of trade, tensions and conflicts arose, primarily due to the advanced native weaponry, such as bows and arrows. These hostilities ultimately led to the Norse abandoning their attempts to maintain a presence in the region. The Norse explorers named the territory they ventured into Vinland, a name that has sparked considerable debate among historians. Traditionally, it was interpreted as wineland, suggesting the presence of wild grapes. More recent interpretations propose that it could mean meadow or pasture land, reflecting the landscape's potential for grazing. Regardless of the etymology, the Norse efforts to establish a permanent colony in Finland were unsuccessful. The strong presence and resistance of native groups, equipped with formidable weaponry and tactics, forced the Norse to retreat back to their settlements in Greenland, marking an end to their colonization attempts in North America. Speculation exists that the Vikings may have discovered Svalbard as early as the 12th century, referring to it in Norse records as Svalbard, which translates to cold shores. This name might have also been used to describe Jan Mayen or certain regions of eastern Greenland. However, the first widely recognised and undisputed discovery of the Svalbard archipelago was made by the Dutch explorer Willem Barents in 1596. His exploration added a significant chapter to the history of Arctic exploration long after the Norse records. Further research suggests that Norse explorers could have reached the Azores between 700 and 750 AD. A compelling 2015 study found significant mitochondrial DNA similarities between mice from the Azores and those from Scandinavia. This genetic link indicates that the mice may have been transported aboard Viking ships, mirroring patterns observed in other regions visited by the Norse. This period also aligns with an increase in 5-beta-stigmastanol, an organic compound associated with ruminant feces, detected in sediment layers from this era across 5 lakes in the Azores. The presence of this compound, along with a noted decrease in native tree pollen and an increase in carbon particles, suggests significant deforestation, likely to create pasture land for livestock. These environmental changes imply the presence of human settlers who needed land for their is further supported by trade route analysis, showing how a Scandinavian mouse could reach Portugal and then the Azores, showcasing the extensive and interconnected nature of Viking maritime movements. As we conclude our serene journey through the Viking Age, we've delved into the complex motivations behind the Vikings' far-reaching raids and the intricate web of their settlements in lands both near and far. From the rugged shores of Ireland and Great Britain to the distant and mysterious reaches of North America, the Vikings left an indelible mark on history. Their narrative is one of relentless exploration, fierce conquest, and rich cultural fusion, challenging traditional perceptions and illuminating the interconnectedness of the medieval world. As you slowly return to the present, let the echoes of Norse sagas and the gentle waves of history remind you of the resilient spirit and enduring legacy of the Vikings. Thank you for joining me here at ASMR History. Until our next adventure, may you find peace and wonder in the stories of the past, and, as always, sleep well. In the summer of 1381, England stood on the edge of chaos. The world, as the people knew it, was unravelling, torn apart by a great unrest, the likes of which had not been seen for centuries. Peasants, craftsmen, and common folk, tired of the crushing weight of taxes and an unrelenting monarchy, rose up with one voice, determined to challenge the status quo. It was not just about rebellion, but about hope. Hope for change, hope for equality, hope for a future that didn't see them as mere cogs in the wheel of a system designed to benefit the few. This was the Peasants Revolt of 1381, a moment in history where the oppressed finally dared to strike back. Welcome to ASMR History. In today's video, I'll be delving into a tumultuous chapter of English history, one that shook the very foundations of medieval society. The Peasants' Revolt was not just a clash of swords and pikes, but a clash of ideas about power, class, and the rights of the common man. With soothing whispers, I'll guide you through this extraordinary tale of rebellion. Sit back, relax, and let the history of 1381 unfold before you. The Peasants' Revolt was sparked by a cocktail of deep grievances. The harsh poll tax imposed by the government, the aftermath of the Black Death, and years of war had left the lower classes suffocating under unbearable burdens. They rallied behind leaders like the charismatic Wat Tyler, the radical preacher John Ball, and the young King Richard II, who would soon find himself at the heart of this historic storm. As John Ball famously questioned in his fiery sermons, when Adam delved and Eve span, who then was the gentleman? This simple yet profound statement captured the essence of the peasants' anger, challenging the rigid social hierarchies that had long kept them at the bottom. In this video, we'll explore the causes of the revolt, the events that defined it, and the consequences that rippled through history long after the dust had settled. From the fiery speeches that stirred the hearts of the oppressed to the brutal confrontations in the streets, we will uncover the legacy of this uprising. What began as a local rebellion would go on to become a symbol of resistance, echoing down through the centuries. But before we dive into the revolt itself, we must first understand the world these peasants inhabited. Life in late 14th century England was marked by hardship and change. To truly grasp the magnitude of what was to come, we need to set the stage and take a closer look at England during this pivotal time. England in the late 14th century was a land of contrasts, where the mighty castles of lords and nobles stood tall above the villages of peasants, the two worlds intertwined by the ancient feudal system. This system was the backbone of medieval society, a rigid hierarchy that dictated every aspect of life. At the top were the king, his noblemen, and the clergy, those who owned the land and controlled wealth. At the bottom, toiling endlessly, were the peasants. Bound to the land they worked, they had little control over their fate. They owed their lord labour and a portion of their crops, while they received protection and a small plot of land in return. For centuries, this structure had held firm, seemingly unshakable. But by the late 1300s, the ground beneath it was beginning to crack. Life for the peasants, who made up the vast majority of the population, was a constant struggle. They worked long hours in the fields, lived in small cramped homes, and were subjected to heavy taxes and strict laws that governed nearly every part of their existence. The feudal system, while offering some security, left little room for personal freedom or upward mobility. A peasant's life was one of subsistence, always at the mercy of the elements, disease, or the demands of the local lord. It was a hard life, but for generations it had been accepted as the way things were. Then came the Black Death. This horrific plague swept through Europe in the mid-14th century, claiming the lives of millions. England was no exception, and by the time the epidemic had passed, nearly half of the population had perished. Historian R.B. Dobson put it best when he said, "The Black Death was not just a plague of death, it was also a plague upon the existing social order. The old world was shattered. The sudden and drastic decline in the population left a gaping hole in the labour force. Fields lay untended, and lords found themselves struggling to maintain their lands without enough peasants to work them. For the surviving peasants, this presented a rare opportunity. With so few labourers, their work became more valuable. For the first time in memory, they had the leverage to demand higher wages and better conditions. Some peasants were even able to leave the land they had been tied to for generations, seeking work in towns or other estates. The rigid boundaries of the feudal system were beginning to blur, and the once untouchable nobility was being forced to negotiate with those they had always considered beneath them. But as quickly as the pendulum had swung in favour of the peasants, it was yanked back by the ruling class. The government, alarmed by the newfound demands of the lower classes, passed a series of laws to freeze wages at pre-plague levels and prevent peasants from moving freely. These laws only added to the growing discontent. By the time the 1370s rolled around, tensions between the peasants and the ruling elite were simmering just beneath the surface, ready to boil over poll taxes. Desperate to fund costly wars in France, King Richard II's government introduced a new tax that would push the already strained peasantry to its breaking point. The poll tax was simple and brutal. Every person, man or woman, rich or poor, was required to pay a flat rate of 1 shilling. It was a heavy burden for the peasants, who already struggled to make ends meet. As the taxes increased year after year, resentment turned to anger. The poll tax was not just an economic strain, it was seen as deeply unfair. While the rich could afford the shilling without a second thought, for the poor it could mean the difference between feeding their families and going hungry. The proclamation of the poll tax spelled out the law clearly. Every person, male or female, shall pay the sum of 1 shilling. It did not differentiate between the wealth of the taxpayer. It did not care whether you owned land or begged for bread. For the peasants, who had already endured so much hardship, this was a final insult. The poll tax was more than just a levy. It was the last straw, a symbol of the oppression they had endured for generations. Religion, too, played a critical role in shaping the mindset of the people. In a deeply pious society, the teachings of the Church could be a powerful tool for either maintaining or challenging the status quo. Figures like John Paul, a radical preacher with a fiery tongue, used the pulpit to speak directly to the peasants' growing frustration. Paul was not like other priests who spoke only of divine authority and submission. He preached of equality and justice, using the Bible to call into question the very foundation of feudal society. In one of his most famous sermons, Paul declared, "Things cannot go well in England, nor ever will, until all things be in common." His message was simple, yet radical. The world was not meant to be divided between lords and peasants, the rich and the poor. Paul's words, grounded in both scripture and social justice, resonated deeply with the oppressed, further fueling the flames of rebellion. To many peasants, his sermons offered not only religious comfort, but also a justification for their growing belief that they deserved better, that their suffering was not part of God's plan, but a product of human greed. By the spring of 1381, all the pieces were in place for an explosion of anger. The economic hardships caused by the poll taxes, the labour shortages after the Black Death, and the fiery rhetoric of men like John Paul had created a perfect storm. What's been simmering for years would soon erupt into open rebellion. From the fields and villages of England, the common folk would rise up to challenge the lords, the king, and the system that had oppressed them for so long. With tensions at their breaking point, the spark would come in May of that year, setting off a chain reaction that would see peasants marching on London, determined to make their voices heard. In May of 1381, the countryside of England was like a tinderbox waiting for a spark, and that spark came from the counties of Essex and Kent. The poll tax collectors arrived, demanding payment from peasants who could no longer bear the burden, and the response was swift. Outraged by the injustice, a small band of men in Essex attacked the collectors, refusing to pay the oppressive levy. Word spread like wildfire, reaching villages across the southeast. In Kent, trampled underfoot, their voices unheard, and their burdens increasing. The rebels knew that if they did nothing, their lives would continue to be defined by poverty and oppression. As they marched, their numbers swelled. Peasants, craftsmen, even some lower-ranking clergy joined the cause. They had a mission now, to bring their grievances directly to the king, to make him understand their suffering, and to force those who had exploited them for generations to listen. Their first major act of defiance was to burn the tax records. These documents, the very symbol of their oppression, went up in flames as the rebels stormed manorial estates and official buildings. In towns along their path, they destroyed legal archives and burned the homes of unpopular officials. The air was thick with smoke and the intoxicating sense of rebellion. With every step they took toward London, they grew more emboldened. No longer were they just farmers and labourers. They were an army, marching with a righteous fury. The cry that echoed through the rebel ranks was clear: for men will never be free unless the lords be brought low. At the forefront of this growing movement stood two men who would become the symbols of the Peasants' Revolt. The first was Wat Tyler, a man whose name would soon strike fear into the hearts of England's nobility. Tyler was no aristocrat or man of wealth. He was a humble craftsman, a tiler by trade, who understood the hardships of the common people because they were his hardships too. It was said that Tyler rose to leadership after striking down a tax collector who had insulted his daughter, though the truth of this tale has faded with time. What is certain is that Tyler became the voice of the voiceless, leading with a fierce determination to see justice done. As the contemporary chronicler Froissart described him, Wat Tyler, a bold man and leader of men, gave voice to the grievances of the poor. Alongside Tyler was John Bull, a radical preacher whose words had stirred the hearts of the common people long before the rebellion broke out. Bull was no ordinary priest. His sermons did not dwell on obedience or the divine right of kings. Instead, he preached equality and fairness, planting seeds of revolt in the minds of those who listened. Things cannot go well in England, he had once proclaimed, nor ever will, until all things be in common. Paul believed that the feudal system was not only unjust, but also contrary to the teachings of Christ. In his eyes, the revolt was not just a political uprising, it was a moral and spiritual duty. It was said that when Paul spoke, the people felt as though they were hearing the voice of God calling them to rise up against their oppressors. As the rebels moved closer to London, their numbers grew into the tens of thousands. This was no longer a local uprising, but a full-blown rebellion, with men and women from across the southeast of England marching together. The capital was their destination, and there they hoped to confront King Richard II himself, to demand an end to the poll taxes, to call for justice, and to see their grievances addressed. But this was not a peaceful petition. The rebels were angry, and they intended to be heard by any means necessary. Their arrival in London would shake the city to its core. The streets of the capital were not prepared for what was coming. A As the rebels marched through the gates of London in June 1381, they carried with them the fury of a people pushed to the brink. Once inside, they set to work targeting the symbols of their oppression. They stormed the Savoy Palace, the grand residence of John of Gaunt, the king's powerful uncle, and set it ablaze. They destroyed the prison at Fleet, releasing those held within. They even ransacked the offices of the royal treasury, destroying tax documents and anything that tied them to the heavy-handed rule of the nobility. The city was in chaos, and the once untouchable ruling class was now under direct threat. But burning records and storming buildings were only part of the rebellion. The rebels had demands that they believed could reshape the very fabric of English society. They wanted an end to the oppressive taxes, the release of prisoners, and the dismissal of corrupt officials who had exploited them for so long. More than that, they wanted freedom. They demanded the abolition of serfdom and the feudal obligations that had kept them chained to their lord's land. It was a vision of a new England, one where men and women could live free from the yoke of aristocratic tyranny. But first, they had to be heard. The rebels sought an audience with King Richard II, a boy of just 14, who now found himself in the centre of this storm. Richard, from the safety of the Tower of London, knew that he could not ignore the rising tide. The rebels were at his doorstep, and their demands were too loud to dismiss. But this meeting, which promised so much hope for the common people, would soon take a dark turn as the rebellion reached its climax. Before we explore the siege of London and the tense negotiations between the rebels and the king, let's take a closer look at how the rebels' demands began to crystallise, and how their moment of triumph was teetering on the edge of disaster. The rebels marched on London with an energy that could not be contained. Like a wave, building strength as it moves towards shore, they surged forward, their ranks swelling with every step. Men, women, and children, all bound by a shared sense of injustice, pressed toward the city, carrying with them the hopes and fury of the common people. As they reached London Bridge, the gates to the capital stood wide open, whether from fear or a desire to avoid bloodshed, no one knew for certain. But it didn't matter. The people of London, many of whom sympathised with the cause, let the rebels pour into the city without resistance. Once inside the walls, chaos reigned. The rebels, inflamed by years of oppression and emboldened by their numbers, went straight to the heart of their grievances. They sacked government buildings, destroying tax records and seizing anything that represented their exploitation. But it was the grand estates of the wealthy that bore the brunt of their fury. The Savoy Palace, the luxurious residence of John of Gaunt, was reduced to a smouldering ruin, its riches burned or cast into the Thames. In the eyes of the rebels, this was not wanton destruction, it was justice. As one proclamation echoed through the city streets, "We shall be all one, and let there be no more lords." The call for equality, for the end of the feudal order, rang loud and clear. The violence wasn't confined to property alone. Royal officials, tax collectors, and those seen as traitors to the common people were hunted down and executed. From his sanctuary in the Tower of London, Richard watched as his capital burned and his subjects turned against him. Yet, despite his youth, the king understood that he had to face the rebels if there was any hope of saving his reign. He sent word that he was willing to meet with the leaders to hear their grievances and discuss a path forward. The first meeting took place at Mile End on June 14th, 1381. As Richard rode out to face the throng of rebels, the weight of the kingdom seemed to press on his shoulders. The young monarch knew that the eyes of the nation were upon him. Thousands of angry peasants surrounded him, and among them, their charismatic leader, Wat Tyler. It was a tense encounter, with the future of England hanging in the balance. But Richard, perhaps surprisingly, handled the moment with poise. "You shall have no captain but me," he declared, offering himself as the one who could deliver their demands. It was a bold statement, a promise that he alone could bring the changes they sought. At Mile End, the rebels laid out their demands. They called for the complete abolition of serfdom, the reduction of oppressive taxes, and the removal of corrupt officials who had profited of their misery. They wanted nothing less than a transformation of the social order, a new England where men were no longer bound to the land or subject to the whims of the nobility. A letter to the king summed up their desires. "We seek the freedom of all men and the just treatment of the poor." These were not minor reforms. They were asking for a revolution. Richard, whether out of fear or a desire to buy time, agreed to many of their demands. He promised to end serfdom and to grant pardons to the rebels, offering them a sense of hope that their grievances would finally be addressed. With these assurances, many of the rebels began to disperse, believing that they had won. But the most radical among them, including Wat Tyler, remained unconvinced. They sought more than promises. They wanted concrete action. The following day, on June 15th, another meeting was arranged at Smithfield, a large open area just outside the city walls. Here, Tyler and the rebels would confront the king one last time, determined to see their demands fulfilled. The meeting at Smithfield was fraught with tension from the start. As Richard approached with his retinue, Tyler stepped forward to present his final demands. What exactly was said during this exchange remains unclear, but it was enough to escalate the situation rapidly. Accounts differ on the details, but the outcome is well known. As tempers flared, Tyler was struck down by the king's men, either in an act of treachery or a response to a perceived threat. With their leader dead, the rebels' unity began to crumble. Despite the shock and confusion that followed, Richard showed unexpected resolve. He rode directly into the crowd of rebels, placing himself at the mercy of the very people who had marched on his city. It was a bold and dangerous move, but with Tyler gone, the rebels were leaderless and uncertain. The king seized the moment. He spoke to them directly, urging them to return home and promising again that their grievances would be addressed. Remarkably, his words were enough to pacify the crowd, who began to disperse in the belief that their cause had not been in vain. But this was not the end of the story. Richard's promises of reform and pardons would soon be forgotten, replaced by swift and brutal retribution. would see the movement unravel as the crown moved to crush any remaining resistance. Before we examine the death of Wat Tyler and the brutal suppression of the rebellion, we must first understand how the hope of reform, so briefly kindled, was extinguished in the days that followed. The fate of the Peasants' Revolt was sealed in a single, fateful moment at Smithfield. It was June 15th, 1381, and Wat Tyler, the bold leader of the rebellion, stood face to face with 14-year-old King Richard II. Tyler, confident in the righteousness of his cause, laid out his final demands. He called for more than just the end of serfdom. He sought true equality. Tyler wanted an England where no man could be another's master, where the lords were stripped of their power and the common people could live freely and fairly. But this moment of triumph would be his last. As Tyler spoke, the tension in the air was palpable. Accounts differ on exactly what triggered the violence, but the outcome was swift and brutal. Tyler's boldness, perhaps his refusal to bow before the king, ignited fury among Richard's men. One of the king's loyal knights, William Walworth, stepped forward and struck Tyler down. The leader of the revolt, who had carried the hopes of tens of thousands, was mortally wounded. As he collapsed, the future of the rebellion crumbled with him. Chronicler Thomas Walsingham captured the gravity of the moment. In an instant, the leader was cut down, and the rebellion began to die with him. Panic rippled through the crowd of rebels. Their leader had been felled, and for a brief moment, chaos threatened to erupt. The peasants, who had marched on London with hope and fury, now faced the terrifying reality that their uprising might collapse. But in this tense and dangerous moment, it was Richard who stepped forward. The young king, remarkably calm in the face of the mob, rode out alone into the throng. It was an act of boldness, or perhaps desperation, but it worked. "I am your king," he called out, his voice cutting through the glamour. "You shall have no captain but me." With Wat Tyler dead, the rebels found themselves at a crossroads. Many were unsure what to do next, but the sight of the king, just a boy, speaking directly to them, calmed their fury. Richard promised once again that their demands would be met, that he would personally see to the reforms they sought. Tired and shaken by the day's events, many of the rebels accepted the king's word. They began to disperse, believing that their cause had not been in vain. But those promises, like so many others, were nothing more than words. As the rebels retreated, Richard's true intentions came into focus. The king, who had spoken so smoothly to the crowd, had no intention of following through on his pledges. Once the threat had passed, the crown turned its attention to vengeance. Richard's attitude towards the peasants hardened, and his words, once filled with the promise of reform, became dark and menacing. "Rustics you have been, and rustics you are. You will remain in bondage, not as before, but incomparably harsher," he declared, revealing the cold truth that lay beneath his earlier diplomacy. The suppression of the revolt was swift and ruthless. With Tyler dead and the rebel forces scattered, the nobility seized the opportunity to reassert control. Across the southeast of England, those who had taken part in the uprising were hunted down. royal forces and local lords took their revenge with brutal efficiency. Hundreds of rebels were captured, and executions became a grim daily occurrence. Gallows were erected in town squares, and the bodies of the condemned were left hanging as a stark reminder to all who might dare to rise against their betters. The leaders of the revolt, aside from Wat Tyler, were among the first to face the king's wrath. John Bull, the radical preacher whose sermons had fueled the rebellion, was captured and brought to trial. His defiance did not waver, even as he stood before his judges. He was convicted of treason, and in July 1381 he was hanged, drawn and quartered, his body torn apart as a public spectacle. It was a brutal end to a man who had inspired so many with his dream of a more equal world. The common folk who had dared to dream of a better life now found themselves facing an even harsher reality. The promises of freedom, of an end to serfdom, had been replaced by the sharp edge of the sword. The rebellion, which had started with such hope and energy, was now crushed beneath the iron heel of the aristocracy. Richard's earlier agreements were revoked, and the heavy hand of the law came down on the peasantry with a force that was both punitive and symbolic. The message was clear. Rebellion would not be tolerated, and those who challenged the established order would pay with their lives. But even as the revolt was brutally suppressed, its echoes could not be so easily silenced. Though the immediate gains of the rebellion were erased, the ideas that had driven it could not be killed by the sword. Wat Tyler and John Bull may have been dead, but their vision of a more just and equal society lingered in the minds of the people. The revolt of 1381, despite its failure, had shown the common folk that they could rise up, that they could challenge the seemingly unbreakable chains of feudalism. Though the rebellion had been crushed, it left behind a legacy of defiance that would simmer beneath the surface of English society for generations. As we turn now to the aftermath and consequences of the revolt, we must ask, what lasting impact did this uprising have on the future of England? The peasants had been defeated, but had their rebellion planted the seeds of change? In the immediate aftermath of the Peasants' Revolt, the kingdom of England trembled under the weight of its own violence. The rebellion, once so full of promise and passion, had been shattered, and its remnants were swiftly hunted down. Across the southeast, the king's men moved relentlessly to crush any flicker of resistance. What had started as a cry for justice was now silenced by the cold efficiency of royal retribution. Those who had dared to rise up were brought to justice, though for many, justice was little more than a death sentence. The executions were swift and brutal. Gallows dotted the landscape, their grim silhouettes casting long shadows over the fields. Rebel leaders were rounded up, put on trial, and condemned without mercy. The king's message was clear. Defiance would not be tolerated. This new England, the one the peasants had briefly imagined, would not come to pass. Instead, the old order reasserted itself with a vengeance. John Bull, whose fiery sermons had lit the spark of rebellion, was one of the first to meet his end. His death was as violent as his ideas had been radical. his footsteps. Wat Tyler's assassination at Smithfield had signalled the end of the revolt, but, in truth, the movement had begun to unravel the moment the first heads rolled. Local lords, emboldened by the Crown's ruthless suppression, took the opportunity to reclaim their authority with force. Across the country, anyone suspected of having ties to the revolt was swiftly dealt with. For the rebels who had fought for a fairer world, there was no escape. As historian Rodney Hilton remarked, rebellion was swiftly punished, but the ideas could not be so easily erased. Indeed, while the revolt had failed in its immediate aims, its impact would be felt long after the bloodshed had ceased. The peasants may have been defeated, but their cries for freedom had been heard. In the years that followed, the ruling class would work hard to forget the uprising, but the common people could not forget what they had experienced. They had risen up once, and even in failure, they had proven that the unbreakable chains of feudalism could in fact be shaken. The long-term consequences of the Peasants' Revolt stretched beyond the gallows and the shattered dreams of those who had fought for change. In the short term, the Crown imposed stricter laws to prevent any future uprisings. Serfdom, the system that had bound peasants to the land for generations, was reaffirmed, and the king and his nobles took great pains to ensure that no such rebellion could happen again. The poll taxes were quietly abandoned, but little else changed in the immediate aftermath. However, beneath the surface, the revolt had planted the seeds of something much larger, a shift in the social and political landscape of England. For centuries, the feudal system had been the foundation of medieval society. Peasants owed their labour to their lords, and in return they received protection and land to work. It was a system as old as the land itself. But the revolt of 1381 showed that this system, once thought to be unshakable, was beginning to crack. The Black Death had already weakened the feudal structure by decimating the population and creating labour shortages. Now, the revolt had made it clear that the peasants would not remain docile forever. Although the rebellion was crushed, it marked the beginning of a slow but steady erosion of the feudal system. In the decades that followed, more and more peasants found ways to buy their freedom from servitude. Landlords, facing the economic realities of labour shortages, began to offer better terms to workers. The harsh laws imposed in the wake of the revolt were difficult to enforce, and over time the grip of feudalism began to loosen. Historian Christopher Dyer captures this sentiment perfectly. The Peasants' Revolt marked the beginning of the end for serfdom in England. This wasn't an immediate transformation. Far from it. The changes brought about by the revolt would take generations to fully materialise. But the spark had been lit, and there was no turning back. The revolt had shown the peasants that they were not powerless, and that the system that had governed their lives could be challenged. The old social contract between lord and peasant was beginning to unravel, and as it did, it opened the door for a new era in English society. In the political sphere, the revolt left a lasting mark as well. While the nobles and the crown managed to hold on to power in the short peasants had called not just for economic relief, but for political representation. They demanded a say in how they were governed, and though their demands were not met in 1381, their call for reform would echo through the centuries. The seeds of future movements, such as the English Civil War and the rise of parliamentary power, can be traced back, in part, to the demands made by the rebels during the Peasants' Revolt. Even as the immediate effects of the uprising faded, its long-term influence continued to shape the course of English history. It was not just a rebellion, it was a moment of awakening for the common people. They had tasted the possibility of a different world, one in which they were not bound by the chains of feudalism, one in which they could determine their own fate. That vision, though crushed in 1381, would inspire future generations to continue the fight for justice and equality. As we move into the final chapter of this story, we will explore the legacy of the Peasants' Revolt, how this brief but powerful uprising influenced future generations and helped to shape the course of English history. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381, though crushed in the fields and streets of England, did not die with Wat Tyler or John Ball. Instead, it lived on, becoming a powerful symbol for future generations who would fight against oppression and inequality. For centuries to come, the revolt was invoked by those who sought to challenge the status quo, a reminder that the common people could rise up even if the forces arrayed against them seemed insurmountable. It was a spark that, though briefly extinguished, lit the way for future rebellions, revolutions, and movements for justice. The legacy of the Peasants' Revolt stretched far beyond the blooded streets of London. In the centuries that followed, it served as a rallying cry for other movements, from the English Civil War in the 17th century to the Chartist movement of the 19th century. The spirit of 1381 was ever present. The Chartists, who fought for political reform and the extension of voting rights to the working class, saw themselves as the heirs to the struggle begun by Tyler and Ball. They understood that while the peasants had not achieved their immediate goals, their rebellion had laid the groundwork for future challenges to feudal and autocratic rule. Marxist historian Eric Hobsbawm, reflecting on the broader significance of the revolt, wrote, "The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 was a seminal moment in the history of class struggle." For Hobsbawm and others, the revolt was more than just a medieval footnote. It was an early expression of the ongoing battle between the oppressed and the ruling classes, a battle that would continue through the ages. The revolt, though seemingly a failure in its immediate objectives, became part of a much larger story, the long and difficult journey towards social justice. But the legacy of the Peasants' Revolt was not confined to political movements. It also left an indelible mark on the cultural imagination. For centuries, poets, writers, and artists have looked to the revolt as a source of inspiration. In literature, the uprising was immortalised in works like William Morris's A Dream of John Ball, a novella that blends history and fantasy to explore the continuing relevance of the revolt's ideals. Morris, a passionate advocate for socialism in the 19th century, used the story of the rebellion to reflect on the timeless nature of the struggle for equality. In one particularly poignant passage, Morris wrote, "Men fight and lose the battle, and the thing that they fought for comes about in spite of their defeat." Morris's words capture the essence of the revolt's legacy. Even though the peasants were defeated, the ideas they fought for, justice, freedom, and equality, endured. The battle was lost, but the principles survived, slowly seeping into the consciousness of future generations. It is this idea that makes the Peasants' Revolt so compelling. The notion that even in failure there is victory, that the ideals of a movement can outlive the lives of its participants. In addition to literature, the revolt has also been depicted in various forms of art. Paintings, sculptures, and modern reinterpretations have all sought to capture the defiance and hope that fueled the uprising. One particularly striking image is a depiction of Wat Tyler confronting King Richard II at Smithfield, a moment frozen in time that encapsulates the sheer audacity of the revolt. Such cultural representations help keep the memory of the Peasants' Revolt alive, reminding us of its significance long after the historical events themselves have faded into the past. In modern popular culture, the Peasants' Revolt has appeared in film, television, and even music. Its themes of rebellion and class struggle resonate as strongly today as they did in 1381, whether in documentaries or fictionalized retellings. The story of the revolt continues to captivate audiences. In many ways, the Peasants' Revolt has transcended its medieval origins, becoming a universal symbol of the fight against oppression, a story that can be adapted to any time or place. But the true legacy of the Peasants' Revolt lies not just in its cultural depictions or its influence on political movements. Its lasting impact is in the way it helped to shift the course of English history. While the revolt did not immediately dismantle the feudal system, it began to erode the foundations upon which that system was built. It showed that the common people, though bound by centuries of tradition, could challenge their masters. It planted the seeds for the eventual abolition of serfdom, the rise of a more mobile and independent labour force, and the gradual shift toward a more modern economy. As we reflect on the legacy of the Peasants' Revolt, it becomes clear that this was more than just a failed rebellion. It was a critical moment in the ongoing fight for justice and equality, a moment that demonstrated the power of the people to stand up to their oppressors, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The ideals of the revolt, freedom from tyranny, equality before the law, and the right to a fair share of the fruits of one's labour, are as relevant today as they were in 1381, with the memory of the Peasants' Revolt firmly etched into the annals of history. It serves as a powerful reminder of the resilience of the human spirit. No matter how many times a just cause may seem defeated, it can rise again in new forms, in new places, with new voices. As we move toward the conclusion of this story, we will reflect on how the Peasants' Revolt serves as a symbol for the timeless pursuit of justice, and how its lessons continue to resonate in the world we live in today. Peasants Revolt of 1381 remains one of the most fascinating and pivotal moments in history for me. It's a story of everyday people, farmers, labourers and craftsmen, rising up in defiance of a system that had kept them oppressed for centuries. Though they were defeated, their courage and bold demands for justice left a lasting mark on the course of English society. It wasn't just about taxes or labour, but about the fundamental struggle for dignity, equality, and the right to be heard. They may not have achieved their goals in their lifetimes, but the echoes of their fight for fairness continue to resonate through the ages. The themes of class struggle, rebellion, and the relentless pursuit of justice are woven into the fabric of this revolt. For me, it serves as a powerful reminder that even when a cause seems lost, its spirit can live on, inspiring others to continue the fight for a better world. As historian Michael Poston said, the revolt may have failed in its immediate goals, but its echoes reverberate through history. That's the beauty of history. It never truly ends. It just evolves. Thank you so much for joining me today on this journey through one of the most remarkable uprisings in history. If you enjoyed this story and would like to hear more, be sure to subscribe to ASMR History for more relaxing explorations of the past. And as always, sleep well. Imagine a dark, stormy night in the 15th century, where the shadows of medieval castles loom large, and tales of ruthless warriors spread fear across the lands. Welcome to the world of Vlad the Impaler, a name that evokes both terror and fascination. Vlad, also known as Vlad III, was a ruler of Wallachia, a historical region in present-day Romania. His reign was marked by brutal methods of maintaining power, earning him the infamous nickname the Impaler. His story is one of power, vengeance, and a relentless quest for control, a tale as gripping as it is chilling. Vlad the Impaler's significance in history extends beyond his brutal tactics. He played a crucial role in defending his territory against the encroaching Ottoman Empire, making him a hero in Romanian folklore and a villain in the eyes of his enemies. His legacy is a complex tapestry woven with threads of fear, respect, and mystique. This duality makes Vlad a compelling figure to study, as his actions have left an indelible mark on history, influencing both contemporary and modern perceptions of leadership, warfare, and justice. Welcome to ASMR History. If you are a returning viewer, welcome back and thank you for your ongoing support. It really does mean the world to me. If this is your first time, welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoy your time here, and please feel free to comment down below some topics you would like me to cover. Either way, sit back, get comfortable, and immerse yourself in the soothing sounds and whispers of history as we delve into the life and times of Vlad the Impaler. During the 15th century, Eastern Europe was a region marked by intense political turbulence and shifting power dynamics. The Ottoman Empire was rapidly expanding its territory, posing a significant threat to the Christian kingdoms and principalities of the region. Wallachia, situated between the powerful Kingdom of Hungary to the west and the aggressive Ottoman Empire to the south, found itself in a precarious position. This region, a battleground for influence, was characterized by local nobles, or boyars, frequently shifting their allegiances to protect their interests. The constant warfare and political intrigue created a volatile environment where rulers had to be both strategic and ruthless to maintain control. Amidst this chaos, Vlad the Impaler emerged as a figure who would go to extreme lengths to secure his realm. His life and reign were shaped by this backdrop of relentless conflict and the struggle for dominance, which would come to define his legacy as both a protector and a tyrant. Vlad's brutal methods and strategic acumen were direct responses to the formidable challenges posed by the geopolitical landscape of Eastern Europe during this tumultuous era. Born into this environment of perpetual conflict, Vlad the Impaler came into the world in the winter of 1431 in the fortress of Sighisoara, located in the heart of Transylvania, Romania. This ancient city, with its cobblestone streets and medieval architecture, set the stage for the early life of one of history's most notorious figures. The exact date of his birth remains shrouded in mystery, much like the man himself. However, his birth during a turbulent period in European history foreshadowed a life marked by conflict and intrigue. Sighisoara, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is celebrated for preserving the atmosphere of the medieval period, a fitting birthplace for a man whose legacy would be deeply intertwined with the dark and violent aspects of history. Vlad hailed from the illustrious Draculist lineage. His father, Vlad II Dracul, was a member of the Order of the Dragon, a chivalric order dedicated to defending Christianity against the Ottoman Turks. This noble heritage endowed Vlad with a fierce sense of duty and an unwavering commitment to his family's legacy. The Draculist family was deeply entrenched in the politics and power struggles of the time, shaping Vlad's early perceptions of leadership and authority. The Order of the Dragon's emblem, a dragon devouring his own tail, symbolized vigilance and a perpetual fight against the forces threatening Christendom, ideals that young Vlad would carry into his adulthood. Building on this foundation, Vlad received an education befitting his noble status from a young age. He was taught the art of war, statesmanship, and diplomacy. Tutors from across Europe were brought to his court to provide him with a broad and diverse education. Vlad's early education instilled in him a strategic mind and a deep understanding of the political landscape of his time, preparing him for the tumultuous path that lay ahead. His curriculum likely included classical texts on military tactics, governance, and philosophy, reflecting the Renaissance humanist ideals spreading through Europe, though his application of these teachings would later take a darker turn. Key figures in Vlad's upbringing included his father, Vlad II Dracul, and other influential nobles and military leaders. These mentors imparted lessons in leadership, resilience, and the importance of ruthless decisiveness. The harsh realities of court politics and the constant threat of betrayal ingrained in Vlad a survivalist mentality and a relentless drive to secure his power. His father's own tumultuous reign, marked by alliances and conflicts with both Christian and Muslim forces, served as a stark reminder of the precariousness of power and the necessity of maintaining a firm grip on authority. This environment, steeped in intrigue and danger, undoubtedly shaped Vlad's future approach to rule and his infamous methods of maintaining order. At the age of 13, Vlad and his younger brother, Radu, were taken hostage by the Ottoman Empire. This captivity, part of a political agreement to ensure their father's loyalty to the Ottomans, thrust Vlad into a new and challenging environment. Held at the court of Sultan Murad II, Vlad was exposed to Ottoman culture, military strategies, and court intrigues. This period of captivity was a formative experience that would profoundly influence his later methods of rule and his deep-seated animosity towards his captors. The experience was meant to ensure political compliance, but instead became a crucible that forged Vlad's infamous persona. His time in the Ottoman court also exposed him to advanced military tactics and a different perspective on governance, which he would later adapt with his uniquely brutal modifications. The years spent in Ottoman captivity left an indelible mark on Vlad. The brutality and cunning he witnessed and endured shaped his worldview and leadership style. Upon his release, Vlad returned to Wallachia with a hardened resolve and a ruthless approach to governance. The lessons learned during his captivity fueled his notorious reputation for impalement and other severe punishments, tactics he used to instill fear and maintain control over his dominion. These experiences ingrained in him a survivalist instinct and a deep mistrust of those around him, often leading him to preemptive and extreme measures to quell dissent and opposition. His time under Ottoman control not only influenced his methods of punishment, but also reinforced his desire to fiercely protect and consolidate his power. This resolve to rule Wallachia was matched only by his determination to avenge the wrongs he had endured. In 1448, the moment he had awaited arrived. He seized the throne of Wallachia, albeit briefly. His ascension was a calculated move, taking advantage of the political chaos following the death of his father, Vlad II Dracul. However, his first reign was short-lived. The throne of Wallachia was a coveted prize, and Vlad faced immediate opposition. Despite this, his initial ascension set the stage for his enduring legacy and showcased his ability to navigate the treacherous political waters of the time. His brief tenure demonstrated his strategic acumen and foreshadowed the relentless determination that would characterize his future reigns. Each subsequent attempt to reclaim and hold power further cemented his reputation as a formidable and ruthless leader. Wallachia during Vlad's time was a land of tumultuous politics and shifting allegiances. The principality was squeezed between the powerful kingdoms of Hungary and the expansive Ottoman Empire, each volatile environment required a ruler who was both cunning and ruthless, capable of uniting the fractious nobles and defending the land from external threats. Vlad's early experiences and his strategic acumen positioned him uniquely to tackle these challenges. His ability to employ both diplomacy and terror allowed him to maneuver through the complex web of allegiances and enmities, ensuring his dominance and control over Wallachia. Vlad's initial reign was marked by conflict and a desperate struggle for legitimacy. After seizing the throne, he faced immediate threats from rival claimants and the ever-looming Ottoman Empire. Recognizing the precariousness of his position, Vlad sought support from the Kingdom of Hungary. This alliance was crucial as Hungary provided both military aid and political backing. The Hungarian king, recognizing Vlad's potential as a bulwark against Ottoman expansion, supported his claim to the Wallachian throne. This support was instrumental in Vlad's initial survival and set the stage for his later efforts to consolidate power. Despite the constant warfare and political intrigue, Vlad's first taste of rulership revealed his strategic brilliance and unwavering ambition. His alliance with Hungary not only bolstered his military capabilities, but also lent him a degree of legitimacy and stability that was otherwise lacking in the fractious political landscape of Wallachia. In 1456, after a period of exile and relentless plotting, Vlad managed to reclaim the Wallachian throne. This time, he was better prepared, having learned valuable lessons from his previous defeat. His return to power was marked by swift and decisive actions to eliminate his rivals. Vlad's reclamation of the throne was not just a return to power, but a statement of his enduring resolve and strategic brilliance. He leveraged alliances, cunning diplomacy, and sheer force to re-establish his rule, demonstrating a formidable combination of patience and ferocity. The period of exile has sharpened his political instincts and hardened his resolve, making him more adept at navigating the treacherous political environment. Once back on the throne, Vlad wasted no time in consolidating his power. He understood that to secure his reign, he needed to neutralize the influence of the boyars who had previously destabilized Wallachian politics. Vlad's approach was both strategic and ruthless. He initiated a series of purges, executing or imprisoning those who posed a threat to his authority. Additionally, Vlad implemented reforms to centralize power, reducing the autonomy of the boyars and bringing key military and administrative functions under his direct control. This consolidation of power was essential in stabilizing Wallachia and ensuring that his authority remained unchallenged. His reforms were aimed at creating a more centralized and efficient governance structure, which allowed him to respond swiftly and decisively to any internal or external threats. Vlad's path to uncontested rule was fraught with challenges. His enemies were numerous, both within Wallachia and beyond its borders. Internally, he faced constant plots and rebellions from discontented boyars. Externally, the Ottoman Empire and rival claimants to the throne posed significant threats. To overcome these rivals, Vlad employed a combination of military prowess, psychological warfare, and unrelenting brutality. His use of impalement as a method of punishment and deterrence became infamous, instilling fear in his enemies and securing his rule. Vlad's ability to overcome these formidable challenges underscored his effectiveness as a ruler and cemented his legacy as one of history's most formidable leaders. His reign, characterized by a blend of strategic acumen and ruthless enforcement, ensured that his authority was rarely questioned, and his legacy as Vlad the Impaler endured through the ages. As Vlad solidified his rule through sheer force and strategic brilliance, his focus shifted to the administration and defence of his realm. His reign was characterised by relentless military campaigns, astute political manoeuvres, and a notoriously harsh justice system. Vlad's governance was as much about maintaining power as it was about leaving a lasting legacy in the annals of history. His administrative efforts aimed at creating a formidable and centralised state apparatus that could withstand internal dissension and external threats alike. Vlad's legacy, while often shrouded in tales of cruelty, also reflects his ambition to be remembered as a decisive and effective ruler. Vlad's most formidable adversaries were the Ottomans, whose empire was expanding relentlessly across Eastern Europe. Determined to protect Wallachia from Ottoman domination, Vlad engaged in numerous conflicts with Sultan Mehmed II, the conqueror of Constantinople. One of the most significant clashes occurred in 1462, known as the night attack at Târgoviște. Utilising guerrilla tactics and intimate knowledge of the local terrain, Vlad launched a surprise night raid on the Ottoman camp. The chaos and terror inflicted by this audacious assault underscored Vlad's tactical ingenuity and relentless determination. Despite being heavily outnumbered, Vlad's forces managed to inflict substantial damage, temporarily halting Ottoman advances and solidifying his reputation as a formidable military leader. This raid, characterised by its boldness and brutality, demonstrated Vlad's ability to exploit his enemies' weaknesses and secure his position against overwhelming odds. Vlad's military strategy was marked by a blend of traditional warfare and psychological tactics designed to intimidate his enemies. Apart from the night attack, another notable battle was the siege of Penari Castle, where Vlad used the natural fortifications to his advantage, repelling Ottoman forces through a combination of archery and strategic defences. His use of impalement was not merely punitive, but served as a psychological weapon, deterring invasions by instilling fear. Stories of forests of impaled bodies along the Danube sent chills down the spines of would-be invaders. This brutal yet effective method helped maintain his dominance and protect his realm from external threats. By employing such ruthless tactics, Vlad ensured that his reputation would precede him, often discouraging potential adversaries from challenging his authority. centralising power and stabilising Wallachia. He implemented strict measures to curb the influence of the boyars, reducing their capacity to challenge his authority. By redistributing lands and ensuring loyalty through fear and reward, Vlad reinforced his position. He also focused on law and order, establishing a centralised administration that could efficiently manage the affairs of the state. These reforms, while ruthless, brought a degree of stability and order to a region long plagued by internal strife and power struggles. His efforts in streamlining the administration and creating a more direct line of control over the nobility helped in crafting a more cohesive and resilient state apparatus capable of enduring the turbulent political landscape of the time. Vlad maintained a complex web of relationships with neighbouring states, balancing diplomacy and intimidation. His alliances with Hungary were instrumental in securing military support against the Ottomans. Simultaneously, he engaged in diplomatic negotiations with other regional powers to ensure Wallachia's security and autonomy. These relationships were often volatile, reflecting the broader geopolitical instability of the region. Vlad's ability to navigate these alliances showcased his diplomatic acumen and strategic foresight. His diplomatic efforts extended to occasional treaties and truces with enemies when advantageous, demonstrating a pragmatic approach to ensuring Wallachia's survival and sovereignty amidst the turbulent regional politics. Economically, Vlad's reign saw efforts to strengthen Wallachia's financial stability. He promoted agriculture and trade, recognising their importance in sustaining his military campaigns and governance. By securing trade routes and ensuring the flow of goods, Vlad aimed to boost the local economy. Additionally, his harsh measures against corruption and theft, although brutal, were intended to create a more predictable and stable economic environment. These policies helped lay the groundwork for Wallachia's economic resilience amidst constant warfare and political upheaval. By fostering a climate of economic productivity and reducing the financial burdens imposed by corruption, Vlad sought to establish a foundation for long-term stability and prosperity in Wallachia. Vlad's approach to justice was infamous for its severity. Impalement was the most notorious method, used not only as a punishment for crimes, but also as a deterrent against rebellion and disloyalty. The gruesome nature of this punishment ensured that lawbreakers and traitors thought twice before challenging his authority. Other methods included mutilation and public executions, all designed to instill a sense of fear and maintain strict order. This harsh justice system, while brutal, was effective in curbing crime and dissent, reinforcing Vlad's iron grip on power. His use of such extreme measures was intended to create an environment where the consequences of defying the law were clear and immediate, thereby ensuring a higher degree of compliance from his subjects. Beyond the brutality, Vlad's efforts to establish law and order were driven by a genuine desire to create a stable and secure realm. He instituted a code of laws that, while draconian, provided clear guidelines for his subjects. By enforcing these laws rigorously, Vlad aimed to reduce the arbitrary violence and lawlessness that had previously plagued Wallachia. His legal reforms, coupled with his unyielding enforcement, brought a semblance of order and predictability to his rule. This structured approach to governance helped consolidate his power and ensured the continuity of his reign amidst the chaotic political landscape of the time. By creating a more predictable legal environment, Vlad aimed to foster a society where stability and order were paramount, reducing the chaos that had long undermined the region's governance. As Vlad's reign progressed, his strict enforcement of laws and unrelenting punishment methods cemented his reputation, creating a legacy that extended far beyond his lifetime. His approach to governance and justice became the foundation of his moniker, the Impaler, and contributed to a complex and enduring legend. The name encapsulated not only his methods, but also the fear and respect he commanded, reflecting the duality of his rule as both a protector and a tyrant. The moniker the Impaler was derived from Vlad's notorious method of execution. During the 15th century, impalement was not entirely unique to Vlad. It was a known, though extreme, form of punishment across Europe and the Ottoman Empire. However, Vlad's prolific and public use of this gruesome method set him apart. His propensity for impaling enemies, criminals and traitors in large numbers earned him the fearsome title of the Impaler. This nickname was both a testament to his ruthlessness and a warning to all who dared to defy him. The sheer scale and spectacle of his punishments were intended to instill a profound sense of dread and ensure unwavering obedience from his subjects and enemies alike. Contemporary accounts of Vlad's use of impalement are both harrowing and vivid. Chroniclers and travellers of the time, including Saxon merchants and Ottoman historians, documented scenes of entire forests of impaled bodies lining the roads leading to his capital. One of the most infamous accounts describes Vlad impaling 20,000 Ottoman prisoners of war outside Târgoviște, creating a forest of the impaled that struck terror into the hearts of his adversaries. These acts were not only punitive, but served as psychological warfare, showcasing his absolute power and deterring potential rebels and invaders through sheer terror. This method of psychological warfare was highly effective in creating a reputation that transcended his actual military capabilities, often dissuading enemies from even attempting to challenge his rule. During his lifetime, Vlad's reputation was deeply polarized. To his enemies, particularly the Ottomans and many Western European chroniclers, he was a tyrant whose cruelty knew no bounds. The German and Hungarian pamphlets and chronicles of the time often depicted him as a bloodthirsty madman, recounting his brutal methods in graphic detail. However, within Wallachia and parts of Eastern Europe, Vlad was viewed more favourably. Many Romanians saw him as a hero who defended his homeland against external threats, using whatever means necessary to maintain order and protect his people from Ottoman domination. This dichotomy in perception highlights the complexity brutality of his legacy. While his methods were undeniably brutal, his ultimate goal of preserving Wallachian independence and stability garnered him admiration and respect among his own people. Historical interpretations of Vlad the Impaler's reign vary widely. Some historians argue that his extreme methods were a necessary response to the chaotic and violent era in which he ruled. They suggest that his brutality was a pragmatic approach to the existential threats faced by Wallachia, aimed at securing its survival amidst larger, more powerful neighbours. Others view Vlad's actions through a more critical lens, emphasising the moral and ethical implications of his cruelty. The divergent perspectives on Vlad's legacy reflect the broader complexities of his character and the tumultuous times he navigated. Vlad the Impaler's life and deeds have significantly influenced literature and folklore, transcending historical accounts to become a fixture in cultural imagination. Stories of his brutality and iron-fisted rule have been retold in various forms, from medieval chronicles to modern novels. His reputation for impaling his enemies and his dramatic, almost theatrical methods of instilling fear have made him a compelling figure in storytelling. These tales, often embellished over time, have solidified his place as a symbol of ruthless power and dark justice, resonating through the centuries as a cautionary example of absolute authority. The connection between Vlad the Impaler and the legendary figure of Dracula is one of the most fascinating aspects of his legacy. Bram Stoker's 1897 novel, Dracula, drew inspiration from Vlad's notorious reputation. Stoker named his infamous vampire Count Dracula, a name derived from Vlad's father, Vlad II Dracul, and thus indirectly from Vlad's own moniker, Dracula, meaning son of the dragon. The tales of Vlad's bloodthirsty reign, combined with his historical connection to Transylvania, provided a rich backdrop for Stoker's Gothic masterpiece. This literary creation cemented Vlad's association with the vampire mythos, blending historical fact with supernatural fiction in a way that has captivated audiences ever since. Vlad's motivations for his brutal methods and uncompromising rule are complex and multifaceted. Part of his drive stemmed from a desire to maintain control and instill order in a fractious and turbulent region. The constant threats from the Ottomans and internal dissidents necessitated a strong, often ruthless, response. Additionally, his early experiences of betrayal and captivity likely fueled a deep-seated need for retribution and an unwavering commitment to preventing similar vulnerabilities in his own rule. Vlad's actions can be seen as both a product of his environment and a reflection of his personal traumas and ambitions. His harsh methods were also aimed at creating a unified and stable state, free from the internal chaos that had long plagued Wallachia. Psychologically, Vlad the Impaler's profile suggests a leader shaped by intense adversity and a harsh, unforgiving landscape. His experiences likely contributed to a personality characterized by paranoia, a need for control, and a willingness to use extreme measures to achieve his goals. ruthless enforcement of law and order, coupled with his strategic brilliance, indicate a complex interplay of intelligence, resilience, and a profound capacity for cruelty. While his methods were undeniably brutal, they also reflect a calculated approach to leadership in a world where weakness could mean the end of his reign and life. Vlad's psyche, moulded by early trauma and continuous conflict, created a ruler who saw fear and intimidation as necessary tools for survival and governance. Vlad's relentless drive for control and his ruthless methods, while effective in maintaining power for many years, ultimately set the stage for his eventual downfall. His complex personality, shaped by paranoia and a need for absolute control, made it difficult to sustain alliances and navigate the ever-shifting political landscape of the region. His uncompromising stance alienated potential allies and created an environment where trust was scarce. This lack of dependable support structures meant that when his power began to wane, there were few who remained loyal to defend his reign. Despite his formidable reign, Vlad's grip on power began to weaken towards the end of his life. The constant conflicts with the Ottomans and the internal strife within Wallachia took a toll on his resources and alliances. In 1476, his political enemies, both within Wallachia and in neighbouring regions, capitalised on his diminishing strength. A coalition of disgruntled boyars and rival claimants, supported by the Ottoman forces, managed to overthrow him. This loss of power was a stark contrast to the unyielding control he had maintained for so long, signalling the beginning of the end for the once indomitable ruler. The swift and coordinated attack by his enemies underscored the precarious nature of his rule, which had relied heavily on fear and intimidation rather than genuine loyalty and support. Following his overthrow, Vlad was captured and imprisoned by the Ottomans. The very adversaries he had fought so fiercely throughout his life. His capture was a humiliating blow, stripping him of the power and autonomy he had fiercely guarded. The Ottomans, recognising the threat he posed even in captivity, ensured that his imprisonment was secure and his influence neutralised. During this period, Vlad experienced the ultimate reversal of fortune. From a feared ruler to a captive, subject to the whims of his long-time enemies. This imprisonment not only marked the end of his reign, but also underscored the volatile nature of power in the medieval period. The Ottomans likely saw his capture as a significant strategic victory, symbolically quelling one of their most persistent and dangerous adversaries. The exact circumstances of Vlad the Impaler's death remain shrouded in mystery and speculation. Various accounts suggest different scenarios, from assassination to execution by the Ottomans. One popular theory is that he was killed in battle while attempting to reclaim his throne. Another account suggests he was murdered by his own boyars, who feared his potential return to power. Despite the ambiguity surrounding his death, what is clear is that Vlad met a violent end, befitting his tumultuous life. His death, like much of his life, was enveloped in intrigue and brutality. a subject of endless fascination and speculation. Vlad the Impaler's legacy in Romanian history is both profound and complex. To many Romanians, he is a national hero who defended his homeland against the Ottomans and upheld justice, albeit through extreme means. His reign is often viewed through a lens of nationalist pride, emphasising his role in maintaining Wallachian sovereignty during a period of significant external threats. Conversely, his brutal methods and the terror he instilled have also left a lasting impression, contributing to a more nuanced and ambivalent historical memory. Vlad's story continues to be a source of fascination and debate, reflecting the enduring impact of his reign on Romanian cultural and historical identity. This duality in his legacy highlights the broader struggles and triumphs of Wallachia during his time, encapsulating the era's harsh realities and the fierce resistance against foreign domination. In his final years, Vlad's legacy was already being forged, not only through his actions, but also through the stories and legends that would come to surround his life and death. His reign, marked by both extraordinary resilience and unparalleled brutality, remains a powerful chapter in the history of Wallachia and beyond, illustrating the complex interplay of power, fear and legacy. The tales of his exploits, both real and exaggerated, have cemented him as a historical figure whose life continues to be examined and reinterpreted. Vlad's ability to invoke both fear and admiration underscores the lasting influence of his rule and the indelible mark he left on the history of his region. Vlad the Impaler's life was a tapestry woven with pivotal events that defined his legacy. Born into the tumultuous world of 15th century Wallachia, Vlad's early years were marked by an education in the arts of war and statesmanship, alongside a brutal captivity under the Ottomans. His first brief reign in 1448 was followed by years of exile and plotting, culminating in his dramatic return to power in 1456. During his reign, Vlad employed ruthless tactics to consolidate his power, most notoriously through impalement. His military campaigns against the Ottomans and efforts to stabilise Wallachia through stringent laws and severe punishments exemplified his iron-fisted approach to leadership. Despite being overthrown and imprisoned, his relentless efforts to reclaim his throne and his mysterious death added a final layer of intrigue to his storied life, making him a figure of enduring fascination. The significance of Vlad the Impaler extends beyond his brutal methods. He was a complex figure whose actions were driven by the desire to maintain sovereignty and establish order in a chaotic period. His defiance against the Ottoman Empire showcased his determination to protect his homeland, earning him a place of respect in Romanian history. However, his extreme measures and the fear he instilled cannot be overlooked. Vlad's reign highlighted the thin line between tyrannical rule and heroism, demonstrating how historical figures can embody both saviour and villain in the collective memory. His legacy is a testament to the multifaceted nature of power and the enduring impact of strong leadership, for better or This duality makes Vlad a compelling study in how the harsh realities of leadership can shape and often distort the perception of rulers through time. The legacy of Vlad the Impaler remains a subject of intense debate among historians and scholars. Some view him as a sadistic tyrant whose brutal tactics were a manifestation of a deeply troubled psyche. These interpretations often emphasize the cruelty of his punishments and the pervasive fear he propagated. Conversely, others argue that Vlad's actions, while extreme, were necessary responses to the constant threats facing Wallachia. They highlight his strategic brilliance and his role in defending against Ottoman encroachment, portraying him as a national hero. This duality in his legacy underscores the complexities of historical interpretation, where the same actions can be seen in vastly different lights depending on the perspective taken. This ongoing debate reflects the broader challenges in assessing historical figures, who often defy simple categorizations of hero or villain. In modern times, historical perspectives on Vlad the Impaler have evolved to encompass a more nuanced understanding of his life and reign. Contemporary historians often contextualize his actions within the brutal realities of medieval politics and warfare. There is an increasing recognition of the challenges he faced in securing his rule and protecting his territory. Some modern scholars argue that while his methods were harsh, they were not unprecedented in his time and were perhaps exaggerated by his enemies. Additionally, his cultural significance has been amplified through literature and folklore, most notably in the Dracula legend. This blending of historical fact and myth has contributed to a richer, if more complex portrayal of Vlad the Impaler in popular culture and academic discourse. His story serves as a reminder of how history can be reshaped by narrative, often highlighting the fine line between historical fact and fiction. As I conclude our journey into the life of Vlad the Impaler, I invite you to ponder the many facets of his legacy. Was he a brutal tyrant, a national hero, or perhaps a bit of both? His story encourages us to consider the broader implications of leadership, power, and the ways in which history is remembered and retold. By examining the life of such a multifaceted figure, we gain insight into the complexities of historical legacy and the ways in which our understanding of the past is continually evolving. If you enjoyed this exploration of Vlad the Impaler, make sure to subscribe for more fascinating historical narratives. Don't forget to like, comment, and share your thoughts on this enigmatic figure down below, as I love reading your comments. I look forward to bringing you more soothing and enlightening stories from the annals of history. So, until next time, stay curious and, as always, sleep well.